NHIF, and guess who's going to get all that contract? The contract is going to a company that is affiliated to Ruto. So we all know that there's a lot of dirt that we have to clean our houses. I'm really encouraging you. You have your spheres of influence. Start by influencing. Look at what Kimuzi has done. Kimuzi has done something. I think there was one of the speakers who stated that we've not our voices have not been heard because we didn't have the platform. Look at Gabriel Oguda. He's used this platform to express himself, calling out bad governance. So I believe it's not about getting the right platform. Keep working. Look at I think there's this musician. It started with the likes of Eric Wainaina and the likes. You can use whatever you have to demand for accountability and good governance. Least but not lastly, I think what needs to be done, like we have to stand with the families of the patriots who are killed by Ruto and his government, and also we have to recall all those MPs that voted yes, because I believe there's a way in which we can do it. Recall them, and we have to stage sittings. I've seen Magodi is doing a very good job, because that's what the church is supposed to do. The church is not supposed to be partisan. The church should be neutral. I think yeah, that's my submission. Thank you so much. Keep up the good job.
Thank you. I have a few other speakers. I don't know. Is Big Baba, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. You have 4 to 5 minutes.
Sure. Thank you very much. Yes, I am a foreigner. I am Zimbabwean. I live in diaspora. I'm in Canada. And I've been following your movement online and your online presence. Do you hear me?
Atusikii bwana. Sim Kenya.
Do you hear me?
Big Baba, sorry. I have to give the opportunity to Kenyans first. We appreciate your sentiments. Like for now, we want to just first of all speak as in-house. We appreciate your support.
Okay, can I pass my words? Can I just say my words? I want to salute you as Kenyans. Yeah, I want to salute you as Kenyans. You have done a thing that make me wish, if I wish to be a Kenyan. I am very proud about the work that you are doing. One question that I have for you, I like the momentum that you have with your movement. I hear that you have spaced to say you're doing Tuesday and Wednesday. Are you not giving the enemy time to mobilize against you? Because the moment you give them that space, they will set up their things and they'll make your fight very difficult.
Okay. Thank you.
I wish you could keep the momentum every day, keep putting pressure. I won't say much. Time for the Kenyans. I really appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your support. All right. What else do we have here? The intentional mom.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I've been waiting since last night, so I don't want to repeat what everyone has said. Kila mtu amekuwa na very valid comments, very, yani everyone, a lot has been said, so sitaki kurudia. I only had I think 2 things zenye nilikuwa nataka kumention. I've been hearing a lot of people wakisema about watu wenye wanakuwa abducted wanarudi and they've changed. They've been insinuating that wanafaa kuwa wakiambia watu what happened and all that, na nilikuwa tu nataka ask that tuwape grace. It's okay if they don't speak up, because tunaona brutality yenye polisi wako nayo in public. You have no idea chenye wanaweza fanyia mtu in private, especially if wanatafuta mtu anafund what is going on right now. So sahi tu mi nilikuwa na ask, let us not push them. They are our fellow Kenyans. Tusiwaulize if they are not comfortable to speak up. And then our watu wenye they've lost their loved ones, we should not reduce them to numbers. We keep speaking their names, hata tukue tukicirculate picha zao, because their families, life yao will never be the same again. Even sisi tukisha move on as a country, tukiwa tumeachieve goal yetu, those people and even the mothers who lost their children, mtu alipoteza mtoto wa, I don't want to say kama sio ule mtoto alikuwa short wa 5 years old, people, they will not move on from that evil too. So saizi when we are saying chenye tunasema, let us remember how wazazi and siblings when you lose their loved ones, let us say their names. Nimeona BNN wamekuwa wakipost picha and age, and I think that is very good. Tusiseme tu watu wali lose their lives ni 300 ni let us not say numbers, tuseme majina yao, they matter, they were people. And again, relent, because the blood that has been spilled, the lives that have been lost, inafaa it has to mean something. So to keep the fire burning, let us not relent. And someone mentioned something jana jioni, I'm sorry, someone mentioned something, sijui kama mtoto kulia ni kelele, nitawacha kuongea. Do I need to stop talking?
Just wrap up kwa sababu ina interfere, we can't hear you clearly.
Okay, sorry. I was saying, remembering, I was saying we need to keep saying their names, and sahi the lives that have been lost need to mean something, na tusikufe moyo. Even hii journey haitakuwa rahisi. We knew it from the beginning. We know what kind of person we are dealing with. And yesterday there is a lady, I think anaitwa Jeanette, and a guy also, walikuwa anasema venye wako afraid, and the guy alikuwa anasema venye hata hajatoka kwa nyumba ever since. So let us be kind. Saa zile hata tunaandika vitu kwa timeline, because sometimes unasema vitu and you think it's a joke na ina trigger mtu, and others are still afraid that wanaweza kuwa abducted, that people are saying hata wakiona gari ikislow down wanaanza kuogopa. That's why I was saying tuache kupusha watu wenye actually walikuwa abducted and they came back. Let us be kind to them. They will say their story when they are comfortable. If they never say what went on, pia ni sawa. They don't owe us that. And then ukiona mtu online ameanza kuongea against, ama ni kama anakufa moyo about hii jani ya ku country yetu kukua, sisi wa Kenya kukua liberated from hii government, it's okay. Wewe usikufe moyo. I heard someone saying when ukipanda mat, msee akifika destination yake ashuke, ausemangi ni sawa, siwezi bebwa kwa mat peke yangu, unashukia hapo. No, some people feel like wamefika mahali walikuwa wanataka. It's okay if they leave. Tuendelee kusoja on juu sisi tunajua what we are fighting for. So I didn't want to say much. Most importantly, kitu tu nilikuwa nataka ku-highlight ni that mental health ya hao watu walichukuliwa ina matter. Wacha tukue patient with them. Asanteni, mkuwe na siku njema.
Thank you. I think we've got D as well. Are you there, D?
Hello, hi guys, good morning. So I just wanted to highlight some things like that has been happening. Tuseme, for example, number one, we have we saw that there were some 400 KDF that were deployed to Haiti. Like, why would the government deploy the KDF men to Haiti while we have a major problem here at home? We have some, let's say for an instance, we have security issues here at home. So like, ISOC issues are like, they are not important. I'm like, what's happening? Then another one that I wanted to highlight is health. For example, let's say if there's a person who have cancer or any health issues concerning kidney and anything, you'll see they are going to India for medicine, to seek higher medicine, I don't know what. So like, I don't know what the Indians over there have, that the machines that they are using over there, that here in Kenya, the government can't bring and educate the doctors and the nurses.
D, I think we've lost you. Are you still there? All right, it's like D is gone.
I was talking about India. I was talking about India, like why are people going to India for treatment? Or like, what machines are they using there in India to treat people? While the government is saying like, let's say 20 or 30% of Kenyans are going to India for treatment of cancer, kidney problems. There are so many for surgeries. Why can they bring those machines here at home so that they can teach our nurses and doctors on how to use it? We are very innovative, and everyone here in Kenya is very eagerly to learn. Another one is unemployment. Earlier on, I don't know, it was yesterday or I don't remember the exact date, but the president talked about providing labor to, let's say, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Dubai. Is taking girls there, like is providing labor there. Like mbona si atu provide jobs huku. We have more people who have degrees, diploma, but they are unemployed. There's a man here who has talked like, he has a friend who is a doctor and has been looking for a job for 2 years. Like, why is that?
D, I think I might have to cut you short. Your speaker we keep losing you. Anyway, I want to echo what D amesema. I just want to echo what she said, because it's very absurd for the president of a country to make it his agenda to send people outside the country in the name of trying to increase the number of people who are out there working so that they could do the remittances. And he wants to build a government from that. You're exporting your skilled labor. And wale watu ambao tuko huku diaspora, you know that most of the jobs that people end up doing here are not the highly skilled jobs. You end up doing menial jobs, most of the people who are here. Not that they're not good jobs, but the fact that they get good money from it. But in terms of the skill, we're wasting a lot of skill. We're only doing these out of necessity. We're only doing, going to diaspora out of necessity. But what the agenda for the president of a progressive nation should be is how to keep the labor force, the skilled labor in Kenya. It's very unfortunate. Ruto behaves like he didn't think through the running of a government, even though he was deputy president for whooping 10 years. And even as a matter of principle, a deputy president who disagreed with how the government worked and did not, as a matter of principle, resign from being paid by Kenyan taxes. So it's unfortunate. As we speak, can we just still go back to the theme that the theme here is Ruto must go, and we're being symbolical that it's not just Ruto as the person, but all the ills, which I think it's very good everybody's pointing out this. Another speaker, you can have
Kenya. Just a little bit, just to echo what you have said.
Yes,
there was something about Occupy State House, which we talked about last week. And many people thought we were like breaching the State House. No, we can move around State House. We can go. People in White House. People protest outside White House, right? People protest outside the Buckingham Palace. Like people protest out of these thousands of heads of state. So it's not a problem if you just protest. It's a problem if you breach. People should have information. People should be taught. People should have this civic education about where to enter and where not to enter. So it's not illegal or it's not wrong to protest outside State House. That's something I wanted to clarify. When you say the Ruto must go is symbolic, many people doesn't see that symbolism. People just see it as it is. It's literal for them.
Exactly. Not all Kenyans cannot have personal vendetta against the president, because we can't all be the president. We can't all be desiring to be the president. Or we just want our country to be better. We know we deserve better. And unajua from the benefit of having experienced two governments doing service delivery, we know that Kenyans are not receiving the bare minimum they deserve. And it's not a mistake. We should not feel sorry for us pushing this agenda. It's not us, just Kenyans pushing this agenda actually, and they have come out very strongly to do it. So we should not be apologetic about it. Na venye tu umesema Kimuzi, this expression of our voices, as long as we're doing it legally and peaceful, you need to remember that when this began, it was a very peaceful process. And the police came in, and that's when it turned violent as it is. We have lost lives, we've lost property. Lakini we have several achievements to go with this. At the moment, politicians, when you vote yes, they can barely appear in a public forum to say anything. Politicians who go to churches, unajua venye Kumuzu nasemanga kuna siku tutaanza story ya Sudi, and the much brainwashing people have been done in Rift Valley, in Eldoret to be particular. It's a whole story, and it's a whole scenario that needs revolution. Because Ababu, we can't be having people of his scenario, of his clique, including Farouk, running the show, yet we can see blatantly kwamba they're just wielding power. There's nothing progressive out of it. And these are the people who bankroll our churches in inapatiwanga service when they go for these functions. The part that's given to service is less than what's given to the politicians to fight each other. We need to stop that. That shenanigans needs to stop, because the moment we can't stop that, we're just being the same as them. 10 years, 20 years from now, we'll still be having the same country we're having, where we're just complaining and complaining. But if we do something, which we're already doing something, and we need to keep the tempo at an all-time high to make keep, we need, this is where, wanasemanga, it's darkest before dawn. We sometimes we feel like ni kama wametushikilia sana, lakini this is the time to strike. if we let this opportunity to go, I don't know if we're ever gonna find another time where as close as this, sending a good and very particular message. Anyway, let's have somebody else speak. Mwanam Kenya Halisi. I don't know if he's still there.
You can give it to Rosa, and before she speaks, because it's the man, if somebody was injured or has an hospital bill, he or she can DM Anifa or text Anifa and the number of the doctors for easier clarification. Unajua watu wengine wanaweza tuma tu, but unatuma bill na daktari alafu wana confirm, then they pay it for you. That's one clarification I wanted to make.
Okay. There's someone who amesema tumpatie somebody.
Rosa. Then David.
Rosa. Okay. Are you there, David? Or Rosa? Are you there, Rosa?
There is Chef Amo. Maybe you can add more people.
Okay. Chef Amo. Anyway, while we're waiting for them, we need to appreciate the soldiers in the struggle too. Nimeona saa zingine people are trying to distract us with a lot of throwing stones at people who have been really, they've done their bit. I mean, they have their weaknesses here and there, but like very true, umesema kama kuna people who are injured, people who have lost their loved ones, and we have someone, I mean, Hanifa Safi in this case, who's sending the money to them. It's good to appreciate that she has done that, because for this to be progressive, we need to give a pat on the back so that mtu asifeel kana kwamba, well, why am I in this? I mean, after all, you guys are targeting me as well, as though I'm the same as the other guy, you know. But anyway, that's said and done. Chef Amo, are you still there?
Maybe Bruce can speak.
Yeah, Chef.
Yes. Morning. First thing, condolences to our heroes. I think I'll be very, very, very short. One thing, we are not against the government. We are against the church. The church is our big problems here. If we deal with the church, I think we'll be very, very safe. I think. Thank you so much.
We lost him ama amemaliza?
I think we lost him, Kimuzi. Just give it somebody else.
Bruce, you can take the mic. Clint. Kindly, if you request the mic, you can, when you call, you take the mic, kindly, please, because there are many requests. Dr. Mbugwa. Dr. Mbugwa, you can talk.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sure.
So I just wanted to say something very simple. I mean, I've been following these spaces and I'm seeing what's happening. But I believe that we need to be accountable to ourselves first before we can hold anyone else accountable. If you look at the political spectrum, we Kenyans are the ones with the problem. We Kenyans keep voting for these politicians that we end up saying, sijui so and so must go, Moi must go, Kibaki must go, Uhuru must go, Ruto must go. But where is our accountability? Somebody like Ruto, who was in the ICC and all of that, accused of doing whatever during the last election cycle. We were the ones who were going even against our own brothers on tribal lines and all this nonsense, saying that, oh, because now he's claiming God, because now he's a prayerful man, we must elect him. Kwani ni nini yenye amefanya sasa hivi yenye hatukujua atafanya before? And this is the truth. For any revolution or for any change, you have to be introspective first. We sit here na tunazusha, tunasema oh, tunaibiwa. So how can you complain unaibiwa yet you're the one who's electing a mwizi? How can you say unauliwa yet you're the one who's electing a muuaji? Just because they called on God? You know, I was watching something and our first lady said that she prayed and the Kenyan shilling came down against the dollar. Really? Like, how stupid are we? It doesn't matter about the global economy. It doesn't matter about global inflation. But because of prayer, the shilling came down. Our Akinarets, they have died fighting for us. It is time we rekindle the Mamau spirit. I'm not asking you to be violent. I'm asking you to be smart and to think about maisha vile iko. Tuambizane ukweli. Think about it. Everyone who has been in prominent position in government is a product of the political elite post-colonialism. They're either part of Odinga family, Kenyatta family, Moi family. And if you say Ruto is not part of them, Ruto is Moi's political firstborn. So as much as we can sit here and complain about leadership in Metifil, like I was listening to, there's a lady that spoke, and she said about you guys have to go to India to get treatment. The issue is not the people, the issue is not the brain power, the issue is not those machines. The issue is the system. As we are sitting here fighting and saying Ruto must go, who is talking about the issue that they want us to call a digital ID? Who is talking about the dangers of digital ID? And what the World Economic Forum inatuletea? No one. Tunafungwa macho na vitu kidogo while they are closing big deals that only benefit them and selling us out. But we are so blind. You see, before social media, walikuwa wanatumia ukabila. And what caught them unawares was this whole reject finance. It is tribeless, right? It is no political party affiliation. That is what caught them unawares, because they used to divide and rule. As Kenyans, we need to smarten up. We are one of the most educated people in Africa. We need to smarten up. The problem is not Ruto. The problem is not the MPs. The problem is Sisi. Because Ruto, whether you love him or hate him, the government, whether you love it or hate it, would not be there if it were not for us giving them that mandate, giving that power. It is interesting. In 2012, we had the likes of Akina Abdu Badida, Mwalimu. And yet in 2022, you only had 2 candidates. Because bills were passed, they put in rules and regulations who can vie, who cannot. If you look at the Kenyan constitution, inasema we are the people, the power is vested in the people. The representation. We are idiots, we are fools, and up until we wake up to this thing and say that we shall not be fools anymore, that's the only time we can change anything. Elvis spoke about Ruto exporting, or rather exporting jobs to other countries. Now, I actually disagree with you, Elvis. It's a good thing to do that, because if you look at countries like India, Nanini, they have partnerships, Nanini, with all these outside countries where they send their talent. It is okay. but the problem is tunafungwa macho na vitu vidogo. How can most government contracts go to people within the government? We are here reject finance bill, but yet they're pushing a part of that finance bill, or rather, they're pushing a law that conflict of interest to be removed, so government employees can conduct biashara with the government. Which means, if I'm part of the government, I can give myself a contract for the government. Kenyans, we need to wake up. Waking up is not going to protest on the streets. That is fine. That is okay. That is our duty. But waking up means we need to be smart enough. We need to elect smart people. We need to elect accountable people. We need to challenge rules and laws. We need to stop this whole mheshimiwa and Tuwetu syndrome. Up until we get to that point, we shall never move on. We shall remain colonized. And if you disagree with me about colonization, remember, there is no one in the elite political class that is not part of wale wenye zile familia za kupigania uhuru. You want to tell me that since 1963, it has been Kikuyu, Kalenjin, Kikuyu, Kalenjin, and we don't have a problem. Anyways, Kimuzi, thank you for the opportunity, and Viva, let's fight on.
Peter, you can take over.
Hello guys, I hope mnanipata vizuri.
Yes, tunakupata.
Okay. Nilikuwa tu na point. I love the way hii revolution imeanza na hii movement ya youths, na vile tunaendelea hivyo na vile tumemake our voice heard by the government. So point yangu ilikuwa ni moja. Vile tumeanza hii movement, wacha tusi waste hii chance. Hii chance ni kubwa sana, na sasa gava iko ready kutusikiza. Wacha tukue na wale watu represent kwa gava. Yani tuselect, tujue ni nani wataturepresent kwa gava, waende watuongelele, tuseme tunataka hii na hii na juu tutaendelea na movement, endelea na kusema Ruto must go. Hii kitu itaenda tu hivyo, iende ifade away, iishe. So before ifade away, so fanye kitu moja, tukue na representatives, waende watuongelele, tuseme hii ndio agenda yetu kama youth, tunataka mtoe hii wastage, hatutaki hizi biti, hatutaki hii na hii hivyo, tunataka finance bill ikuwe hivi. So that was my point. Alafu then another point, 2027 hii election inakuja, tujitume, tuende tuchaguane. Sisi hatuchaguanangi, tutabaki tu kwa mtandao tunaongea na hakuna kitu inafanyika, tutaendelea tu kufinyiliwa. Juu ukiangalia gava zingine kama France wana demonstrate, wanafanya nini, but hakuna kitu huwa ina happen. So sasa hii juu gava iko ready kusikia, na Ruto amesema atatusikia, to take this opportunity tupeleke our agenda. Nimemaliza.
Just to say something, I think I agree with Peter. Eventually, in the long run, we'll have to have some sort of leadership. Because Ababu, hypothetically speaking, so say we have pushed this all the way, Ruto ametoka kwa ofisi. So what do? We could be we could be pushing for, let's dissolve parliament, another election or whatever. But after that, what do? Who do we put up there to address the issues that we are raising? Eventually, we're going to have some structural leadership. Lakini, I think it's important not to lose focus, because the strategy that this government is employing is, you put up someone who seems to be the leader of the movement, then they go for that person. Now, the moment that person has been either eliminated or compromised, it will affect the movement. So we need to live in the moment. At the moment, Saizi, we're not looking for a leader for this movement. We want to push it to the point in now it will be necessary to have a leader, and I promise you what, leaders would come up from there. I'm sure people can pinpoint who's a leader. All right. What other speaker we got here? Kenyan lady.
Yes, thank you. Listen, I think that y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Mnanisikia. Okay. Sasa skizeni, I think that we have been recycling what majority of the conversation. There's some bit of it, a percentage of it that keeps getting repeated, and it's okay, and it's perfectly fine. Inatuwezesha kurudia, the ideas, and this goes over and over and over. Now, I am one of those people that are completely opposed to having any leadership. Okay, y'all wengi wetu tulienda shule Kenya. Okay, all of us went to school in Kenya. Majority of us, high school, boarding, primary school, whatever. If you led one of those strikes, all right, if you led one of those strikes, tulikuwa wengi. You mobilize the whole entire school. We were so many, right? But then eventually, the teachers were able to know the central node literally in a week or 3 days. And the next thing that happened, you were suspended. And you are wondering, those people who are backing me up, walienda wapi? And there's a way the government is able to really not even approach the people that look that they are leaders. That has already happened. It has already happened to the people that, probably were looking like they are so forefront, and we don't see them anymore. You know what I'm saying? So that idea of having a central person, that idea of having a central node right now, it will kill the movement, because they will come for that. And that's why you're seeing they are insisting on, I think there's a group of youth, we woke up and they were like about 8 people that had been chosen. I don't know, they are ready to provide leadership to the Gen Zs. I'm like, what is this shit? I have never even seen them in the space since I started. And this space has started way before even the maandamano. Hapa ndio maandamano ya linini. This is a place that they planned to have this maandamano. But these spaces have been ongoing for what? The last 1 month. I have been a listener. Today was the first time I spoke. So I'm very, very opposed to having a central node. It doesn't matter what it is, but for right now, let it be what it is. Let the risk be distributed amongst the 1,000, the 20,000 people that are here. The only thing that you guys need to know is that those people who are on here, and you have some form of unawezo fulani. Unajua, wenye tuko kwa healthcare, tunaweza saidia upande upi? Unajua, wenye wetu, who are good fundraisers, mobilizers, unaweza saidia upande upi? When we are so many of us, all of us are leaders. So find your space, find your niche and mobilize that. Come on the space, panga laini kama watu wengine, and say what you need to do, and say, this is what you're going to be helping people. For now, let's spread the risk, because even when you are attacked as a group, it's going to be very difficult. Turning off the group will be very, very difficult. But the moment you have the central people, the people that are looking, that are repeatedly, they're the ones who are being waited for to provide ideas. They're the ones who are kind of leading, quote unquote, the group. Those are the ones they will go for. And then I spoke on the aspect of exhaustion. You have 10 people. Those 10 people are your leaders. Let me tell you the exhaustion that comes in with leadership. This is a whole lot, plus the trauma they are having to take. Right now, we are distributing all that risk. We are distributing the trauma. We're distributing the risk. We're distributing the resources. Everybody anakuja kusaidia kwa uwezo wake. So for now, no. Let it spread out. Let it be what it is. No central nodes, no leadership, no form of a group, I don't know, doing this and that. And no. Right now it stays what it is, and it will morph to something when that time comes. Ruto must go. Thank you.
All right. I think we need to give a few more other people, not to make a limit ya time kidogo, so that we have a bit of a diverse contribution. So looking at the list, it's Ben Todhuo. I don't know if you're there. Yeah. Obara Duncan. If those ones are not there, Dr. Mbugwa.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Can you hear me? Korir?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now, the previous speaker, amesema kitu important kuhusu, tribeless, leaderless, and all of that. But in the long run, we have to think far and think smart. In the long run, we'll just be noisemakers on darasa. We have to come up with a strategy as to how to be represented within the government. Because we'll make noise, we'll do whatever, we'll protest, but that can only last so long. Let's be realistic. 48 laws of power. That only lasts so long. Now, obviously, there are people who are coming out claiming to be leaders, Nanini, and you don't even know if they're sponsored by the same gava. Okay, these are the leaders who are youth, illegal to commission. But maybe, just maybe, and this is a thought I'm putting out there. Everybody needs a head. Okay? Maybe, just maybe this is an opportunity for a new political party or something to form, whereby now you can have the processes of electing the proper leadership to represent these voices that are here. Because other than that, and I can tell you, if I was in government, what I would do is get 5-10 Gen Zs and crown them and say these are the voices of Gen Z. Because now that becomes the political diatribe. Politics is a dirty game. You cannot mix a revolution and politics. Unfortunately, a revolution is crowned by blood, but we've already shed enough blood. It is time, yes, we are angry, but we have to take responsibility and accountability for our anger. And obviously, even in these spaces, we know Gava is listening, and they can listen, it's sound. But we need to be able to find out what the next steps are. I mean, you can only, okay, fine, that was a one-off. For 53 years of, 51 years of fucking independence, that was the first time that the Kenyan parliament has been breached. Do you think it's going to happen again? Definitely not. We need to think strategically as to how, because we are not trying to overthrow our government. That is not the point of this. We are trying to create a better life for ours, for our parents, and for our children and their children. The only way we do this is when we have sober minds and think beyond whatever anger and pain that we have, and figure out how kesho, this Kenya that we are all dreaming that we want to have, how do we get there? But we cannot get there unless we have a unified voice. And we are part of the representative democracy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mbugwa. I want to agree with what you're saying. Like, eventually, for this to make meaningful sense in the long run, is to actually achieve everything that we're talking about in the moment. Like, we're talking about honest leadership, we're talking about accountability. And all that can only be achieved if there's going to be a structured way of governance in the future. So beyond the push that we're having now, that Ruto must go, we have to be prepared for that. Like, there's someone written somewhere about a leader would come up. We should not be worried about that. Eventually, there will be a leader that will come up from this whole noise. What we need to prepare is that even institutions that need to move us forward also need to prepare to come up. Like a political party that is devoid of how the current political parties works. The current political parties are personal outfits. And if you're not listening to Raila, you're not representing the views of ODM. I mean, if you're not speaking the same language as he's speaking. If you're not speaking the same language as Ruto, you're not a member of the UDA party, which we all know that UDA party won't get to 2027. There will be another political vehicle that will be formed just because the group individuals were reset or can organize differently, and then another political party is formed. ANC party folded itself the other day to join UDA, not as a matter of principle, but as a matter of convenience, kujaribu kusaidia Ruto in preparation for 2027. All that matrix ya kutoa Rigiji from that mix. It's all just play that we are watching, it's like you're watching a movie where none of it has an agenda for us. It's all them and them and them and them. So we. All right.
Corey, can I answer you for a second?
Yeah.
You see, I actually agree with you. Now, as much as we are trying to mimic and emulate the West, South, one of the biggest problems in Japan. Please don't mute. I would hope we can have a conversation, South.
Okay.
One of the biggest challenges is that our political framework is based on personalities.
Yeah.
So our politicians rebranded themselves. I mean, you spoke about Raila, so let me just use Raila as an example. I remember when Raila was Sibor, the Simba, right? Then he became Tinga. Then there was, I don't know, Hama. Okay, and I'm just using Raila as an example. What they do is every election cycle they will have a new political party. They will come up with a new catchphrase and tag. And because we as Kenyans are so fucking gullible, and pardon my French, we are so gullible, we get to follow the personality without actually thinking what they are bringing for us. We get to go on tribal diatribes. For example, right now I see Akorir and Ambogwa speaking, correct? But during election hearing period, if the Kalenjins and the Kikuyus are at war, then we are siding with Mtuwetu syndrome. The thing with this movement right now, what we're calling the Gen Z movement, that is so beautiful, it is because, as I say, tribeless, leaderless. I saw a post somewhere where they said the biggest mistake that they made was to educate us. The Kibaki free education thing from 2002 or whatever he put it in, meant that class 8 after that, everybody could speak English. Everybody can understand what is going on. Corey, please don't mute.
I'm just muting when the baby comes close to me.
That's okay. That is our future right there.
Yeah.
So sisi kama wa Kenya, Corey, nikuulize.
Yeah.
How do we ensure? And no umesema kweli, unajua hii personality. If you look at the West, for example, look at Republicans versus Democrats in the US. The political parties are based on ideologies. Yeah. Our political parties are based on individuals. There is no ideology. You can say NDP, United Democratic, Republican. It means nothing because it is about the person. To be quite honest, I'm not even mad at it. Kwa sababu, and I wrote a post and nikasema, if you elect a thief and then he steals, how can you blame the thief for stealing?
Or how can you be shot?
If you elect a murderer and then they murder, how can you be mad that they're murdering? The thing that we Corey to agree with you, sir. Eventually, yes, we need some form of representation. I'm not talking about leadership, I'm talking about representation. Because the beauty about representation is a representative can always be called back to whoever walimteua aenda akakuwa representative, right?
Yeah.
We are at a point in our country where the dialogue has shifted from what is mandated by the government to what is in Article 1 of our Constitution.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, it is a great place to be, but also a very dangerous part to be in. Because now, Gava can use this. For example, they can say, who are Gen Zs? What are you going to do? Go riot because a Gen Z is representing it? Do you think it is easy to get however million Gen Zs to agree to one leader?
No.
When somebody, if right now you get called to State House, Corey, right?
Yeah.
And you are given money that generational wealth, you think you will not change your tune to protect yours and your family? Tuambizaneni ukweli. Anyways, I just wanted to have a conversation. You know, these spaces at times they're very lonely because you're just talking like you're talking to yourself. Right?
Yeah, I understand.
But I think it is important that we start looking at ideological politics as opposed to populist politics.
Yeah, true.
And the anger that we have is the fuel that we need. I saw a post mtu akisema aje ati kama turudisha mbeberu Britain kwani sugoi ni mbali. But the issue is not even Ruto. And I know people here might disagree with me. The issue is not Ruto. I mean, Ruto stood there and he cried tears. So, he cried. And Kenyans were like, oh my God, ananyanyaswa na Uhuru. So, and then he came na mambo ya kanisa. And because of how we are raised and our parents and we believe in church and religion and all this shit, we voted for him.
Yeah.
He told us bottom up.
Yeah.
And I mean, really, it is bottom up because it is a lot of people who are suffering. Yes, the guys up want to enjoy maisha.
The guys, I'm telling you, the guys sat down somewhere and did a research country and the demographic characteristics. Now, akajua the rallying call bottom up would inspire the people at the bottom, even though he will be promising things which very clearly are very unreasonable. They will still have clinging hope on that. Now, his intention was to win election. He was not to lead Kenya. And he actually did a very good strategy to do that. But there was no plan for after that. The plan was ending with winning the elections. That's why, Nona, the amount of confusion is there in this government. How do you take
the plan,
decision-making body and give it to your loyals?
Bro, there was a plan. Let me tell you what the plan was. And the plan is.
Yeah.
The elites know one thing. And I take you back to I think it was 2012 when Abdul Badida was vying for president.
Yeah.
And also during that 2012, the best run constituency in Kenya, I believe, was Gatanga constituency na Peter Kenneth. Yeah. They really utilized the GDF well. And really and truly, if Kenyans were reasonable, they should have elected Dida and Peter Kenneth or one of the other. Yeah. Because that was a results-based decision. Okay? But then obviously we have to, as Kikuis, we were told Korangera of the match, which means protect the kingdom. Now this kingdom, and yet we end up being poor. So, the challenge yenye iko hapa, and what most people might not understand, is that the political class has to protect the political class, because if a non-political class comes in, then whatever ill-gotten wealth that they have will be taken away from them.
That's very true.
That is why when Moi left, Moi gave Uhuru Kanu. And if you think that Kibaki was on outsider, in 1985, Kibaki was on the cover of Time magazine as the most prominent African economist. He was part of the government because he divided in 92, divided in 97. So, during 1992, and this is a story that I'm told now. Well, I think they called it the Y2K movement.
Yeah.
Ruto was an activist, an agitator. And this is a story from my mom, because they were part of the same group.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can blame them. Now, for example, tomorrow you talk with Ruto, right?
Mm-hmm.
His wealth, from a chicken farmer to a multi-billionaire. I mean, he's the only chicken farmer that I know that owns helicopters today. I could be wrong, but he's the only one that I know.
Korea.
All the land issues, all this stuff. There's a reason why they will never allow an outsider to gain power. Now, there's a very interesting thing, Korea, that we are at right now. They're saying that the king is naked.
Yeah.
The king is naked right now. But in that same saying, you remember, when you come after the king, you best kill him then. And the DCI, I'm using that figuratively, and then NIS, msikuja kunitafuta. Ni msema kizungu. When you come after the king, you best kill him then. Not just kill him then. Because once somebody has taken power, kumtoa kwa hiyo kiti ni shida. Unajua kuna hizi things that after this whole movement dies down, he's going to revenge, right? But it's not him. It is the position that has to revenge. Remember, when you come after the king, you best kill him dead. And then Ronald Reagan said one thing, na ndio shida yetu wa Kenya kubwa, and I wish we can underline capital ili tangwa jebolt.
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan alituambia, the 9 most dangerous words in the English language. And I am from the government and I'm here to help. Umesikia the 9 most dangerous? Yetu wa Kenya bado tuko serikali isaidie. Nimemalizia hapo, nimeka full stop. Endelea Korea. Thank you.
I think that's the captivity that we think that actually here it out. Anyway, thank you so much for that contribution. I want to have a few other people
Korir, give
on.
me the chance, please.
Yeah, who's that?
Podcast.
Okay, you go.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Abdi Dahir. First of all, I would like to actually send my condolences to the fallen heroes, those who passed away, and their families. I will like to contribute on issues of security aspect because I'm a security analyst. Yeah. On the other hand, I'm also a developer. So I would like to give two perspectives on those areas. First of all, I would like to say kudos to Gen Zs who demonstrated on our streets. Unlike other people who were doing things like arson and so forth, they were very peaceful and they actually we had what they want and we support that. I think I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a millennial, but we are in this together, all of us. Now, I think going forward, we need to have a structured way of getting our demands from government. And as many of you are people who are in this have said, we need to have leaders. Meaning, today we have issues which we are raising, but if we don't structure them, and if we don't have people who will represent us with these issues that we need to have discussion with the government, then what happens? For how long are we going to have this demonstration? For how long are we going to move forward? And what will we get out of that? So, please, I think as I can see, and I've been following this thing from the beginning, you people, I think, already have leaders. People like Kimuzi, I can see, Korir, the People's Watchman, Hanifa, Kanairo. These guys were pushing this thing, and they are not politicians, they are Gen Zs, they are just guys who want to help their people and this country to move forward. And I think if we have such kind of individuals as leaders, we add eminent people like the Honorable Willie Mutunga. Look at that man's life and what he has been doing for this country, how he has been agitating since time immemorial, being arrested, actually running away from the country, and so forth. We need those kind of people to be with these leaders that maybe I am mentioning. And we have a structured way of solving these menace and problem. The second thing, we cannot, all of us, be talking directly to State House or so forth only. This thing is way down all the way to the villages. Na popote Kenya yote, there are some cultures that we need to stop. Number one, when someone dies in this republic today, politicians are invited. People are grieving. Although mostly I'm from Marsabit district, we don't have those kind of behaviors, and mostly in northern Kenya. Like, kama ni matanga, watu wanakuja matanga, wanaombeleza, na watu wanaenda nyumbani. Hatuwezi kubali politician akuje, yani your own father or mother has passed away. You are grieving. You want to bury them. And you have a politician coming, attacking other people or other politician. I don't know, ODM is this and that, UDA is this and that. We need to stop this bullshit. It can't continue like this. Please, kama mtu wako amekufa and a politician comes, yeah, let him say what they know about that person, waombeleze na waende nyumbani. Lakini msikubali politician apate hiyo platform ya kutusi politician mwingine ama kuambia uongo tena. We need to stop that. The second thing, I'm a Muslim, yes. You know, there's this mystical aspect of religion that we need to understand as Kenyans. In the early 90s, we had issue in the Islamic religion itself. There were issues of people hawaombi wao wenyewe Mwenyezi Mungu. Wanafanya nini? Walikuwa mtu ni lazima amuendee sheikh ama mtu mwingine aambie amuombee. But when you look at the Christian scripture, whether it's the New or the Old Testament, you look at the Quran, God never said you need to pray to me through a human being or someone else. No. Mungu ni Mungu wako. We piga magoti ndani ya sitting room yako uombe. This shenanigan of people going to churches, giving out money, at times I even feel like crying. You know, a pastor abusing his congregants, they are sitting in front of him and he is telling them, nyinyi wajinga munaniletea mashilingi hiyo sitaki, mimi nataka sijui elfu ngapi. I want people who can give me 200,000. I pray for them. Let's not lie to each other. It's 2024. Our main problem emanates from these churches and some of these also mosques. We have a lot of problems. There's corruption everywhere. Even in the mosque, we have corruptions. We have people who are actually calling themselves mosque committee, taking 200, 300,000 a month, while the imam himself is earning less than 30,000 shilling or 20,000 shilling. This fraud is everywhere. The church must come out with a strong voice and they must desist from this, and they should stop inviting politicians to the pulpits. Please, just stop. How on earth, even our Catholic Church, such a very old institution, why do we have a politician coming, abusing other politicians, lying to people, washing their dirty linen up there? Why? Watu walikuja kuomba Mwenyezi Mungu. Wacha watu waombe Mwenyezi Mungu na politician wafanye uchafu yao huko nje. Thirdly, or just on that, I was looking at Kisumu somewhere where actually, what was this lawyer's name, the senator of Kisumu? You know the guy, his mom passed away. Alikuwa anaombeleza. From nowhere, I don't know, they invited Sifuna. And what that guy did there, and the way he talked, mind you, it's mind-boggling. People have to have discipline. When someone is grieving and someone's mother have died, basically the man can see the corpse of his mom in front of him, and you are here castigating him, you know, like kuchochea watu, sujui matusi, manini. What kind of a country are we building here? Let me leave that there. The third aspect now. Wacha niwavalishe lens ya security now. Was it on Tuesday? That demonstration was very, very dangerous. And from where I sit, when I was looking at the events unfolding, and when I wear that aspect of security, which is my specialization, you will find that actually we almost tipped this country. Because I was trying to create a scenario. And please, when I'm talking about this thing, I'm not just saying it for the sake of it. I'm saying this from knowing this thing, having done research, reading a lot of literature, having looked at many countries in the world. Kenya is the most beautiful country in the world. Like, this is the most beautiful place in the world, I can tell you this. I travel a lot. This is the best country in the world. We cannot tip it. What do I mean by that? I don't mean people should stop demonstrating. We have the right to name the threat. All we are asking is the police to stop the violence. But again, we have to be very, very careful. Because let me give you a scenario. Tuesday, Parliament was overrun. Yeah? Let's just create another scenario. People said, let's go to State House. And people occupy, enter there. You don't have a president. The government have been overthrown. Anarchy reigns. And then now, let me give you the bits down here. You know what that entails? It means in 48 hours or 24 hours, people are vandalizing electricity. And I'm not saying it is the Gen Zs. Among us, we have arsonists, we have robbers, we have people with other agendas, we have politicians who wants to actually score a point and settle issues with each other. We have hooligans. We have all kind of people. It means in 48 hours, if we people were to overrun that State House, and let's say a revolution, a coup happens, no leader, nothing is structured, and the worst comes to worst, yeah? It means in 48 hours, there's no electricity in the whole of Kenya. In 48 hours, we don't have water. In 48 hours, there's no policeman or even a military personnel. Everyone goes to his home. Now, what it starts is actually the looting, the robbing, the killing, the raping, and everything is, just like that. Now we have people we can talk to. But when such things happen, look at Somalia. In 1991, people overran the State House. What was next? Up to today, they have never recovered. Look at South Sudan. Actually, when the sort of coup was happening, I was there. Look what happened. Up to today, those people, they can't recover from that. Look at Sudan today. It just started with people like us on the street demanding things from al-Bashir. It led to a coup. It led to another thing. Currently, as we speak, the city of Khartoum doesn't have electricity, no water, no jobs, no nothing. People are being killed in their bedrooms. Girls are being raped on the streets. Please, we have, and God has blessed us with the most beautiful country in the whole world. Let us protect our motherland. Kenya ni yetu, sisi sote ni yetu. Na lazima tuilinde. Lazima tuilinde. Na yetu yote. Coming back, everyone comes from a certain constituency or a county. I am in the development space. I'm a real estate developer. In fact, I'm the Secretary General of Nairobi Property Developers. Let me just give you a breakdown, a data which I have collected, a research which I did. In Isli, that is one state. In Isli, the Nairobi Water and Sewerage collects 65 million Kenya shilling every single month. That is 700 and something million a year, right? What they are doing there currently is there is no water supply in Isli as we speak. For the past 1 week, there was no one drop of water. You know what they have done? Look at the company's name. It's called Nairobi Water and Sewerage. What does that entail? They want to charge us water on one side and then sewer on the other side. What are they doing? They come with a meter, they plug there, and they tell you, we are not giving you water, yes, but you have used our sewer line. Just imagine, no a drop of water. And it's being controlled by only one lady. The only time she will release water, she needs to have around 250,000 or 300,000. Lazima aongwe. Imagine, just imagine. Actually, in this space, if we have a very good lawyer, and I think this is the trajectory that we need to take. This is the route we need to take. We have a very huge problem in this country which needs to be solved. You know? We are going to the court, actually. What we want to do is actually, we want to stop paying completely for that sewer. If you want us to charge us, give us water so that we pay you. Otherwise, we are not giving you. And this we have done before. In Isli, we have something called EDBA, Isli Business Association. During Kidera's time, what we did was actually, because of the dirt that were not being collected, garbage in Isli, roads were pathetic. Nothing was being done. What we decided was, as business people, we are not paying permits. And we went to court. And guess what? We won. The city council of Nairobi could not come to Isli and collect a penny from any shop for permits. Because as I speak today, in Isli we have 45,000 shops. And each shop a year pays 12,000 Kenya shilling. We have sewer overflowing everywhere. We have a two-way road which is being covered, like half of it has been, like you have, like chafu imejaa kiasi, a two-way road inakuwa sasa one lane only. There's no more two lanes. So these kind of issues are the things which we need to start from the grassroots and start stopping them. As a developer, my members always tell me, and it's true, it even happens to me. If you go to the city council of Nairobi and today you want to put up a building, and I want government people are here and they are listening. People from the county, they know themselves, they are listening. Imagine tunalipa hongo ya between 2 million to 3 million Kenya shilling just to get an approval. Imagine, and it's by force. If you don't give them that money, first of all, your approval, you will wait for it for like 1.5 years. Secondly, they will give you like 2 floors. Instead of maybe 15 or 18 or 20 floors, they will tell you now that you don't want to pay, you can build, this is the approval, but we will just give you 3 floors. All right. Now, where were we supposed to write? Like, we have data of these people who are collecting money. We have M-Pesas, our members have M-Pesas, and everything, we have the evidence. Now, the tricky aspect is this. Where are we supposed to run to? That is the Anti-Corruption Commission, right? You know, ni kama tumedinywa hapo. If you go to those people and share with them these things, you know what happens? They go to them, maybe they were lying to them, they are collecting from us 500, 600,000. Instead now, yeah, I'll wrap up, let me just finish. Instead of now these people apprehending these people just like the way they do to traffic police officers, what happens is actually they even go to them, liaise with them and tell them, sasa ni aje, si mnakula hapa 3M kwa kila project. It is this number of projects. Now what we want is this. So, what we have decided is actually as an organization ourselves, going forward, any problem we have, whether it is with county or national government, if they cannot solve our problem, we are going to the courts. So all I'm asking for, please, is please, let us protect our country. Let us correct the mistakes we are having, but please, thank you very much.
Thank you. We just need to keep at the periphery of our minds, Komba. It's not that we want Kenya to disintegrate or we do not value Kenya. It's exactly the opposite. The reason why we're doing all this is because We love Kenya too much to see people take it for a ride. We have the capacity to build more than where we stand at the moment, and that's what we call is accountability. Sorry, yeah, Mambata. Or... All right, Boni Gashoka, are you there? All right, Boni's not here. I saw Mambatasta.
Hello, is there anyone around?
Sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
Nimecheki mic iko on, sikujua kama niko live.
Nani Boni?
Hapana. Wageni. Lakini jina ni Robin.
Okay, go on.
Kuna vitu zinarudiwa na nitarudia tena. Shida yetu kubwa Kenya ikikuwa defined boiled down to its root cause ni kitu inaitwa elite capture. The elites ukishaingia kama sasa umecheki Kadem kameingia parliament within 2 days kasha kuwa indoctrinated into the elite mindset, ni msharushwa huko. Hiyo elite capture ndio inatusumbua, and these elites have their roots going back all the way paka hata Buckingham Palace. As in, hata ungecheki time ya elections, wase wote, sio Raila, sio Ruto, sio wote walitroop to Buckingham Palace. Waende wakwe blessed, waende wapewe sijui nini walipewa ndo warudi nao kutumiza nayo. Which means the colonial mindset, ile mindset ya wale walikuwa wanaitwa home guards, it's the same mindset we have with all these people who have gone into politics and have been indoctrinated into that mindset. Na ukiangalia vizuri, by the way, 90% of these people are the scions of the chiefs that walikuwa ndo kama ma-DO ama ma-chief in charge of those home guards. So they were the head home guards, na ndio hawa wamekuja, and now they are abusing the police and military to run their home guard. I was going to say home guard guidedness, lakini sijui kama iko kwa kizungu hiyo, but ndio hiyo. So until now that we have identified this problem and considering the tools that are in our disposal, hii issue ya kusema ati tukue na leaders will drop us right into hiyo cabal ya elite mindedness, and then we become co-opted and the rest of the Kenyans suffer. Instead, wacha tutumie technology. Technology cannot be iwezi hongwa, iwezi change your mind, unajua, like, and uzuri, all the technologies that we need are there available right now. You want an immutable database, a database that cannot be changed towards the future, kuna blockchain. Programmers kibao wezi maliza. You are fearing for your life. We can create so many tools online that enable people to post data, because at the end of the day, kitu inashindaga our elites, kitu they can't fight with is the truth. If we have ways and means of disseminating getting the truth to everyone in a way that they cannot, hawana njia. Unajua, like right now, I'm sure they have really, hata juzi walijaribu kuzima internet. Nikaangalia nikachaka tu. Unajua, because they thought it is an option, but apparently it isn't. because hata wao they need it in order to communicate with their masters. So we'll ride along with them, but make sure they are fully exposed, because as I was taught by my Seventh-day Adventist mother, is shame the devil and he will flee. So if we can create the tools to shame the devil that is this neo-colonial home guard, the devil that is this politician that believes that the rest of us are stupid, the rest of us are supposed to be slaves, tuuzwe, wanatufanya kama sijui hata nini, kama takataka fulani, itumike, we be taxed, tax die, wengine watakuja pia walikuwa tax die, hivyo we expose. For example, kama sahi juzi His Excellency the President ameongea kuhusu ati we have given 10 licenses to watu wa kutengeneza sijui industries. Watu gani? Kwani hao wa Kenya wote ambao wameenda nje, wako diaspora, wameshindwa kukuja? Like right now, if we had let's say a steel manufacturing plant to be put up in, let's say, Isiolo or wherever, and then we had a structure that allows Kenyans to buy into this. Anyone who has a memory anakumbuka Kengen, ilikuwa ni Kengen wakati ilikuwa floated, ilibaiwa pap ikaisha. Sisi vijana tu, sisi hapa wameleta, kuna factory nafaa. Imagine the joy of working in an entity that you also own. For me, that is what will be my dream of being Kenyan, where we also own our means of production. Sio ile ya kwamba sasa ati tutegemee loan ya mzungu, ambao ukifikiria vizuri, it's just a form of reverse slavery. But now the slaver is in an office, air-conditioned office somewhere in New York, City of London, or wherever, controlling you via a loan. Then we have politicians who can't think about it that way. Wanataka tena watuongeze loan zingine, and because they are lazy, instead of thinking of ways of raising capital from us in a way that will build us, wanataka watuongeze taxes, because they know taxes, hakuna njia sisi tunaweza kuwa force wa kuwa accountable. You know, taxes are the lazy way, because they know with taxes accountability is minimal. How do you follow hii tax ilitumika aje? But if your money is put into an entity, na hii entity ikakuwa competitively run, it's very easy to know hii entity iliuza chuma, ama iliuza mikate, ama iliuza whatever it is, na mkafollow, na ikalipa taxes, na ikafanya nini, unajua. So anyway, I don't know, maybe naongea mambo it makes sense, but ni ile uchungu tu tuko nao na hii nchi yetu. Naamkaga asubuhi, unaangalia vile watu wanafanya, unachoka. The mentality that is encapsulated in our politicians, led by Ruto, must go, must leave our country. Nashukuru sana.
Thank you. Gideon Koech. Gideon Koech ko. Gideon's not ready. We'll have Nabat Walucho. Oh, Nabat's not there. Davey. David, can you hear us?
Hello. Hey.
Yeah. Yeah, go
Good
for it.
morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. I've waited for a long time, but thank you for the space. I'm a possessed criminal, as we've been called, and I'd like to share a few of my views. So I'll try to keep my remarks within 5 minutes, and I kindly request the host to consider setting a time limit for speakers to allow more voices to be heard.
And we are almost signing out. I wanted to tell people because you have been on for 15 hours, kindly. Or I'll leave Elvis to co-host. Maybe that will help.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kimunzi. You've really been. I went to sleep, woke up, you're still here since Jana. Pole sana for that. We're peaceful protesters, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens, and it's a right to gather and speak out. We're here to forge a future for all of us, including those not here yet. Unfortunately, the Kenya Kwanza government has compromised our peaceful process by sending goons to disrupt our peaceful gatherings. They're using every tactic to divide and rule us. The president's second speech achieved part of this divisive goal, and the purported Gen Z leaders are furthering this division. But we must remember our goal and maintain our focus. Let us not allow old colonial era tricks to undermine our unity. I have seen the 7 Days of Justice initiative. There's a post going around. There was also another one that came about. I think it was that should have been the one of the ways to divide us. A different one. 7 Days still came out almost after this other post, the first one. And it was talking something about IMBF. I don't know what. It was a bit confusing, but I'm seeing it died out. People knew that that's a fake one. I believe the initiative is a good one. It will be effective, particularly sitting during protest will distinguish us from those who want to loot and cause problems. The approach was successful in 1986, and there are many other historical examples you can draw from. Let me share a story from the People's Power Revolution in 1986 in the Philippines. During the revolution, millions of Filipinos gathered on Epifanio Avenue, I think it's called that, sitting peacefully in protest against the dictatorship of Marcos. Their act of sitting, holding flowers and rosaries and singing together distinguished them from those who wanted to incite violence. This peaceful approach won the international support and ultimately led to the fall of Marcos' regime. This is a powerful example of how non-violent resistance can bring about significant change. Going forward, we must acknowledge that we have no central leaders. I think that has been set clear. Let us research on the blockchain method. I think there's a speaker yesterday called Arnold who gave us who talked about it in length, and I think also has a space today at 5 to talk more about it. The blockchain method, or to decentralize our movement, a collective blueprint with input from all, will help us move forward together. We can look at how decentralized organizations work, like autonomous, operate in that way. Use blockchain technology. I don't know so much about it, but I've read about it to make decisions collectively without a central authority who can be compromised. Each member has a voice, and decisions are made through transparent and secure voting mechanisms. This model could empower our movement by ensuring everyone's input is valued and preventing any single entity from dominating. We need a Kenya that is for all of us, not just a privileged few. Thank you so much for the minutes. Good day.
All right. Kimuzi, you've just got Beniga Soccer, who's been up. I think I gave him the mic, but I didn't add him as a speaker. Bonnie, are you there? Anyway, okay. As Kimuzi alikuwa amesema kwamba we might be signing out soon. I think all of us need to collectively come to a central agreement. We have already a roster that's come out for this coming week. We need to stay focused. Let us not lose the plot. Let us not lose the focus. Kwa sababu this thing is bigger than us as individuals. We really want to pass the message strongly, and fellow criminals, as the president has referred to us as criminals, just know that at the moment our leader is Jacob Juma. Kama kuna mtu akona maswali aenda amuulize, but at the moment we do not have any central body or group of people trying to lead us. Those who came out the other day, ama ni jana niliona kuna swali tokea, when they all work for the politicians who are currently in office. Mwingine ni SecGen wa the folded up ANC, mwingine sijui ni nani wa Ruto, sijui youth affairs or UDA or something. Those are not our leaders. So I think that message is very clear. We do not need to repeat it again. That was my last address. Thank you so much for having me on, Kimuzi. Keep going on with your consistency, and yeah, we're in support. Are you there, Kimuzi?
Yeah, I'm here. Shanky has spoken?
Bado haven't spoken.
Unaweza ongea?
Wale. So,
Shanky, just a little bit. Shanky, then Mumbi, because hakuna lady ameongea. So Shanky, then Mumbi.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So first nilikuwa nataka kusema nilikuwa natafuta someone mwenye anaweza tusaidia kupata the list of everyone who died during the protest. Na feel our shujaas na we haven't focused so much on them. Tunafaa tukuwe na list ya kila mtu. Nilikuwa naongea na Hanifa na aliniambia ati from data yenye alikuwa ametoa KNH ilikuwa around 29 people died. But sasa hatuna hizo majina, na aliniambia ati saizi yako overwhelmed, and the only person who can help her get hizi majina ni a medic. So sijui vile tutafanya ndio tupate hizi majina. Na feel hizi majina ni important kwa kosi yetu, na tunafaa hata tuzidi document. Na hiyo on Tuesday was 25th. Hiyo 25th hata tuki commemorate like yearly.
Shanky, I had decided nitatafuta hizo majina zote. I had asked Khalifa wenye wameumia na wenye walipass away, my condolences. Then we might print their pictures on banners, and during the peaceful protest tunaweza match na, because kuna mtu alikuwa ameamulia atafund to print some banners. Then we shall know. By now we know almost 18, which is very known, but there are many. So by Monday maybe tutakuwa na majina zote. We would have compiled an Excel list.
Nice. Also, sisi kama watu wenye tuko kwa space na people who value this course, we should find some time tunawatembelea watu wenye wako KNH na Nairobi West, like treat kama one of us wenye walijitolea kukuwa injured, ndio tupate win yenye tulipata. Something else nilikuwa naona hiyo video ya how people invaded Parliament, and I realize like our to like wako siati like sisi ongea on the timeline siku fulani on I think Wednesday, tulikuwa like na feel kama some of us tulikuwa tunaongea on a point of privilege ama fear.
But niliona pia sijaona courage kayo. I'm still looking at those videos actually.
Imagine saa watu ukifikiria vile sisi tulikuwa tunaongea on Wednesday, unawezaona ni kama si tulikuwa tunaongea from a point of fear ama tunasema people will be hurt, but hiyo video inaonyesha hawa watu si ati wako wanajua watakuwa hurt, walikuwa wanaona watu wamekufa already watu wamekufa already, people have been shot dead, kuna watu wenye wako mbele, like hawa watu walikuwa wameamua afadhali si tudedi but tupate freedom. Na ule jamaa, kuna umse mwenye watu walikuwa wanasema amekufa, he was part of the 3 guys who were shot, yeye alishutiwa kwa chest. Umse alimake tena another video akasema mi bado ndatokea, wezi chukua shamba yangu. Unaona like your sign, hawa si wako ready to die, si ati wajui the risks. Watu wanajua the risks, wanajua if we go there we can die, but wamejitolea afadhali tukufe, but na afadhali tukufe but Ruto must go, finance bill lazima ianguke. So saizi na feel vile tuko tu hivi, hatuna a central leader, like a central form of leadership ina work to for us. Kila mtu anajua nini nimempeleka, kila mtu anajua nini anataka, na na feel kama tungekuwa na central point of leadership hatungekuwa tumeachieve as much. Saizi, as someone said yesterday,
Shanky, thank you. So nataka ku wrap up because nataka Mumbi aongee.
Hata nimalize tu,
then I wrap up.
Okay. So na feel tungekuwa na central point of leadership hatungekuwa tumeachieve this much. Saizi kinye tunafaa tuongeleleni kila wiki tukihave a space, tuna come up with a list of things we will be doing. Na saizi our main focus should be kulima hawa ma MPs juu power ya Ruto ni kwa hawa ma MPs juu ndo wanamsaidia kupass laws, hizi ma bills, kuamend mavitu. So ndo tunafaa tuwalime, like tunafaa wajue they are living in fear for not listening to the people. Na tukifanya hivyo mambo tu itakuwa smart. So hao ma MPs hizi ndo tunafaa tuwashike na IBC, story ya IBC, kuforce Ruto for IBC na ma MPs. Na watu wamejam Kenya mzima, hata huku home Nax watu wamejam, wanataka kwenda mpaka kwa ma MP, kila mahali watu wamejam na ma MPs. So tusilegeze. Sawa, thank you.
Okay, Mumbi, then Mumbi talk, then Shiko, then Elvis. We close with Elvis, kindly, please. Mumbi.
Hi, can I talk?
Yeah, you can talk.
Mine is to say thank you for the space, and also my deepest condolences to those people who have died and to their families. For me, I think we are doing the best thing for not having a central leadership, because these people cannot compromise one of us or those leaders. So the best thing is we continue with this technology, use space. If he wants to talk to us, he can come through the space. We hear what he has to say, we give him our sentiments. And also, from the motion today, what next is the fact that we need to keep this member of parliament to toes. Every bill we check, we need civic education. We need to teach even our parents who are very gullible, you know. We even teach each other. If it's translating things into vernacular, it is good. Because, for instance, there's this thing, and I don't know why people are quiet about it. Ruto signed something with Bill Gates about this digital birth identification, where he will put, you know, young children who have been born, the young people, is in a chip, so that, you know, this is something that is coming from Bill Gates. These fertilizers, this guy has an agenda, and he has sold us to those people. So we need to keep them on toes. Anything or any move they do, we are there to go after them. We are, you know, we need to be activists mtu akwe activist kivyake, you make sure you read the law, you read these bills, you know everything, so that you can keep them on to toes. We also need to, even at work, we are done appraisals. We need to do them appraisals. Tunatengeneza, if you have technology, you send them, umefanya tangu ingie, what have you done? Then we do a business scorecard upon them. Ndio tujue kama wafanyi kazi, they ship out or they go. That's what I wanted to say. We need to have the civic education. We need to continue being vigilant. We need to continue putting them to their toes. Hata gari zenye wana drive, unauliza mtu, hizi pesa umetoa wapi? Umenunua gari ya 80 million, umetoa wapi? And you've just been a member of parliament for 1.5 years. We need to put them to their toes, and always tukue kwa hiyo parliament website. Yeah, that's what I have to say.
Thank you so much. Elvis, then Shiko ufungie. Ama Elvis umeongea? Elvis?
Bado sijaongea, ndo nataka
ongea, then Shiko afungie.
Okay, thank you so much. My name, as you must have seen, I'm Elvis Asaya. Kitu nataka kusema, our theme today is Ruto must go, or rather, what next? Number one, what I think we should do next is to ensure, kwa sababu we must have had our friends, our learned friends saying that whatever Ruto said on is it Tuesday, on Wednesday, or that he has now rejected the bill. Our learned friends are saying that whatever he said is not lawful, and that bill ni kama bado iko. So what we need to do, number one, I think, is to ensure that whatever is said is lawful and that this bill is not in existence. Number two, the thing that I also think we need to lay focus on is that thing of leadership structure. We do not need to have a centralized kind of leadership. The way we are operating right now is what is giving us power. The facelessness of this organization is what is where we draw our power from. So number three, when we shall have come up with all the grievances, we should be asking ourselves, how are we going to air these grievances to the parliament and to the president? I'm thinking the best way to air these grievances is by staging a 1 million march, either to the parliament or to the state house, to ensure that our grievances have been heard. Now, this we have been working. Gen Zs and millennials have been working. We have been going to the streets. Our voices have been heard. Then you must have you must now ask yourself, how can 1 million people give the grievances to the president? I'm thinking the only way we can give these grievances is the leadership structure that we already have here in Twitter. The defunct leadership, I will call it the defunct leadership structure, where we have people like Kimuzi, people like Hanifa, people like Boniface Mwangi, people like them are the ones who should be airing out these grievances, but in the company of these 1 million people, so that we ensure our facelessness, our genuinity, our purity, and the good intentions that we have for our country are not compromised. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. Shiko, kindly wind up.
Okay, thank you, Kimuzi. I know you need to rest. I think one is to congratulate all the Kenyans for the goodwill they've shown, for the love of their country they've shown. Hata tukiitwa terrorists, tukiitwa treasoners, criminals, whatever they call us, we've shown it's working. Congratulations again for literally having this government think that the military is the solution. I don't know, there's someone. Shanky, please mute, nothing, lady. The echo is loud. Yeah, so it's amazing that we've made this government literally reset. I know they're confused. Making your MP sleep in a hotel is an achievement, by the way. These people cannot go back home because they're scared. And someone just said it's important to have them scared so that they can move and work and make our taxes work. I think that is a good thing, and I applaud all of you for doing this. That there's this conversation about leadership that is literally slowing us down. It needs to stop. We must stick to the goal and look at the goal. If the presidents want to know what Kenyans are saying, the writing is on the wall. Akikuja hapa Twitter, atapata hiyo feedback yote. Sometimes we need to understand that the way our politics work is very simple. I've heard someone talking about those good people we took into parliament and now they turned against us. No, they did not turn against us. I always say our politics is a manhole of sewage or sewer. If you pour one clean jar of water, the end result will not be clean water. We must have an overhaul of the whole system, and that is the agenda. We also must not be blinded to keep making noise and not focus on the accountability bit, because someone said the finance bill gave birth to the accountability and transparency we require from this government. We must push until we see the end of it. And why am I saying this? They are still passing other bills chini ya maji. We must stay aware that there are so many deals, there are so many conversations they're having. I'm told the National Government Administration Amendment Bill 2023 has passed. So we must have a conversation on how they're looking at bringing these CASs in and how legal this is. So it's time we also put in a petition in court. So all around, we have everything. And the lucky bit about this movement is that it's made up of people who belong to different professions. I've seen people make websites. I'm seeing people utilize AI. We are also seeing lawyers and medics part of this. We must all consolidate this effort to make sure from one end to the other, everything is complete. I want to stop there, Kimuzi, so that you go rest. But we are together, Amandla. We keep going and going and going, and we will not stop. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Kuna watu wamekaa hata 15 hours na mimi. It's been a very educative space. I recorded it. If someone wants to go through it, you can just click the link and you can listen to it. Have a nice day again. Thank you everyone.
I just put myself outside. Thanks. So saying itafika siku an MP is supposed to be paid 50,000, you will see how many people will run for that office. They always go because of the money. Politics is such a dirty game that once you enter, you get manipulated. You become so corrupt that you forget. I don't watch news, but today, lazima niangalie what is going on. This government has turned a body into an activist, and it's not supposed to be like that. I cleared university in 2020. Up to now, I'm still hustling for a job because there are no jobs. And as a lady, unless you want a job, you actually have to offer yourself, which some people have dignity. These people are misusing their offices, and it's time at okay, like Ruto must go. That is the message you're passing across. Don't come and tell us, don't march to the parliament. We don't march to State House, sorry. We didn't go to State House. But okay, those people that died in Rongai, died in Githurai, were they in State House? No. They are literally trying to kill us to silence. They are literally trying to silence the media so that the world does not know what is going on. For him to sign that agreement, the one for African countries, to make him immune to ICC, this man came prepared. Alikuwa anajua, I'm here to finish Kenyans. And if you are not keen, Ruto can decide to extend presidency, that thing of 5 years. He can decide, like your president of Uganda, to say that I'm here and I'm here to stay, because that is where it is going. Not once has he shown remorse. Not once. Ni sisi Kenyans, we are contributing money up and down to pay the bills of those who were killed. Whose work is that? It's the government's work. They're supposed to cater for all these grieving mothers, all this grieving, like, God, we have come to a point that Kenya, the government works for their pockets. They don't work for us anymore. And we need to remove everybody. We are not here, mtu asiseme ati Raila is better. No, even that Raila, we don't want him. We want fresh brains that know we need to take Kenya where it is, to a first world country. We will be the first African country to be the world, like, destination. Venye watu wanatakanga kwenda US. You want to send Kenyans to Saudi Arabia, Dubai to work. Why can't you make those work opportunities available for Kenyans? Why can't you create more job opportunities? Tusiende kupeleka revenue nje. You are telling us that, oh, I'm trying to build relationships. For what? Make your country better for Kenyans not to want to leave. Because personally, I don't want to go outside my country. I am safer in my country. But you're now here advising us you want to be sending Kenyans. What is your problem? You have offices, your government is giving government contracts to politicians. Ikiwa meeting, wataipeleka Western Hotel. The money is going to Ruto's pocket. If they have something, who is feeding State House? Who is providing the food for State House? Sorry, the people that the government is giving contracts to.
Thank you. Asante sana, Perpetua. Really appreciate that.
Jelani,
Yes?
I don't think she has finished.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why she muted. I can't hear her, so I thought
I
was
didn't
sorry,
mute.
sorry.
Yeah, personally, I stay. Let me tell you guys a backup story for you to see. Ruto is giving chest to family members. The apartment I used to stay is for an in-law of Ruto. To a point, we got arrested for nothing. And when the police in Kitengela saw, okay, these people don't have a problem, they got an order from State House not to release us. And in Kenya, you have free bond. Like, you can actually say, okay, nipeni bond, I'll go to court. We were not given that option because rules from State House were to see achiliwe. That means you're giving your family chest to oppress Kenyans. This man is not even after making himself rich. He literally wants to sit on Kenyans. Na anaweza, like, he can decide to make presidency hereditary. Akimaliza ni mtoto wake. This man has to go, and that's what we are saying. We can change the constitution. If a politician does not do what he's supposed to do, you come out of office. You stand there, insult us, call us online workers. Do you think we are not innovative or what? You guys are not giving us the chance. You're allocating money for useless offices, but the youth fund money, how much is it? And youth are the ones who are supposed to build this country. Mtu anafa akimaliza campus, the government will give you like 100,000, go and start your business in 1 year. Tuambie hiyo 100,000 imeenda wapi? But no, we are out here. Mtu anaenda US, anaenda wapi? Akiamka ajisikie, okay, let me go to Dubai. You want to compare us to a country that their government is working? It does not make sense. Honestly, it does not make sense. And let nobody go outside and say, I speak for the Gen Z. Go outside and speak what is in your heart. Do not speak for everybody, because every single person here has what is bothering them. Every single person here has kenye inamuuma ndani kwa ndani. Usije ukaenda hapo nje ukaanza kuongea vitu zenye azikuhusu ati I speak for everybody. Who do you speak for? Speak for yourself. And if you're comfortable, if you're being paid, then shut up. If you don't have anything of value to tweet, it's not a must you tweet. Don't tell Kenyans don't come out. Because personally, I will still come out, and if they want, they can kill me and kill the person I'm carrying. Because like this, when I give birth, what else? They killed Linda Mama. They are making the basic needs of Kenyans ikuwe ni kama gold. To eat 3 meals, itakuwa ni kama a treasure. That's where they want to take Kenya. Thank you. I'm done because thank you very much. May God bless all of you. And
thank you. Just to add something, mnasikia poa?
Yeah.
I've been hearing on some issues, and I am very specific. There is some specific issues I've been picking up, like the one you have just put across, the one which Ruto anafuatilia vitu ndogo ndogo. There is a lady who said she even goes for the small hii vitu za makura ndogo ndogo, anaendea hadi hizo, like he is going there is this contract he went to sign. He was in South Korea some few days ago. I know the lady she was with the daughter of the friend of Ruto. Ukienda kuangalia mwenye ana renovate NSPC yenye iko Pension Towers, it's Ruto's friend. Like Ruto is a deal maker, he's not a leader. There is a difference between a deal maker and a leader. Deal maker can sell it to the highest bidder, and that's why he's selling us to the whites. He's selling us to the US, selling us to Europe. He's selling us to UAE by giving out carbon credits to this company called Blue Carbon in UAE. And there is somebody who talked about incompetence. Yeye ni walimu wanafunza vitu za AI and hawaelewi vitu za AI. They are so incompetent that they don't know AI. And some time back there is this when they were coming to talk about Galana Kulalo, I asked somebody who told me while I was here. I asked him what about Galana Kulalo and everything, and he was telling me how there are some very uninformed Kenyans. They were having a very serious meeting of about it was I think it was about soil engineering, and it was something about soil compression, or was it acidity or something. They were talking just about something, and the whole panel, they knew nothing about it. And he was so angry that how comes you are coming and you're wasting our time? You should be informed. And I was telling him, I'm so sorry. It's because of the incompetency, the lack of meritocracy in these ministries or anything.
Kimuzi, sorry. Let me cut you short. Kidogo tu before like nimaliza kabisa. Somebody please help me understand why when we are applying for US visa, we pay over 20,000. And when white people come to Kenya, honestly, we treat those guys as if they are gold. But in US, they apply Kenyan visa for 10,000. Is it 10 or 12? Like, why is Kenyan visa so cheap? But when you go to US, to get a US visa, you will pray over it. And when you get it, you'll do Thanksgiving. US visa is that rare. But Kenyans...
It doesn't make sense at all.
Yes, we are selling ourselves so cheaply. Unaenda US as a Kenyan, they will treat you as a third world country. Like, they will not give you respect. But when those foreigners come here, especially those white people, US people, they will come here, we will treat them with so much respect. Our visa is so cheap, but when it comes to their own visa, it takes 2 weeks. More than 2 weeks.
Okay, as you wind up on this, even when you want to start a business in these countries, you must have so much, like you cannot just start a business. Many people doesn't know that. Thank you so much.
Okay,
yeah. Wakili can speak, then Daniel.
Thank you so much, Kimuzi. Thanks, Jelani, and thanks to everyone who is still awake listening to the space. It shows the zeal and the desire to have a beautiful and a better country. Allow me first to offer my message of condolence to the family, friends and relatives of guys who've lost their lives during the recent demonstrations, and also a message of quick recovery to those who have either been hurt, who've been shot, and are currently admitted in various medical facilities. So to begin with, I think we need to have a conversation on, and I like the conversation we're having of what next after. First and foremost, I would want to report a very unfortunate and sad situation that we do not have a country. Whatever we have is a collection or an assembly of dealers. I have reliable information that as we speak, the leader of majority, Kimani Chungwa, is hunting for a 200 million property. He's told those who care to listen, his close associates, that he has some 200 million that he wants to use to buy a property. A majority leader whose salary probably is maybe a maximum of 1.5 million. He's only been in that position for 2 years. You ask yourself, even if you are saving everything as a salary, that is not even enough to raise 200 million. We have cases of very junior officers who are working in state house, who are buying properties left, right, and center. People buying vehicle worth millions. Recently, somebody did a wedding costing about 20 million, gifted the wife 20 million car, bought a 40 million vehicle, and they are just some junior officers in state house. So it basically means our country is literally being taken to the dogs. And we as young people, as Generation Z, it is good that we've taken up the mantle to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Because if we are not careful, a few years from today, we will not have a country. Now, one of the proposals that I would want to make is corruption has to be fought. Even as we insist Ruto must go, if he, by any chance, he survives this pressure, one of the things that we must insist on is that corruption has to be fought. And some of the people in his government must be able to be axed and must face the wrath. People like Mideka Linturi are not fit to hold any leadership position. It's unfortunate that a few weeks back, Ruto himself, marshaled MPs to save Mideka Linturi, even after it was evident that he had sold fake fertilizer to farmers. That was a show of middle finger to Kenyans. That Mtadu, it was just a Mtadu mentality, where we do wrong. And this issue began when he constituted his cabinet. A cabinet made up of thugs, drug dealers, wash people who have cases. But what did they do? One after another, everybody's case was being sanitized. Today, so-and-so has their corruption case dropped. Tomorrow, so-and-so corruption case dropped. Yet, he is here telling us that, we must live within our means. I am fighting corruption. It is not just enough to mention it. The conversation next will be, he has to show it, both by intent and purpose. We have to feel that he, as Ruto, if he survives this, that is fighting corruption. Secondly, our doctors have to be paid because healthcare is very important. We are not going to live in a country where systems do not work. Ruto will not be a president who came into office and found systems working, and today the systems in the same country are not working. Linda Mama has been scrapped. What has been scrapped? Today is talking of shift that will take 2.5% of people's salary for a health care that you're not even sure about. So the health system must work. And one of the irreducible minimums is our doctors have to be paid. And the intern doctors have to be employed as a matter of urgency. I know one of the things that they are going to hide behind is that because of the rejection of the finance bill, we cannot hire the doctors or post the intern doctors. And as Generation Z, we are going to tell them, these people have weathered 7 years in med school or 6 years in med school. They have woken up early, slept late. They worked so hard. they are qualified, they have to be posted. And that is the government has to prioritize that. We'd rather have MPs not paid their salaries or the executive not paid their salaries, but our doctors, intern doctors, have to be posted. So I guess as a way forward, that is one of the reducible minimums. And not only at 70,000 that he was proposing, where take home is 40K, no, they have to be posted at the amount that was in the CBA. And I think as Generation Z, this is a conversation that we can also, on the forefront, we can lead so that we have our health workforce, people who can come through for us. Whether when things are tough, we are sure that if we are short at the demonstration site, we are able to access proper health care. Secondly, I would want to propose that if we can have a team of Generation Z who can now sit and thoroughly look at the appropriation bill that has unfortunately been signed today, na signature ingine ina shout kiburi. The signature itself is not even humble. So Ruto must also be told that his signature is really a threat to us. He needs to have a signature that is a bit humble. So, but that is off the cuff. The appropriation bill that has been passed is forwarded to the Treasury to try and come up with measures on where they're going to save the 346 billion. Part of the thing we need to insist on is that the JSS teachers have to be employed on permanent and pensionable basis, irrespective. Let him scrap because one doctor has needed just 4 billion to post interns. That money can be gotten by scrapping the budget of the office of the first lady, the second lady, and the third lady, who is the spouse to the prime cabinet secretary, and the few other offices that are not even legally constituted. And then the JSS teachers are also to be confirmed on a permanent and pensionable basis. Let them have budget cuts, but those are areas that they should not joke around with. Because Ruto is very smart, is going to come and say that since the budget is not allowing, we are not going to employ the JSS teachers on permanent and pensionable basis. But those are young men and women. Those are people at the age of 25 to 30. There are people whose future is at stake. You cannot, for the third year running, you cannot keep paying them 17 or 12 or 15,000 or whatever amount it is. They have to be confirmed, and the government has to get money to pay them. So, when I look at it, then there has to be a team of people who will really query this budget and propose areas of budget cuts. Part of my proposal at our top level is one, the international travel, the budget of international travel needs to be completely scrapped. Let us have a country where we can develop our own country from within. Having people travel with no meaningful purpose should be a thing of the past. A case in point, recently there was a case involving Kenya, the railway, and I think the Kenya Railway, which was being done in London. There were a team of around 5 professionals who are the technocrats who were very key for that particular case. But lo and behold, how many people attended? About 70 people from Kenya attended, representing the government, including the CS Transport Murkomen himself. Murkomen used that time to go and watch Manchester United football match. So it just tells you the excesses in which the government treats its own people and treats its finances. So we want to demand of Ruto that the budget cuts, even as he proposes the budget cuts to the ministries and to anybody who cares to listen, there are irreducible areas that are not going to be touched. Another thing is the parastatals. Ruto's presidency has really duplicated roles and functions of officers. He has 22 ministers, cabinet secretary, I think 21 or 20. He has several people, appointment of cabinet level, people who sit in cabinet, who by law should not even sit in cabinet, including that guy called Malala, who just rides around with a flag and completely arrogantly says that we ask the appointing authority. He has a number of advisors who are also handling cabinet level salaries. He has several high-ranking officers in State House whose role and whose work we do not know to date. Like, who can tell me what is the role of Itumbi in State House? What is his rank? What is his title? Which office does he hold? But the guy is ever in State House and probably having hundreds of thousands or even probably millions. So these are the people who he has to come out clearly and either ask them to take a pay cut or do away with those officers. Then there is the office of the head of public service. This one that is headed by Kosgei that keeps employing people every time and again. Somebody's case is dropped today, and Kosgei has already appointed him an advisor in such and such nonsense position. So there are the individuals that must also be checked. Like I have information that Kosgei, the Hope's office, head of public service, has employed more than 200 people and earning crazy salaries. That is where wastage of government finances is done. So the budget cuts, as much as he proposes, we are going to help him and tell him that fine, you are proposing the budget cuts, but please, these are reducible minimum, even though we rejected the finance bill. And as I move to conclude, let us treat each other as Kenyans. Personally, I've had the privilege of not being in Nairobi, of exploring job opportunity outside the country. But Ruto should not take pride in telling people every now and again that he's creating jobs outside there when he was struggling to be a president of Kenya. I'm tempted to ask him to go and be the president in Saudi Arabia. We can even create for him a job and be the president in Germany so that he can also enjoy working abroad. Some of us are out of the country not because we like it, not because we desire it, but because there is just no opportunity. So we need to tell him in clear terms that it is not a joy. We do not enjoy working out of the country. We desire to work in our own country. We desire to develop our own country. So let him not brag and say that he's created jobs for people to be saloonists or to do some funny jobs in the East or people to do some jobs in the West. But let him create those job opportunities in Kenya. We desire a country that will create job opportunities for its citizens in the country. So let him tell us how many jobs is he creating in the country and not brag about jobs that are created elsewhere. Thank you so much, Kimuzi. And I still insist Ruto must go. And if he cannot go, then he must conform to the desires of this generation. He must act, and he must act very fast. Thank you.
Hello, can anybody hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, thank you for having this space and for everybody who is still up listening and contributing. I want to first of all send my condolences to the families of those who died in the process. And those who are in the hospital, we pray for their quick recovery so that they can join the rest of us. First of all, I want to acknowledge how far we have come.
Is there anyone to speak?
Yes, I'm speaking. Am I audible enough? Hello.
Someone else speaking. Cassie, just wait for Daniel to finish speaking.
As I was saying, I want first of all to acknowledge how far the mileage that we have come actually. See, this to me, it is not just about a matter of Generation Z alone. This is something that is involving every Kenyan, because had that finance bill passed the way it was, every Kenyan around the country will be feeling the effect and will be suffering a lot. See, we may not be able to fully appreciate what we have accomplished. We see there are so many people with biashara kidogo kidogo sana, and if you think about how much money they are making and then waongezwe tax, it will bring tears to your eyes. See, there are so many people unapatana now on the streets. Some wanauza njugu karanga, some they are selling eggs, some they are wako na ndoo wanauza melons, they are selling fruits, wanatembea nazo. Those are the millions of people who are around the country. Alafu you look you find somebody and you ask yourself, at the end of the day, how much profit is this person making really? Mwenye anauza njugu, mwenye anauza sweeties, mwenye anauza matunda, how much money is that person making at the end of the day? And then akuja ongezwe tax. Na hiyo pesa yenye anapata hapo ndio anapata kusomesha watoto wake, ndio anapata livelihood yake, ndio analipa rent, ndio anafanya everything. When taxes zinakuja zinaongezwa kwake, will this person be able to sustain the kind of lifestyle yenye ako nayo? See, what we do not know, ama we do not understand, is that there are so many people out here who are suffering from real depression because of how difficult life is. So whatever we have done so far is a huge achievement, and we should actually acknowledge that we have done something, and we should not stop there. We should just continue with the same momentum and ensure that we bring Kenya to a whole new trajectory where it is considering every Kenyan. There is somebody who has said that we need to hold the government accountable for the lives lost. And there was one speaker mwenye amesema kesho anaenda kukutana na MP wake. If we go back to our history, like last year kulikuwa kwa maandamano, how many people died during those maandamanos? How many people so far have you heard wameshikwa, they have been jailed because of those killings? How many billions of shillings have been stolen so far? How many people do you know out of wenye wameiba hizo mabilioni zote za pesa have been brought to book so far? See, if you are there and you are thinking that the current system will hold anybody accountable, then you are simply lying to yourself. Unless we change everything, everybody who is in government, we remove them all, we do a thorough cleanup, we bring in new people, that is when everybody will start being held accountable. Because right now they have mechanisms in place that ninajua ndo atafanya investigation. If I've stolen a billion Kenya shillings, for example, I give somebody 50 million hapa hivi, for example, nini aseme hakupata enough evidence or something, that case goes like that, and I've already benefited. But if we do away with everybody in government, we remove them all, even in EACC water, those who have been failing, we bring in new people. When tunajua that these people they are not compromised in any way, they'll be able to hold everybody who has been breaking the law, who has been stealing, accountable. But if we rely with the current system that is in place, I can guarantee you that nothing will happen until we change them. And about confronting that MP, that lady who was saying attend to confront that MP. If you look at my tweet, actually I've posted it about an hour ago. The MP for Nakuru West, Arama Samuel, last year Ali approved finance bill at 2023-2024. When Nakuru residents walienda kumuuliza mbona alipitisha, the guy simply took out his gun akaanza kuwave around akisema ata shoot people. Iko kwa nini yangu kwa Twitter yangu. So these people feel so entitled, and them shooting somebody is not a big deal. How many people do you know who are currently in government who have shot people? Some have died, some are still alive, and they are still continuing with life as usual. So if you think that these people really care about you that much, you are wrong. I hear some people saying that we need to have a conversation or a dialogue, I don't know, with the president, with who and who. And to me, I'm asking myself, why? You have already failed. You have already demonstrated you are a failure in every aspect. Whether it is in county government or in national government, everybody has failed. So why are we going to continue having a conversation with them? These people are our employees, and I want everybody to understand that. These people, we put them that, we give them those positions, those powers. They're there to work for us. And if they're not doing what they're supposed to do, we have the authority to remove them because they're not doing their work. So si ati tunaenda hapo kuwabembeleza ama kuwauliza au kulienda ukafanyika, you have failed. And because you have failed, we have to remove you. So the conversation that we should be having is, how do we remove these people? what do we need to do from here to ensure that everybody in this current government goes home. I have heard one of the speaker akisema we need to reconstitute the IBC. Kama ni kuweka pressure IBC ikuwe reconstituted, we can organize such that a certain group is applying pressure to ensure that IBC is being removed. Then in our own areas where we come from or where we vote, if you are in Nakuru and you are you in Nakuru East, for example, constituency, we organize how we are going to meet to ensure that the people in Nakuru, we are collecting all the signatures. If it's in Nakuru West, that team wamejipanga venye wana collect their signatures, they remove the current MPs when you are in place. Then we start having a dialogue, a conversation amongst ourselves. Now that we are removing this person, who is going to represent us going forward? If each region does the same, we are going to know that we are taking out this person and we have these other people who are going to represent us going forward. When it comes to the people at the top, that is when we come together in a forum like this. Tunasemaje, now we want national leaders. But regional leaders, we work within our region. We ensure that we select the people that we know have good motives. These people are not going to be compromised. They have the integrity is intact. And we ensure we are moving in the same direction. I've heard another speaker saying, talking about reducing of salaries. I'm 100% on board with that, because for years MPs wakishachaguliwa hivi, the first thing they do is ensuring that they bring a motion in parliament to increase their salaries, and they have been doing that. Those salaries needs to be reduced drastically. Kama mtu ataki anaona pesa ni kidogo kwake, asipatiwe position. The same case na CAS. See, this country, we have a lot of the problem, and I'll always stick to this. We don't have a problem with revenues. The problem we have is how we spend this money. How can we have ghost workers in counties? Atunaona audit report imetolewa, unaambiwa ati we have ghost workers in these counties. And I always ask myself, is there somebody in charge of that county? Do you do audit of staff in your county to know that I'm supposed to be having 100 staff and those are the people in the payroll, and you know each and every person? Because you cannot be saying that you're gonna ghost workers wenye wamekuwa kilipwa. Those are the loopholes they use to steal the money. To make matters worse, mpaka State House there are ghost workers. We saw the other day that TSC imelipa 466 million to dead teachers, and I always wonder, are there people in charge in these ministries, in these counties, in government that is supposed to ensure that public resources are not lost? Yes, they are there, but they have created loopholes of ways they are going to steal money, of how they are going to acquire public wealth. Ndio unaona mtu wako hapo hivyo anajenga, ananunua gari ya 30 million, ananunua gari ya 20 million, anafanya nini? Anaanza kujenga maflats, and you wonder how. Unaona, during campaign, these people are spending more money than they are going to make in their entire 5-year term, and you wonder how hii pesa inatoka wapi? It's our money. Wametafuta a way ya ku steal this money so that they can be able to do all these projects. Na wakati wa campaign wanaenda wanakupatia shilingi 200-300 because you are desperate. If you do not have a job, waambie aje nataka ukuje upige kelele mwendo divoteni kupatia shilingi 200-300, because you don't have that money and you don't have a way of getting that money, you simply accept. But if we remove all these loopholes, if we ensure that we are holding everybody accountable, kama ni kujenga barabara, we call those people, tunawaambia aje kama ni MP anataka kutengeneza barabara hapa hivi, all the contractors wenye wanaweza tengeneza barabara, they come and they give us quotation. Tukiona MP kama ni wakati wa creating the budget for whichever, kama ni accounting, tunasema kama ni barabara it is going to cost 10 million, we need 10 million, ama ni 5 million. Not mtu anaenda panasema aje the barabara it will cost 100 million, anapewa 100 million, but in actuality that barabara will only cost 10 or 20 million, the rest ana pocket. We cannot allow that, but it is up to us. We have to ensure that we come up with a mechanism of holding the government accountable. And by the way, we can do it. I was listening to another space mtu akisema ati tukienda kwa campaign they are going to do rigging, they are going to steal the elections and everything. Trust me, the current generation that is in place, the people who are currently leading this movement, if it is campaign during elections, we will ensure that no vote is stolen. Kama ni kufuatana na hiyo box ya nini, hiyo ballot box from polling station mpaka huko headquarters za IBC tutaenda nazo. Kama ni kutrack kwa system venye kura hazitaibiwa, we can do it. We have the knowledge, we have the know-how. We can be able to ensure that elections are conducted free and fair, and we elect people who are going to lead this country in the right direction. Hatutajipata in a situation where the people who are there at yani, and I wonder how we elect these people. Some people hata wana documents hawajasoma, they are illiterate, wameenda wakaforge makaratasi, and they're the ones who are leading us. We have to ensure that the people who we are going to put in government to lead us are people who know what they are doing. Si mtu hata English hajaiongea English, kwa parliament hajaiongea, na he's a member of parliament. Those are the people who are leading us over there. We have to be smart, and that is why ninasema we have an opportunity of changing this country for the better. If we come together and we continue with the same momentum, everybody who is currently there to mutoe, and we start doing lifestyle audit of these people, because they have stolen a lot of money that belongs to us through them ama through their relatives. Kuna venye wamejiorganize hapo hivyo, they have stolen a lot of money. Ndio naona mtu ananunua gari ya 30 million 20 million, anafanya all these things because they have stolen our money. If we conduct lifestyle audit for them, every cent in wameiba, we ensure they return it. Trust me, easy loans that tunaambia pevia, oh, we have a debt problem, we will be able to start to repay these loans without a worry, because we have the resources and we work within our means. Huwezi kuwa tuna ana 100 shillings unasema hadi unataka kuishi maisha ya 150. Ishi maisha yenye unaweza, mtu there's this Kiswahili saying, mtu ajikula mahali penye anafikia. However amount of revenue that we are collecting, let us work within that. If the loans needs to be restructured, the public debt, if the public debt needs to be restructured, iongezwe the time repayment duration, hata kama ni by another 10 or 15 or 20 years, so be it, so that the installment that we are repaying comes down, actually inateremka chini, which you can be able to, first of all, repay the loan, cater for recurrent expenditures, and be able to do developments. If that is the case, well and good. Si kila saa, oh, nimeenda kuomba pesa hapa hivi, tuko na madeni mingi, and then we have the head of state spending 18 billion in less than 2 years kwenda kukopa madeni huku nje. No, we can be able to live within our means if we are able to plan ourselves. And with that, I want to yield so that I can give somebody else time to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Asante sana. Let's have Babu, Ruto must go. You could go ahead.
Thank you so much, Roland. I hope everyone can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. There's a lot of information that is going from the channel, and I appreciate what we are speaking. And at the basis of everything that we are discussing, we are all on the same page. But I feel like there's a lot being discussed, and there are lots of actionable points that are going unnoticed. So, for example, taking it to the churches, Mobile is already doing this, but it's doing this alone, from what I can see on the timeline, unless someone tells me otherwise, right? And if he's going to do this alone, there's some level of fatigue that will go, that will take place. Naturally, he cannot do this alone, yeah? So he might need some support. So in every discussion that we make and we see there's some actionable points, there's something that we can do. For example, what Mobile is doing. I feel like we should give them support and send some people to do that specific duty. Another thing, in terms of strategy, know your enemy. We know the enemy is Ruto. Ruto must go. But we also need to keep in mind that this guy has immunity over ICC. As long as he's the president, there's no way that guy can be arrested. Again, lawyers on the timeline, you can advise me if I'm wrong. With this in mind, are we sure that 2027 Ninja Maratoka, even if we vote the way we want it? Because clearly kura zimeibiwa. Number two, these guys tested the water, I think last year, wakijaribu to extend the presidential term and the MPs and governors to 7 years instead of 5 years. Then kukawaka moto kiasi, guys complained and they took it back. Who's to say that that's not the strategy that they will take this time to maintain office? Because again, the guy has majority people in parliament. So utawaambia nini? Majority of the MPs, or rather the legislators, are in his pocket. And from what you've seen with the finance bill, anaweza sema watu wa vote for this particular roadmap, and people will do that regardless of what the people say. The MPs will vote in that direction. 3, the guy is ready to kill. Ashakuonyesha hivyo. We need to keep in mind that this guy is ruthless. He will not let go of that seat. So tukipanga even for 2027, we need to think about how are we going to remove this guy from that seat now, as soon as possible. There's no room for negotiation. Hakuna kukaa kwa kiti tukinegotiate na ujamaa. Otherwise, atatumaliza. So this is just a facade kutokea hapa. Jifanya to negotiate, and he's looking for someone to welcome to the table so that they can pay them. These are to suit to rudi chini. So this thing of not having a leader inambother vibaya sana. No room for negotiation. Another point, I saw KDF showing some level of restraint. Actually, not some level of restraint. They were very unbothered during the protest. The guys who were killing people were actually police. We need to think about this carefully. Are the KDF our allies? Can we put some pressure on that side so that they can actually march with us and see if we can leverage this kind of relationship to have the guy actually step down and the KDF kind of temporarily take over as we look for another president. Lawyers can also guide on that. Another thing is taking the fight off the streets. Yenda kwa streets, majority of us are dying. We need to look for a strategy to take it away from the streets. I'm creating a spreadsheet and I'm trying to get information, and maybe I can source it from everyone in the channel because I cannot do this alone. This is what I have in mind. If you get the businesses of all these members of parliament, especially those who voted for yes, the location of their businesses and the name of their businesses, and we put pressure where it hurts them most. Hizi biashara zao zenye wametuibia pesa wakaseta. The clubs, the restaurants, the supermarkets, every business, the hotel, every business, and go after these businesses. I'm sure sasa watanyenyekea. I've seen an MP from Nakuru akinyenyekea, amevaa t-shirt and he's apologizing. I feel like if you go after them, go after their businesses, we'll have them by the balls. Another thing is boycotting Safaricom and Professor and any other business that these guys have. Nimeona online pia watu wameenda hapo giving bad reviews, but we need to go deeper than that. And also put pressure with other entities within Kenya. We have banks, telcos, media, circles. We are members of these banks. Why are they remaining silent? If we put pressure on these banks, they should be able to speak out. Na hiyo pressure yenye inatoka kwa bank and they're speaking against the government also puts pressure on the president himself. Naona, I've lost confidence with everyone. He might not resign, but your pressure is enough to sway other industries into seeing that this guy is not for us and we need to get this guy out. Once we have that voice and support from the banks, the telcos, the circles, each and every institution that runs in this country and depends on the people of Kenya en masse for it to thrive. We have them by the balls. We can actually sway them into doing this. So they're either with us or against us. Hakuna kukaa neutral. They need to speak against this. If you're a member of Equity Bank, you need to make sure that Equity Bank voices that Ruto must go. How do we do this? We are the customer base. We can easily withdraw from that bank, and they already know that. Once you touch the money, now people will start singing the same tune. Same way that Safaricom CEO Peter Ndego came out to give a statement so that watu were cooled down, because alijua customer base yake iko hapo. That's where the profits come. Profits ikianza kudecline, pia yeye ana kazi. Hiyo CEO position is appointed by the board, so pia yeye anaweza dropiwa. I don't want to take much time, but I want to address one controversial topic, and many of you might not agree with me, but I feel like it's very important. I want to echo what Alan Namu posted. I think it was today or yesterday, and it's the words of Machiavelli. Never waste the opportunity offered by a good crisis. We're in a crisis right now. We need to take advantage of everything. We need to discuss who we want to be the next government right now. And here's why. Before you tune out, say you don't want to listen to this. It takes time to sell a candidate to everyone. Yelani, you've been in the you've worked in maybe a campaign strategist position. You can tell me if I'm lying or if I'm speaking the truth. I've seen on the timeline people are kind of recommending Babu for president or Babu for deputy president. I've seen also Matiang'i for president and some other crooks. I've seen hata wengine wakisema Sonko. Remember, these are guys when you're on Twitter and following the movement that has happened and Koshopia or streets are the same guys who are recommending these idiots. Now, I feel like there's some level of education that needs to be done here. When I recommend watu na wamekuwa na corruption cases, right? When I recommend Matiang'i, but we forget Baby Pendo died under Matiang'i's regime, so to speak. Well, it was Ruto's, but you get the point. We need to start endorsing someone who speaks for us as early as possible. Early as possible in a backward side. Because again, if we think we are going to remove this guy from the seat by 2027 through voting, should that happen, selling a candidate mwenye hajakuwa in government inakuwa ngumu sana. For example, I'm not recommending anyone, but I'm just saying, Faith Odhiambo, he's done a spectacular job. Lakini huko mashinani, do they know her? Really? Unaweza sema our parents know her? Kweli? Now, that's a very huge voter base. So we need to discuss about that. Find someone as early as possible, endorse that person into the masses. It takes a long time to build a candidate for presidency and lots of money. We don't have that. We need to start right now. Talk to our parents, talk to our friends, the elders who ushago, recommend a candidate kumwambia ndio tunataka. Otherwise itafika 2027, alafu tutakuwa na two evils. Nominated person from ODM and then some other parties, for example, coalition parties that zitakuwa zina exist, ama Kalonzo Musyoka and whoever else will come. And all these guys are gone. So we need to do this right now. Start selling the candidate as early as possible and find someone who is corruption free with no scandal or no case. And if we don't do this, we'll have divided opinions. Utapata mtu ana recommend Matiang'i amefanya Matiang'i anasema that is good. Lastly, we need to present a unified front. I feel like we need to call the likes of Cairo, Casmuel into these spaces and engage them, because the moment tuna pretend ni kama they don't speak for us, they are not our leaders. Yes, they are not our leaders, but the moment we pretend that hawana influence, because they are leaders in their own right, hawana influence, will be learned to ourselves. Because the moment Cairo alisema pia in the streets, I'm sure kuna watu wenye wanafuatanga Cairo walisema in the streets, and that is bad for the movement. So the moment kunakuwa na some level of divide, invite them into the circle, discuss about it. Maybe they will be, maybe they are not. It was their own honest opinion. Lakini we need to invite them into this space and present a unified front as early as possible. Juu hawa jamaa wata notice. It's so easy to divide them, so all you need to do is create some doubt. Alafu watu wata run helter skelter and kind of throw them out of the circle, and they have a big influence. It was seen during your protest ya juzi, watu wakutokea, and I guarantee you ni kwa sababu these guys spoke na wakasema going to State House, maybe it's a no-go. Yeah, and those are my points. Last but not least, and this should have been the first point, for the final to those who lost their lives during the protest, it was not in vain. We shall remember you always, and we'll keep pushing so that your death will not be in vain. That's it. I'll hand over the microphone back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Um, you are 100% right. We do need to stand united and bring everybody on board and just figure out how we are going to articulate our irreducible minimums and how we're going to get what we want. Because I think we all want the same things. We just need to find a way to acknowledge that we are not all going to do the same things. Like, we're not all going to do things the same, and we're not all going to agree on what somebody's preferred mode of protest is. And even in that disagreement, choose to stand together and be like, okay, wewe unapenda sana kukua mbele ya camera. Okay, sawa, let's see how to incorporate what you like to do without endangering the greater cause. Or wewe unapenda this and that. Like, let's figure out how to use our individual strengths for the sake of the cause. Asante sana. Let's have, going next, let's have Kasi, and then we have Paul Nduro. So immediately after Kasi, Paul Nduro, you can go next.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Firstly, I want to say my condolences to everybody that lost their lives. And secondly, I also want to thank the host and co-host of this platform, because I've been on here for a while, and I can imagine it's not an easy thing to do, but you're doing it, and you're doing an amazing job giving everybody the opportunity to speak and air their thoughts and views. Myself, I'm based in the US, so I'm in the diaspora, and I'm always in Kenya, and I always attribute for investment in Kenya. My whole purpose is to help people invest in Kenya. And I've been doing the little that I can in terms of having conversations on my platforms and having a dialogue around. It started with the finance bill, and it evolved to Ruto must go. And in my opinion, in my view, I see the finance bill as like the rotten fruit that was low-hanging fruit that we saw we can go after. And now we've realized that, you know what, the root of this whole thing is the poor governance, the lack of trust we have in the system, the lack of accountability that's there in the government. And one thing that I'm so encouraged by is, even on this group and just everything that I've been seeing on social media, is the people speaking, and the fact that we know our problems and we also know our solutions, which I believe and I know wholeheartedly. And so hearing everybody sharing their ideas, their thoughts, their solutions, or the solutions that they're proposing is really encouraging to me. I think if there's something that I want to maybe say or highlight, is once understanding that the root of the problem is the lack of trust we have in the system and the lack of accountability that our leaders have. A conversation that I had on my platform is, when we're discussing even putting, selecting different leaders and all of those things, I think we've seen the Kenyan people continuously make poor judgment and choose leaders that are not up to par. And I think understanding the psychology behind why we do that, when it comes to a great leader, what are the qualities of a great leader? How do we identify a great leader? Because more often than not, we are persuaded by the words that our politicians know. We're very good with words, and we're I see us swayed with words and with hongo and little bribes that blur our vision from really trusting our guiding system, our inner guiding system, our intuition, and really the actions of these people, whether it's by their experience, if they have been in government for a long time, or by the way they govern themselves and their family and their households. You can tell a lot about a person. So if there's one thing that I believe in order to break the cycles of continuously making the wrong decision, I think addressing how do we begin to identify good leadership? What are the qualities of a good leader? And how do we begin to highlight those qualities and those things in an individual? And then the other thing that I wanted to talk about is we don't have a leader, which I think at first I thought maybe having some sort of organization, like somebody said earlier, this is a group where it's being facilitated by certain people, um, and it's we're able to have these discussions. If different counties could do the same thing, be it through uh, online platforms, social media, as we're doing here on X, or even in person, begin to table the ideas, the problems and the solutions, because we the people, like I said earlier, we know our problems and we also know our solutions. If we can begin to do that, because as we've all said here, I think everybody has had their different thoughts and opinions, but in my view, I don't think Ruto is going to go until the election year, because he's a person that's hungry for power. It's something that it does something to him and his psyche. So it's something that, from my observation, I see us causing, making noise, making people rethink what they were going to do in terms of some of the policies, but I don't necessarily see him leaving until the next election. And I would love if these conversations not only are, do we continue to complain, but I'd love if we can begin to be organized and have people that we're putting in positions, and not people that we're putting in positions to lead us, because I think that's another thing that, as African people, if we can decolonize our minds and get away from the idea that you need a leader. By that I mean you can lead yourself and you can have somebody who speaks to represent your views, but you don't necessarily need, a leader, if that makes sense. And I think that's what we're witnessing here together, is like our collective thoughts and ideas is what's progressing us. And if we can continue that mindset, you have a representative, somebody that represents and speaks on behalf of the group, because one of the good qualities of a leader is that. But I think if there's one thing I want to leave us with, is in our as we're continuing to do this at home. When I say this, I mean have these conversations, where, be it at home, being amongst friends, be it on social media spaces, if we can encourage um, each other to focus on solution-oriented conversations. For example, like I said, I'm in the diaspora. The diaspora sent last year, 2023, we sent back home about $4.19 billion. And that's a fact, and that's what they accounted for. And there's, I'm sure, a lot more than that. And keep in mind, if the diaspora is sending that money back, that means that's extra money that that they're not living off of. That's extra money that the diaspora has, 4.19 billion US dollars. You're telling me if we come together and have solution-oriented conversations, for example, we're talking about lack of jobs. Every year we have a food shortage in the country. We have an abundance of land. You're telling me we cannot sit together and begin to formulate and structure businesses that will create jobs, be it in the agricultural sector, be it in the manufacturing sector, that's not necessarily dependent on the government's actions, but the people coming together to not be money hungry by chasing profit, but solution oriented by chasing problem solving. And by that, the money comes. Um, so I have very many things I want to say, but if I think if there's something I maybe want to leave us with, is that if we can encourage these things, encourage tabling problem and solution, not just highlighting the problem, but problem and solution, and also decolonizing our minds and allowing ourselves to know that, one, we were put on this earth with the capacity to provide and to live fully as individuals. So we have everything that it takes in order for us to thrive on this earth. The way that the government system was not created for the people. It wasn't. The truth is, the government systems on the African continent in general were created by the colonizers. The colonizers left, we were given freedom, quote unquote, And then we have people fill in the spaces that were already created by the people that enslaved us. So we're now debating about a system that was not created for us. So, I think that one, the conversation of decolonizing our mind and recognizing that, one, this system wasn't built for us. So now we're having a conversation. I think the beauty of what this movement has done is it's allowed us to now have a conversation about, okay, what does it look like for us to design a system that's actually built for us? And this is not just a conversation that's happening in Kenya, it's a conversation that's happening across the African continent. But yeah, I think that's maybe what I want to leave us with, and to just encourage us and to congratulate each and every one of you. I think it's just beautiful to see that we're leading from a place of love. We love our country, we love each other, and we want to see change. And it's just so beautiful because it's happening, and we're in the process of witnessing a revolution taking place that I'm just grateful to have the opportunity to speak and to have the opportunity to be part of this. I myself, I'm consistently doing this. Like I said, my life purpose is to bridge the gap between the African diaspora and the African continent through philanthropy, business, and the arts. And that's what I spend my life doing here, having conversations about it, encouraging people about investing in Kenya, so on and so forth. So I just want to tell you guys not to lose hope. Your minds and hearts are in the right place, and we're doing the best that we can, and we have the answers. But yeah, I think that's all I'm gonna say for now. But thank you so much, Lee and Kimuzi, for the time.
Thank you, Cassie. Thank you so much. Let's have let's have Wakili.
I already spoke.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's have Vinicel.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm going to start and be brief. First, can you mute your microphone? Thank you. So just to begin, we actually need the justice system that be done for all our comrades, all those who are in the streets, all those who are killed by the police. There are so many who are hurt and still in hospitals. So we should insist on justice. And the fellow this war that are doing the least, I think they should go into the 47 counties. There are so many people still in hospitals outside Nairobi, so they should not just concentrate in Nairobi. They should try to reach even in the counties and get the list of those who can't pay their bills and try to help them from the mchanga. Secondly, my second point is on the leadership. I think we are in a situation whereby the diversion is on this leadership. I think we should stop that discussion on leadership, because it is bringing diversion and diverting us from our main goal. Somebody is so much interested in identification of the leadership. So I think we should just remain leaderless. There's a benefit of remaining leaderless. For example, there are some demonstrations which has been happening continuously since 1963 to date. They have been led by leaders. Then the same leaders get cornered, and then the goal to be achieved fails because the leader has been cornered. We have cornered Baba for so long, even if he makes a lot of demonstrations, gives a lot of pressure, finally, international community, everyone start calling you until the leader is conquered and made to go silent. Then the whole goals never get achieved. So I think we should remain leaderless so that they have no one to target, they have no one to threaten, they have no one to pay, they have no one to buy out, they have no one to blackmail. If they want to give us money, let them give us money, 50 million Kenyans, because we are all leaders. So that they should stop focusing on the leaders. They should start focusing on solutions of the problems we have been raising here, and many people have raised valid problems that need action, some of them very urgently. So I think problem with our leaders is when we call them leaders, they misplace, they don't understand that they are servants. So they think they are the bosses, and with us we are the slaves, we are the servants. So as a people, our leaders must start to understand that they are there to serve the people. So they are the servants. They are to work for the people. They are to do what is good for the people. And they have to recognize that the person, the mwananchi, the poor man, the poor mama in the market, is their boss. With them, their mind is twisted. If they see Mama Mboga, they think that is the slave. So they think they are the big men, but because they are driving big cars, because they have money, and they forget that Mama Mboga, that the person which is down there is who is paying the taxes, that once it reaches them, they loot, then they start coming and abusing the same people working their sweat in the streets, having no food to eat, coming again and overloading them with taxes. So that is very unfair, and we should correct that mistake once and for all, so that all our leaders can start to know that they are actually the servants. Those who believe in religion, that's a demonstration Jesus Christ did very well, that he could even go down, kneel down, take your feet and wash your feet. Though he was a God, but still came down to serve humans, so that he could put into the mind of humans that don't be a human who wants to be worshipped. Don't be a human who feels good when people are worshipping you. You are supposed to be a leader by serving, by being a good example, by giving a role model, by going and doing and offering solutions to the people. So that is a mentality our leaders doesn't have. And that's what making them to fail and making them not to perform. The third one is on IBC. IBC, last week on 20th, the parliament finished about with that bill. It had to go to Senate, so Senate also amended it and finished with it. So actually, as we speak today, it's supposed to be on the desk of Ruto. He's supposed to assent to it. Then after sending to it, its implementation should start, which is supposed to assent. After assenting, is supposed to move ahead and start advertising for appointment of the selection committee, which will be having 9 people, which in summary, the political players will give five members for the selection committee. LSK is going to give us 1 person. Accountants Association is going to give us 1 person. Religious people are going to give us 2 people. So total of 9. These 9 are supposed to be the one now going to advertise for interviews of those who are going to be IBC commissioners. So from the parliament part, they have done their part. What is now remaining is at the Ruto's desk, supposed to assent to the bill, then start receiving the names from these groups. Political players will give 5. And in reality, it means Azimio will give 2. The government side will give 2, UDA, then parties which are not represented in parliament at all will give 1 person, totaling to 5. Therefore, LSK 1, accountants 1, religious 2, total to 9. These 9 are just people who are going to do the interviews for the commissioners to be there. So from our side, we can push and give pressure to Ruto to assent to that bill, then move ahead and start receiving the names of those selection committee, the 9 names, and from there the IBC can be rolled out, they advertise for the recruitments and the qualifications, minimum 10 years experience in various fields for you to be applying for that. So that one can be given pressure to be fast-tracked, because the good thing is Parliament has done its part. Ruto has 2 parts to play, assent to it and then start receiving those names to set up that selection committee. So pressure should be going to Ruto from all of us that he should assent to that bill and make it moving as quickly as possible. We can use it to do recall of the MPs. The 4th one is graft or distributing of the taxes. It's very ironical that you can come and stand that we need more taxes, but at no any time does Ruto even even try to say that the bucket which is leaking is sealing it, is working on sealing it. In fact, it is very funny how the campaign went the previous 2022. That the discussion was there, even Dee was saying, with us we are not talking about corruption. As in, the KK came into power, saying even in their campaign, they don't want the issue of corruption, because with them they are not for fighting corruptions. So in other words, in literature, they were trying to use a psychology that with them for corruptions, they have accepted, it is legal.
No, that I'll correct you there. That is something they're saying after the fact, but during campaigns, if you remember, they were saying that they wanted to set up the state capture commission so they could prosecute all the corrupt people and get back the money that had been stolen. Them saying that they did not talk about corruption, they've only started saying after the fact to defend the fact that they didn't put up the state capture commission as they had promised. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that correction. So these guys, we have agreed that the promises they are making, they don't intend to do, or they don't even know they have made the promises. That means not genuine, it's not from the heart. It's like robots. Somebody writes a statement, somebody does read the statement, which he even didn't write. He reads things which he doesn't even know. But that one is also a theory I've also come to not buy into it so much, because there's verbatim videos going around. You can go back to YouTube, you can go back to recordings and find Ruto speaking directly from his head without reading anything, talking about on top of cars, we will reduce taxes, we will do this, we will do this. He comes saying that's the opposite. So that lack of trust we have reached here because of his wrong making. They are busy looking for people who have caused this problem, and they are forgetting they are the same people who have caused the same problem. Ruto is actually the headmaster of the problem we are having today, of all the demonstration we are having today, because he goes ahead and says things that he doesn't do. Then he expects people to clap for him. I think the revolt, the rebellion was obvious, caused by him. So he should look into himself and see how the problem came into this. The number 5, which now, because most of these things I'm listing them as solutions. The solution on IBC, we should give Ruto pressure, assent to that bill, start the processing of the select committee. The solution of, in terms of graft and thieves, we should just go and fight corruptions without pretense, without hiding, without buying time. We should just fire people, let the EACC, which we are going to also give pressure, charge these people, do lifestyle on it. If they want evidence, people can help them. Even the citizen, we can start to help them create the evidences. We know people who didn't have any coin, who had loans, and by now they are the one who can even now give you loans. They have to prove by auditors how much they have been earning through salaries or through any private business, but they have to have an account which can add up. Otherwise, Ruto should start jailing people if you want us to believe that he's fixing this country. The number 5 one, he should fire. To me, he should fire that whole cabinet, because they are just mediocre, incompetent. Everyone comes through his ministry, they just say things which doesn't add up. They are clueless, they are rudderless. Even Ruto himself, if people can remember, he came and told us point blank in TV that he had CSS, some of them, he knows more and more about their ministries than even themselves. You are in a ministry and he knows more and more about your ministry than yourself. The time he was trying to tell them to wake up. So he knows they are incompetent, he does nothing about it. He knows they can't perform, they don't have new ideas, they can't fix this country. They are in ministries which they have got no qualification and relevant knowledge about, but he still leaves them there. Others have a failed system of subsidy on fertilizer, fake fertilizers. Then they are still he still leaves them to remain in the cabinet. So, what can we conclude if we are just an observers? We can conclude Ruto has got no interest at all to fix this country. So if he doesn't have interest to solve the problems of Kenyans, I don't understand why he still insists on remaining on that seat. He should just resign peacefully without sending soldiers to help him. He wants to hide behind the soldiers. The soldiers are also suffering. The soldiers are actually our children. We can call them and tell them to forget about Ruto. So he should not have his hope on the soldiers. The soldiers doesn't come from us. They are our brothers and children. We can tell them to forget about the man, and he has failed to fix this country. On free education, in terms of solutions, we want immediately. The people are going to colleges, universities. Somebody is given a fee structure of 500,000 per year, 600,000 per year plus to do a certain course. And that one is coming from where you could do a course of less than 100,000 in 1 year. So now it is 500,000, 600,000. Then they have they are so evil that they can tell you, if you can't afford that course for 500,000, change the course. Take another one which is as fee structure, which is cheap. So you go do anything that is cheap, even though you are not skilled in it, you have no interest in it. So I mean, are they killing the education system in Kenya? The spirit of Kenyans started from the 2002 Kibaki free primary education. It was to move to free secondary education, then free university education, so that we can have a real equalizer of poverty, to eradicate poverty cycle in many generations, so that we can have where even if we pay tax 50% of our income, but we are seeing the performance of those taxes, even if it means it guarantees all children born in Kenya, all citizens, to have free education to the limit they want, those who want to learn up to the limit they want, free. So I think those are things which can equalize the society, can also lift the load on the more weak, instead of MPs running around begging for bursary, going and kneeling down toward the bursary they go and give them. I mean, it's kind of a floppy system, a failed system. You don't want to put money into free education, but you want to give MPs more money so that they go and give bursaries for children to go and pay fee. Why can't they cut off those CDF from the word go? We do just free education instead of going round. What the right hand is doing is contradicting what the left hand is doing. We give a system where education is free up to up. Then this issue of CDF will be done away with. We give the construction of classroom either to counties, or we do it in a proper way that we have standard classrooms, standard facilities for proper quality education that can bring us to the world standards. The last one is about debt. We are living in an opaque situation whereby on one hand Ruto comes and says our debts are so high. On the left hand is taking more loans. On the other side, we don't know which loan is being paid, where it is, which project it is going to do. We don't know how many loans we are paying, from which season to which season. So I think we just have to have a published proper debt data that captures, even if it's from 1960 to date, the debts we have already paid, the debts borrowed from which source, the interest being charged, because these our guys are so evil. They can even go for a debt which has got high interest so that they get kickbacks, instead of even going for the one with a lower interest. They even can choose for us a debt which is incurring a lot of high interest and leave the one which is low interest. If that low interest one, they don't get a kickback. So they are here dealing in corruption, dealing with what is going to their stomach to an extent that they are now cursed. They can't solve our problems. These people are just cursed. They need to just pack and go peacefully. We don't have to fight in the streets. We don't have to keep on. They don't have to drag us like we are in a war. We are one Kenya. We love each other. We are here for love. We want just to change our country for better. We want our country not to be said like Singapore. We want our country to be better than Singapore, not being given examples that we could now be far like Singapore. We could now be far like Singapore. The people talking about South Korea and Singapore, they travel every day outside, but they don't want to implement what good things they see outside. The development they're seeing there, the good transport system they're seeing there. When they come to Kenya, they give us pictures in 2013 of SGR, which was supposed to be electric and very quick. Then what they implement on the ground is the opposite. They give us pictures of good international stadiums, which are world class. in their portal of when they were campaigning. What they implement actually, I don't think from 2013 to date there's any stadium these guys have ever finished. The ones they were supposed to do international stadium in 6 months, none of them up to date has never been finished. That's why even now the next Africa Cup of Nations, we have to host it 3 countries, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, because even Kenya can't host anything. And those are the things which will be bringing on income, money exchange, giving boost to our youths, getting jobs, even if the visitors are just for some 1 month. If we could be hosting those matches. So the facilities are not being improved, the infrastructure is not being improved. So we have a lot of problems, and these guys are fixing none of them. We waste 5 years, every 5 years we waste, every 5 years we waste, every 5 years we waste. I think they should just accept their failed and just leave us to fix this country without sending people to kill us. SRC, we should occupy SRC and insist that SRC has got power according to the Constitution to review the public wages for anyone. No one is above the law. So SRC doesn't even have excuse. They don't even need any other law to implement salary decrease. The law that the rest can help us with, they put something in the law that you cannot decrease. You can only review by increasing. So you see, that one, if as people, we the power with us, we can go and see how we can fix that, so that those salaries which are already been raised too high can be reduced down, so that they don't they don't hold us hostage, that you can't review salary backwards, but those salaries are too high according to our income. We can't be paying that salary even higher than the people who have money. We don't have money, we don't have oil, but we're paying even more salary than people who are producing oil like Saudi Arabia. So I think with those few remarks, we can continue, Ruto must go, and we can continue offering solutions. The dialogue that Ruto wants is already happening. If they are blind, if they are for some reason deaf, they can't hear it, that's how they will come again and start saying, how did this happen? So I will encourage them to listen to solutions, to listen to the problems and start fixing them. There's nothing we are going to talk about. Every problem in Kenya is known by everyone. Solutions are many. They pick the best solution and solve them, and then the country can move on successfully with everyone included. Thank you very much for giving me the mic.
So, thank you, Vinny. Thank you, Vinisa. That's a really powerful submission. Thank you for breaking it down so clearly. Next up, let us have John Jr. Then immediately after John Jr., Junior John, I'm not sure what's the order. Yeah, John Jr., you could go, and then we could have Sami something, Sami G.
Hi everyone, mko fiti? Mnasikia vizuri?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thanks for the asante for the opportunity. Thanks to the host for putting together this over the past couple of weeks or so. Tumepata kufuatilia na tunashukuru. As everybody has said before, our condolences to the people who've lost loved ones. We're still looking for loved ones. Kuna wajamara wanatafutwa. As a result of the abductions that have happened during this process, it's our prayer that everybody who's working so hard to help them be found, including LSK and all the lawyers, whatever watu wapatikane, and to the people who are behind it. I know maybe wherever they may be, they're listening, they listen to this recording. But nothing is hidden on this planet. If nobody lied to you, I work in technology, so mtu asikudanganye that you can hide behind the orders or the instructions of your superiors. I'll just say this plainly: even when somebody kidnaps you, wazimesimu, their own phones are your phone. The kidnappers' phones are assisting your phone in reporting the history of where you've been and where you've been taken. And I believe that as tech bros wakizidi kuchambua maneno, all that history will come to light. With respect to the future, as many speakers have said, we cannot trust Ruto. Hatuwezi trust Ruto. Tusisahau 2007, tusisahau post-election clashes, the 92 clashes, tusisahau, and everything that Homestead alifanya and the people who are around him to disappear the witnesses from the ICC case. At that time, Ruto was the deputy president. Sahi, hakuna mtu wako juu yake. He listens to no one. Everybody has to follow his instructions, whether it's special groups in the police and compromised special groups in the military, they'll follow his instructions. The machinery of the NIS is behind it. So if Ruto remains, I guarantee you, like those excellent resources that the state of Kenya has, bend them to his will, corrupt them to achieve the aim of hunting down leaders, perceived or otherwise. So Ruto cannot stay. He must. And that's the truth. In addition, we need the IBC back, but if the IBC is to be reconstituted, as the previous speaker has said, the current administration should not drive this process, but to compromise IT systems or continuing the plan to compromise IT systems that are guaranteed to give us fair and fair elections. That will not happen. They'll put their people in areas of authority at the IBC and will not have fair and fair elections. So the thing that we should be focusing on as people who are contributing to this movement of Ruto must go is they should transition, hand over the affairs of state properly to whoever is going to take up after him. But Ruto cannot be trusted, Ruto must go. As part of this process, I feel like the current privatization of state corporations needs to stop, because the privatization of state corporations is engineered to benefit people in this administration. Devalue state corporations, not invest in them, make the asset look like it's not worth anything, sell it for a cheap price to people in the administration, then they benefit from all the investment that has been done into those state corporations by the people of Kenya from before even I was born. SHIF should not go through. They need to reform the NHIF. The people who are behind Visangaza Clinic, Visangaza NHIF, Visangaza is all the Visangas that have been going on from Kibaki's government in NHIF till date, behind the police circle, the police healthcare system, the teacher service healthcare system, Izo Visangazote cannot be the people who are responsible for building a new healthcare infrastructure for Kenya. That I feel like that is something that we need to keep our eye on, and as Kenya's last not to submit, that needs to stop. Ruto is still gaslighting the people of Kenya. He's still gaslighting the whole world. I'm assigning the order that went back to Parliament today, talking about a reduction, instruction to the Treasury and line ministries to reduce expenditure by 396 billion. They should not sacrifice development and social services in the name of austerity. If they want to reduce expenditure, they must reduce corruption. And sisemi mambo ya kusema ya 1 billion ya State House furniture imepunguzwa to 250 million or 10 million, which is what is more realistic. Hapana, sisemi hizo. Nasema zile tenders are the way it's a 60% kickback, tenders are 70% kickback, tenders nenda kwa kampuni yake ya ndege, kampuni yake ya insurance. Those are the things, those mandated line item corruption, which is in his manifesto, that if you were to talk to somebody who's in the administration, they'll tell you, I have a line item to deliver this amount of money to the president's enterprises. Those are the ones that we want to see reduced and stopped. And not just for the president, but administration, yote. Everyone in the civil service, in the security services, in the military, we want to see that's the corruption that needs to stop. And if that corruption stops, there will be enough money for development, enough money for social services, and money left over to pay our debts. Kama we say, and his administration are not doing that, they're lying, they're not worth. Other to chance, no matter what our parents say, we should not. And I'm speaking as a millennial, speaking to my fellow millennials. We're the technocrats. We're the people who facilitate the stealing. We are the people who have the knowledge and the education. We hide over. I am speaking honestly. It is people my age who help the Rutos, who help the Mois, who helped the Sainis, everybody to hide their money. We're the people who do the technical work on the project, where the kickback that goes to somebody in government is 70% of the project cost, and we're paid from the 30%. And my motivation is to take care of my family, focusing to provide for my family. I've got enough for me. What they do with the rest, my conscience is clean. That's where millennials, we must stop. We must learn to say no. We know where the skeletons are hidden, and we must start to speak. Wherever we are, upande civil service, upande private sector, upande security agencies, we millennials who are in those management positions, we must support our children, who are the Gen Z, our brothers, our sisters, and do the right thing. So I'm getting ready to wind up. Another thing is, it's not leaders who will solve this. Currently, there's a push for us to identify our leaders who will speak for us. Even if we did identify leaders to speak for us, it's not that tutachagua a saint aingie kwa office ya the president atatue shida zote za Kenya. No. The problem that Kenya is in today will only be solved by everybody continuing to be engaged, to speak up, to know their rights, to question, to point out ills, to ensure prosecution is done, to call out bullshit that is happening in this country. So it's not that we elect a leader and we're going back to Kazi Kamagawa. No, we must be invested in loving our countries, in loving where we live. We must be invested in making sure that the law and the constitution is followed, and that we create a better future now and a better future for our children and generations to come. This would mean that as the transition happens after Ruto goes, there'll be more referendums, because there are many things that an act will do or the government will do. No, some of these things need to be referendums, because the constitution is a living document that changes over time as society changes. So I feel like the last thing that I'd like to say is the only way that Kenya will not find itself in this position again is if we end up with somebody who can separate or dismantle the imperial presidency. We need a head of government and a head of state. Having them both in the same person makes it so alluring to have somebody like Ruto, who is, to be honest, the worst possible person to have, a person with no conscience to be in that position. And if we don't fight for our country now, he will destroy our country. And here in Kenya, East Africa will fall. So as people who care about our country, as people who are listening, let's start saying no. Let's point out where these skeletons are happening. Hizi visanga zifichuliwe. See, I'm not hinting, zifichuliwe. Kama Assange alikaa miaka sijui ngapi kwa jela na alifichwa nini za state, tunaogopa kufichwa vitu zangu. This world, we must do the right thing, and I believe if we change, East Africa will change with us, and maybe 20, 30 years down the line, East Africa will be a one united region, and imagine what we will do in this world, instead of us being just divided from the state level down to the village and tribe level. Again, Ruto must go, and if you're listening here, to go and report to him. This is my express quote for you. Ruto has never faced consequences in his life. He quotes the Bible. He is not a Christian. He is not a man of faith. He's self-serving and only cares about building and eating for himself. Ruto, your time is coming. The Bible says it is better to fall into the hands of God than to fall into the judgment of men. My prayer for you is that God will allow man to judge you for everything you have done. You cannot turn away from the evil you're doing. You cannot back down. You cannot bend. You cannot do the right thing. My prayer for you is that God will let us judge you, that you will fall into the hands of man, so you can pay and pay dearly for everything umefanya kutoka 92, 98, 07, and this weekend and this past week umetuma makarao wapige watoi risasi za kichwa. Haki ya Mungu. Mungu kama natusikie, atuache tumanyane na wewe. Tumenyane na wewe, not ICC. Fall into the hands of men and done.
Thank you oh God, that was so powerful. Thank you so much, John.
You're right. I have been saying this for some time, which is I think middle class and upper class Kenyans are very much to blame for the situation that we are in and the increased impunity and how blatant corruption. I mean, politicians have become corrupt because middle class and upper class people, especially the older generations, they turned a blind eye to corruption and bad leaders as long as they were allowed to do business. As long as, and our folks would say that all the time, like, ai, mi borake kazi yangu inaendelea, mimi mambo za serikali sitaki kujua. Like they would steer clear from government affairs as long as their biasharas were running, as long as they could still buy land and invest and they could travel at will. Sai, the reason the situation is the way it is because now all of a sudden middle class have realized they can't enjoy the privileges and the comforts that used to be there. Like Kitambo, if you just had money, you would be fine. Now, even if you have some money, you're still extremely uncomfortable. So you're right, people need to stop turning a blind eye to corruption and bad stuff. And kama unajua any secrets za hawa watu, everything you know about these people, Aki, now is the time to out them. Now is the time to hit them where it hurts. Kama you're afraid to post stuff that could get you in trouble because obviously we need you to be safe. And I've been saying this from the start. You could check my timeline. My number is always posted on there. There's a WhatsApp line that's always on. I'm going to put that on Signal as well. And you could just find me on there. You could DM me, you could DM Kimuzi, you could DM Wangeshi. These are the influencers I know who are not in Kenya. So it would be harder for the government to, like victimize us or whatever. So if there's anything you need posted.
Yeah, they can DM me, but for reply currently, it's too many DMs. I'm really struggling, so they should understand that the DMs are too many.
Yeah. So pia ukituma usi-expect immediate response because enyewe ma DMs ni ukweli ziko mob. So, but anything you want said or anything unaogopa kupost, na si hizo picha mnazungusha huku za ati please hide ID na hata mtu ajui kwenye iko, because that's pure psyops. Tell me something that is first hand, something that you know, something that you can verify. I will 1000% post it on that same day. Like not that same day, depending on how my DMs look like, but I will post it. So now is the time to hit them where it hurts. Santeni, let's have Kimuzi. You had something to add?
No, maybe Gladys can speak because she joined as a speaker a very long time ago.
Yes, Gladys, you can go ahead.
You can hear?
No, is she speaking? Gladys? Okay, as we wait for Gladys, we can have...
Preferably a lady then a man, because the men have spoken. Maybe Mwari or Bina.
Mwari, you ready?
Hello, good evening.
Hi.
Mnanisikia?
Yes, nakusikia.
So, all right. So, poleni sana to everyone that was caught up in the violence that the police meted on Kenyans in the streets. And I really love to commend all Gen Zs, everyone on the front line, for what they did and for taking a decisive act in doing the right thing, because Parliament has really taken Kenyans on a ride, a blind ride. And it has been a ride on a steep, on a steepy, like on a slopy hill. So I'd like to bring to your attention the National Environmental Management law. It was passed something last year, slightly before the COP 20-something events, the series of events. So that bill does not at any one point factor or bring in the people that are doing the environmental work in our urban centers, and also in our mtaani, huko vijijini, it does not bring them on board anywhere. That is to say that every money that is disbursed by the Treasury to go to climate change activities, it goes to allowances at the national level and at the county level in the boards that these people sit, these elected guys sit in. They write for themselves allowances, and then the meetings end at the sub-county level. And it doesn't get down to the people that are always emptying our garbages in the city, the people that are always doing the environmental work of planting the trees in the community. Nothing gets to them. So they do the bulk of the work, and their work is unrecognized, it's unappreciated, and such is the story of every young millennial and Gen Z in this country. We are not factored anywhere in the national agenda. And if we are, then we are the people that are sharing information about our communities, but nothing is coming back to the community. I mean, they're so good at collecting information, and especially during public participation activities, but they plant people strategically to rubber stamp their agenda. And then we, the progressives that are stuck here in these pages, in these conversations, our sentiments never get anywhere. I've been told there was two versions of the reject finance bill, or of that bill, of the finance bill. One with, I think, 300 pages, and another one with, I think, 400 pages. That is to tell you that one document was publicly endorsed, and the other one was publicly edited, like amended and shared with them, but they still chose to go with the first document. What a shame. All in the name of party politics. That because now the executive is interfering with the legislature, they can get away with everything, and the executive can now command the majority leader in a way that now he calls the shots everywhere. And that is a problem. It's three independent, I don't want to even call them arms of the government, but they should be actually called arms of governance. The executive, legislature, the judiciary. So the executive wants to take power, wants to control treasury. What I was talking about, using treasury like their pocket money kitty. Yeah? Then again, we have an issue in Kenya. And if you've observed, since January, the levels of inflation were really high, and the cost of living has really tremendously remained high. It's logical. Guys, after the dollar, and the shilling now, the cost coming down, we expected that inflation will come down and things will become affordable. But it's strategically the essentials, the kitchen essentials that the prices were brought down, but no improvements have been done in the manufacturing sector. I mean, it was just a strategic lowering of prices for a reason, but not to entirely stem the issue of inflation. So where is the money? Where is the money disappearing to? This revenue that they are collecting, because it's not translating to projects or activity or economic growth and economic development, where is it? Where is this money? Could there be a chance that someone is accumulating and accumulating and accumulating loads and loads of what the public is collected from the public and amassing it in dead accounts? Like money is just sitting there and it's not circulating. And then we are wondering why the cost of living is not lowering, and it's because money is out there and it's idle, because it's like frozen assets. It should be liquid money, it should be circulating in the economy. Where is the money? Where is the money at? And I'm here to also share the plight of young women in all this struggle. And on average, every household, every income that is contributed to a household, 60% of that income goes to household uses. Our economy is right where it is at. It's pressing everyone at the shoe. It's pinching. And we had been quiet, especially we millennials and Gen X. We had been quiet because we know we are complacent, either in our silence or we've tried and, like we were deserted. Like some of us, I heard there's a name in the street, the voice in the wilderness. Some of us were voices in the wilderness because we were trying to say these things from back as 2015. We were trying to say, guys, there's pilferage in our money, like in our cash flow system, and it needs to be stemmed. And like our call was not getting out there. And the government, by the way, the intelligence, they will always cherry pick, and they will look at who is at the strength and at the heart, who has numbers, who is pushing this conversation. When we arrest them, what does this movement gain to lose or gain to benefit? Yeah. So they will listen, then they will continue to look at who is at the heart of these conversations. But that should not cow us, because this is a conversation that was late. It was late, and I'm beginning to get scared of what Betty can see, what Betty can dream about, because we saw this coming. We talked about it. I'm scared to go back to places I've done, like those lonely and boring Facebook posts and tweets where you're saying things will go down this way, and then eventually we are here. We're having this unwanted conversation about a country that has a service economy that is taxed and it's bleeding. We have service economy. We have zero production in this country. We are importing more than we are consuming. Like there's an overflow of what is brought into this country from all sectors, whether ni mitumba, sijui whether ni nini, but the people have zero purchasing power. So hii pesa iko wapi? So on matters of leadership, I'm professionally a journalist, and I'm telling these guys, don't be scared about seeing people getting invited into media interviews. Actually, treat that as just a side thing that is happening, like the people have side events. Ask yourself, is what they're going to do in the studio piling pressure on what we are talking about? They don't entirely speak for us, actually, because they are cherry-picked. But it's because it's sensational. This Gen Z thing movement is also sensational. I mean, it's beautiful. It's such a beautiful trouble, such an amazing uprising. I mean, you guys, I know you realize what just happened in Kenya is actually an uprising, right? So it's a beautiful thing to actually look at and admire and feel like, when I was young, did I have this kind of vibrancy? When I was their age, did I have this kind of energy? Did I have this kind of conviction? Do they have this kind of numbers? So they will always invite these people, and they'll always go and talk. So that shouldn't deter anyone. No, it shouldn't. If anything, it should fuel your zeal into saying, this is our clarion call, and we are pushing this further. And then again, there's something called the spectrum of allies. The spectrum of allies is all about looking at who is for us and who is not for us, and who is neutral. I think I'd just like to end it at that. So just look at who is for us, who is not for us. And if it's all about leaders, we have the potential. Like, hey, I'm told, or I read somewhere that the late the third president, Mwai Kibaki, first got into civil service at 21. So who said we can't elect you people at 21? I mean, we have to look at what she has done to the youth of this country. Ameruka watu. Why? Because of allegiance and loyalty, all this. Because her judgment is clouded. Is it her fault? I don't know. I don't know whether it's her fault. Does it mean she sees or she doesn't see? Is it her fault that she's cushioned in a way that she cannot now identify with her previous struggles? Because guys, MPs are cushioned. These guys cannot feel, not even the slightest ripple effect of petroleum hike. They cannot feel it. They are cushioned. They cushioned themselves. You saw how they disappeared from parliament. You did, yeah? You did. Yeah? So they are really cushioned. So they don't know what you guys are talking about. So we must stop talking to ourselves and speak to them, speak to the rest of the Kenyans that do not know what is happening to come and be with us. Because that is what, again, the civil society does. The civil society speaks to itself. We've been organizing and mobilizing to ourselves. We've been having small wins of people subscribing to what we do. But there's no single day the civil society is going to be at the forefront of people power. Civil society will always sharpen the tools and the minds of people to understand what is happening. But nakwambia, what Gen Z has done, civil society ilisharpen watu na ilieducate watu. In fact, they have done a very amazing job on civic education. But the thing is, we have not expanded our circles in ways that we accommodate people in nonviolent ways. And always in nonviolent ways, there's a space for everyone. So from wherever side you're pulling, and I'm repeating this, I said this in a space before, from wherever you're pulling, continue pulling, because that is how we weave this basket. And this basket imekuwa ikikuliwa na panya hapa chini for some time. Pilferage imekuwa. Hatulindi rasilimali yetu kama Wakenya, ama hatuko tunafanya hivyo. Lakini sasa, you guys, our win is in numbers. So we can't afford to organize away from the streets. The streets must be part of the larger struggle. And the struggle means that we are organizing from whichever way and side for as long as it's non-violent and it's winning for us. Because guys, there's someone who's going to solve his self-interest and the interest of people in other different continents that want to continue using Africa. And Kenya is at the heart of the growth of Africa. So we cannot continue to ignore that the rest of Africa is not watching us. It is watching us. Africa is watching us. Hey, hello, it's watching us. We have such a beautiful flag. We take pride in being that country where is the resting place of God. You go have a look at the AU fact book about Africa. Go have a look at the AU fact book about Africa and the facts about Africa and facts about Kenya. We haven't even touched into our potential. 40% of our potential is Kenya. And we cannot afford to see the service economy crumble because we cannot afford to reach out and see who are our allies. The unions, the doctors you're talking about, the WHO, you've seen what they've done. They are our allies and we need to continue inviting more of them. And lastly, guys, they have taken our water. They have privatized it. And I'm telling you, they have attacked Article 43 of our Constitution, big time. So before they come for the Bill of Rights, that is Article 19, we need to continue being vigilant, or we need to have a total overhaul. So I don't know how we're going to organize in ways that we take political power back to the people, which we already did through exercising Article 1 of the sovereignty of the people. But I'm saying that it's possible and it can be done. And sometimes doing no one's job is a very hard job, but I'm really commending anyone that is doing the no one's job, because either way it has to be done. So guys, have a lovely night, and it's amazing listening to you all. God bless you and God bless Kenya.
Thank you, Mwari. Thank you so much. Let's have Mr. Ndeko.
Jelani, before he speaks, I'm really happy that people are talking about the most important, the crucial issues, how we are silently losing our country, and yet we're the hub of the African economic growth. Like, we should really insist on this. You see, these people are stealing because they have seen the potential. I realize Ruto is don't think that guy is foolish. He sees what other people doesn't see. When I talked about carbon credits last year, Ruto visited the COP27 that happened in Cairo. When he visited the COP27 that happened in Cairo, 1 week later, after getting information there, I used to know about carbon credits since 2022. When he visited the COP27 in Cairo, he came back and delegated the Kakamega Forest for Mama Rachel. I heard that she was the They took it. I don't understand how they took it, but it was under Mama Rachel for some time, the wife, and people started planting trees, and they don't know why they are planting trees. We are not having national holidays for planting trees. The COP28 this year that happened in UAE, United Arab Emirates, exposed Ruto who he was. People doesn't know how carbon credits work. People doesn't know that in the northern frontier district up there, not even northern frontier district in Marsabit, in Samburu, communities are suffering while carbon credits are being sold. What does this mean to the future? What does this mean to our future? Will we grow in industry? We will never grow in industry because one thing, we will have sold our carbon credits, and will Ruto be there? Ruto won't be there. It will be a dynasty. So it's better you correct this problem right now when you have a chance, before you have another Moi, before you have another Kenyatta, before you have another Nyachai, before you have another, all these dynasties. You must control. Our parents never corrected these problems. That's why we're suffering. That's why now many youths are unemployed. That's why us graduates are doing menial jobs with very foolish people in diaspora. That's why we are working, and our ministries back in Kenya, we have very stupid people in the ministries, in the all the industries, in the even private companies doesn't we don't have a problem with them because they can do what they want to do, but the government institutions, it's a big problem. So what she has highlighted, it's so never underrate Ruto. That's what I'm always telling people. Never underrate that man. He sees what other Kenyans doesn't see. And I've realized many Kenyans lack information. And this lacking of information is where these politicians really utilize. They utilize this lack of information to their advantage. So we should really talk about this. We should point out. Actually, I wanted to organize another space to talk about the government atrocities, the leaders. We need to deconstruct our leaders. Let's know about Kimani Chungwa. I hear he owns something 300 million. He's like the pseudo governor of Kiambu. Let's deconstruct a person like Mandag who stole Finland. Let's deconstruct Murkomen. Let's deconstruct all leaders. How can you donate 20 million and yet you're not working? How can you, and you're being paid like an MP for Sudi? Even Bill Gates doesn't donate such. Even if you're in America, yeah, we can know that you are getting paid by software. Even these musicians, they are getting paid. But you donate 20 million, donating while asking people moja mbili while they're clapping, because those people doesn't have information. I don't blame the people in the ground. Never say people are foolish. Do civic education to your parents, to your neighbors, to your village mates. You have the power of information. I was for Ruto, but for now I know what he is and I know the kind of a person he is, and he won't rest until he become a dynasty. Right now, anyway, I don't want to talk more. I'll talk more tomorrow. Let's give the next speaker. Jelan, who was the next speaker? Gen Zach something.
Diko.
Oh, okay.
Diko. Diko, are you speaking?
Sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I keep my mic on mute and it was still on mute when I started speaking. So sorry about that. So I was saying, thank you, Kimuzi, for the space. Thank you, Lee, for hosting. Okay, I have a lot of stories, but I'm going to try to, as much as possible, to summarize. The first thing that we need to understand is that we are beyond the point of any form of negotiation about anything long-term with William Ruto and his administration and the current legislature, including the Senate and the National Assembly. Wetangula and Kingi and all the people that they are leading, we are not negotiating with them. The Rubicon was crossed on Tuesday, on the 25th. We are not going back. Even Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi never once deployed
special forces snipers on Kenyans, not even once. We have never been here. Secondly, we've never had an internet shutdown. The first shutdown in Kenya occurred on the afternoon of 25th of June 2024. This has never happened in Kenya. In fact, I work in tech, so I used to, when talking to other folks in tech from around Africa, and they are talking about internet censorship and that kind of thing, I was like, oh, this kind of thing doesn't happen in Kenya. We cannot condone it. And that was the position until it happened. So we are past the point of no return. There is no room for negotiation about anything that is long-term with William Ruto. Secondly, I just want to touch on carbon credits and this whole climate conversation from where we stand, because I think I've seen a little, and I think I know what is going on. For the avoidance of doubt, with respect to Africa, this is 100% a land and resource grab. There is nothing for us in it. It's basically these people are coming here pretending that they are trading carbon credits and pretending that they have money from wherever and wherever, in order to make sure that we have no access to our land, and we have no access to the resources that are on this land and under this land. I don't know whether you guys are familiar with what the British did after the Second World War, and after the state of emergency was declared in Kenya, and how we came to have all these so-called national parks. So the British are very cunning people. So they commissioned a lot of surveys in Kenya, and some of these surveys were geological surveys. And they went across the entire country, pinpointing which areas were rich in what minerals. And most of these were actually gazetted as protected lands. You can just go and look that up. If anyone needs any additional material, I have some material I came across recently that I can share. So, secondly, see what is happening in, like Kimuzi had said, in northern Kenya, because contrary to most people's opinion, northern and the entire northern Kenya, and actually even the southeast Kenya going to the coast, is extremely rich in terms of mineral resources and whatever lies under the soil. What is happening with people like NRT and all these conservancies and NGOs purporting to be trading carbon credits? Some are even corporations. So you begin to wonder, why are all these institutions not Kenyan owned? Why are all of them foreign? And what exactly is their interest in these lands? Because again, they are vast. We are talking hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon thousands of acres, because in northern Kenya, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 acres is nothing. So these are the questions that need to be asked. Another thing that I've noted is, I don't know whether you guys have noted that these people actually have private militia, which is illegal. They have private militia. They are very well equipped. They have air fleets. This is fixed plane. They have helicopters. And you wonder, so if this is a conservancy, why do they need a private militia, and why do they need choppers? Because the next step is going to be they'll have light attack helicopters. Before we know it, they have things like an Apache. An Apache is an helicopter gunship, and now the entire nation does not have an Apache. If someone has an Apache and they're armed with missiles, what are you going to do to them? These are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. I don't know whether you guys have seen what has been happening in northern Tanzania with the eviction of the Maasai, and it's this entire carbon credit thing, and people want to hunt and all these kinds of things. And this has been orchestrated by the Tanzanian government because they have some agreement with the United Arab Emirates. this is the same thing that is coming to Kenya, because that is basically forceful removal, because your government has negotiated a contract with a foreign entity or a foreign government. Now the foreign entity who come in with their private militia want you off the land. Okay. Another interesting thing that I saw with the NRT and such people is they are now purporting to come here to teach pastoralists how to coexist with wildlife and the best ways to graze and that kind of thing. And I wonder, what does an American or someone from Northern Europe know about pastoralism? We all know what the Americans did, for example, okay, to all the wildlife that was in North America before they went there. A good example is what they did to the wild buffalo in Northern America, which I think we have hundreds now, but they almost drove those to extinction. So how are people who have driven wildlife in their lands, in their lands of origin to extinction, what do they have to tell us about wildlife conservation? These are really strange things that I'm seeing happening. Okay, now let's get back to what I really wanted to say. So, for the avoidance of doubt, Ruto is like a career, like a grifter. He's a grifter. This is a person who began his career with Youth for Kanu 92. We all know what happened to the Kenyan economy because of the kind of printing of money that happened before the election of 1992. Because before that period, and this, of course, was compounded by Goldenberg, but we jumped from the shilling exchanging to around 21, 22 shillings to the shilling going to 65, 70 shillings in a few months, and it was a total catastrophe. We have seen the clashes or in the Rift Valley, the tribal clashes of the 90s. Who are orchestrating these things? Who was Uru's running mate in 2002? Wasn't it this same William Ruto? The thing I'm trying to put across here is that Kanu sneaked into power in 2013 and totally refused to implement the constitution, because most of the problems that we are facing right now stem from having a constitution that has not been implemented. If we had chapter 6, for example, people like William Ruto would not be in office today, and that applies to a lot of his lieutenants, both in parliament. People like Wetangula cannot even travel outside Kenya. They can't even go to Dubai. Why? Why do we have a person who is wanted by a foreign government for fraud and other crimes as the Speaker of a National Assembly? Like, it's a very shameful thing. Now, beyond what I can say or what anybody else can say about William Ruto and us not and it not being prudent in anyone who is interested in change or reform in Kenya trusting them, what is he doing right now? We all saw the memo, was it yesterday or the day before, on Wednesday, sending the finance bill back to parliament. But what did he do? Was it today? What did he do? He approved the appropriations bill. What does that tell you? It's just the same thing. Okay, who sent goons to the protests on Tuesday? Why was in there looting in the previous week when the demonstrations began? Who deployed snipers? Who has now deployed the military? Who is doing psyops on social media? Who is applying the divisive tactics and basically trying to get ahead of what, according to them, from where I stand, from what appears to be just a PR crisis? So they're using the best way they know how, not realizing that we are actually in a serious constitutional crisis, because we're at the point where the citizen has decided to exercise their sovereignty directly. What does that mean? It means that the electorate has lost faith in the entire government, the elective arms at least, so the executive and the legislature. But he is still trying to paint it as if it's not a people-driven thing, as if he actually called us criminals. I should have said, good morning, fellow criminals. Anyway, the other thing that we need to realize is that I was in another space this week and I tried to tell people about how the West operates. One of the things that we need to understand is that the current, we are in the midst of a major geopolitical transition. So everyone is looking for allies. On one hand, you have the Anglophone West. On the other hand, you have Russia and China, and basically Russia and China, because those are the key ones. In the middle, playing both sides, you have the European Union. So everyone is trying to look for allies. I don't know if you guys have been keen about the things that have been happening here since William Ruto got elected. I don't know whether you guys have noticed that the head of the Air Force has been, the head of the US Air Force, the head of the RAF have been here, the head of the FBI has been here, the head of the US Coast Guard, the head of the US Army, the head of what they call the Africa Command, which is currently domiciled in Germany, was here. I don't know whether you guys are privy to the deals that were being signed with respect to the CDC and the US medical research something, which is involved in developing biotechnology for warfare. These people are currently looking for allies, and these are the same people who killed Patrice Lumumba in the Congo in the early 60s and imposed upon the Congo Mobutu Sese Seko, who was an absolute disaster for the country. The point I'm trying to make is that this man is bold because he has the backing of Uncle Sam. He has maybe some money. He is the reason he's making moves like deploying the military is basically because he knows the American service back. Otherwise, there would have been no other reason. So forget about the West coming to your aid for your own good. Do not try to depend on the West. So the only negotiation that you can have with William Ruto is that he transforms into a kind of a temporary caretaker administration as we chart the way forward. I heard someone talking about William Ruto sacking his cabinet. We don't want him to sack his cabinet. In fact, we do not want him to name another cabinet. One of the things that you need to realize is that Kenya has been held by a criminal cartel since independence, because when the British were leaving, they left the chiefs and collaborators government and basically transformed the Home Guard Corps into our police. And that's why we have a very serious problem with both of those, because these are the people who are in the executive, these are the people who are in the legislature mostly, and these are the Home Guard Corps is what we call our police. What was the Home Guard Corps created to do? It was created to subdue the native. Isn't this what it has continued doing since 1963? It's the same thing that they are doing. That's why they kill us with abandon on the street. They are not there to protect the Kenya. This is a colonial construct. Until we get to the point where we have reformed and come up with a new police force with different training methods that is meant to protect and serve, it's not going to change. And another thing is some of these things will not come by negotiating with the enemy. No, they don't. So another thing is that the way the corruption networks work is this. These people that have been appointed to these positions are given a target. You are supposed to bring in $1 billion or whatever amount this year from your ministry, or 2 billion, or that kind of thing. So these are people who have eaten together. It's not like people steal unilaterally. People steal as a group. These are cartels. They steal as a group. So this person lacks the moral authority to even sack anyone regarding corruption, because amongst Kenya's most corrupt people, he is one of them. He is one of the corruption kingpins. So he cannot change anything for the long term. That's the point I'm trying to make. Now, how do we move forward? In my opinion, according to our constitution, the legislature is the most powerful arm of government because they are constitutionally mandated to control the purse strings of government. They are the ones who make laws, so making and amending laws, and they are the ones who exercise, most importantly, oversight over the executive, over the judiciary, over constitutional commissions, over the military, over the police, and anyone else, as long as they are an arm of the government of Kenya. It's Parliament that has the authority to oversee. The problem that we have is that now Ruto has co-opted Parliament, although this has been the case since 2013. We have not had any Parliament that we can speak of since 2013, and even maybe since 2008, although in between 2008 and 2013 at least, we had sufficient brain trust in Parliament to ensure that things did not degenerate to the levels that we are seeing. But now, here we are. So, the legislature for me is key. So, like people are saying here, the pressure that needs to be applied now is for the IEBC to be properly constituted so that we can drive these mass recalls. I've tried to do some math, and because people are both in Kenya, I'm thinking we need, right now UDA has 179 MPs, ODM has 158, and there are 12 independents. I was thinking that if we could try to add, if we could have like 200 leaders in the National Assembly, whom we are sure that these people, number one, voted no for the finance bill, and we institute a mass recall such that we are able to gain at least 50, 60 seats, who are, of course, are going now to add numbers on the side of the opposition. Then we can move on to the next step, which is impeachment, because only Parliament can impeach a sitting president. Okay, so the other thing that we need to address, although this is now moving forward, is the issue of political parties. If you look at, everyone knows about this, so let me not waste anyone's time. We need political parties that are based on a clear ideology. So that is
Ndiko.
Yes.
Yeah, kindly wind up. There are like 9 speakers now.
Yeah, sorry, I'm actually winding up right now. So we need political parties with a clear ideology. So thank you very much, everyone, for listening to me, and have a good evening.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we go next to a lady, then a gentleman, maybe Bina or Keira, one of you, then we go to another culture. Bina? Okay, Keira, you can go ahead.
It's okay. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
I hope all of you are doing well. Yeah. My point today is to talk about youth empowerment to join, to vie for electoral seats. In that, you see these MPs who are in parliament right now, most of them were supported by the president, let's say the president. That's why they were on his side, in that they might risk Okay, I'm sorry. You see, these MPs who are in position right now, most of them were supported by the president. That's why they have to to they have to be on his side. Let's say, what if we support our own youths because the qualification for an MP is 21 years, so that in parliament we'll be having our own people who doesn't rely on anyone for their seat, who just have to talk for the people, because most of the MPs were supported by, let's say, the president or other political leaders. That's why they can't make the decisions for the common wananchis. And then there's this criteria that commonly happens during elections. You'll find out that a politician will come out selling their misera, yeah, they'll come out sending their manifestos in form of giving the people 50s and 100s, which is not correct, but people go in to vote for who gives them the most, who gives them 200 instead of 50. What if we support our own youth and make sure that every youth out here is going to vote? Because the youths in Kenya carry the largest population, but it's so unfortunate that in the voters, you will find out that we have very few youths voting. What if in the coming elections, every youth goes out there and votes, and we support our fellow youths, because most of the youths don't have enough funds to fund the elections. That's why you see that most youths won't stand for their selves. You find sometimes someone wants to be an MP, but due to lack of funds, you find out that this youth will merge with politicians who has more funds, so that you'll find out that this politician is an old man or an old lady, but the youths go ahead and lose the seat. Another point that I'm going to talk about is, what if we push for centralization of sectors? Let's say agriculture in Kenya. You can see agriculture is really failing, and this is because it was decentralized to the counties. Because I'm taking a course in agriculture at Egerton currently, and when there is a decentralization of these sectors, let's say agriculture, this is what decentralization is, what brings about a lot of corruption, and it also makes to be a lot of, let's say, what can I call them, those people, brokers in the market, because the farmers cannot access the market so easily. You'll find out that these farmers need to rely on brokers, which affects really this agriculture. What if we focus on the centralization of these sectors? Let's say, for example, agriculture. For now, the only sector that is decentralized, an example, is education, which is working pretty well because it is centralized. But the ones that have been decentralized, let's say the agriculture sector, the health sector, all of them, they are failing because of corruption and brokers coming in. Another thing that I want to say is that we continue keeping on these spaces and having a topic to talk on weekly, so that we can keep on learning more. It is bringing youth together, even those ones that are in high school. When they will finish high school, they find these spaces and they will get educated, so that when they will vote, they know what they are doing, not just voting for someone who just pops out in their area, let's say in their constituency, and then they be loud, so you find out people are supporting the loudest one, not knowing what they have done. So we keep on these spaces so that you can keep on educating each and every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Culture Kenya, you can go ahead because you have raised your hand now. Culture Kenya.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you pretty well.
Oh, okay, perfect. I just wanted to say a couple of things. I read a lot of war books and a lot of movies, and one thing I realized some people didn't know is you are actually we are at wars almost, because we have somebody who's declared war on us. You're killing kids, but we seem to be a little bit like we can negotiate, we can talk. And if you just look at the history books, even the most recent thing is like Osama bin Laden kept telling the US, like, we're at war with you. And the US was like, they can't do anything until the towers collapsed. And I feel like this government has declared war on its citizens already. And it's just, I know it's kind of scary, but that's where we are. And we need to look at it like that. And the other thing also is the church. And I was talking to my grandmother, and my grandmother was telling me, the Mau Mau were the same. They were really young. They were 20, 21, 22. And they had the same challenges, that they were saying that their parents were zombies. They were just brainwashed by the church. So they decided to go to the forest and fight. And I have trauma because I used to hear my grandmother crying because of Moi. And that thing has stayed in me all this time. You're just like, so when this guy was chosen, I was like, damn, now as an adult, I have to go through this. Because every time I could hear him talking. Now, the whole thing about Ruto talking in the US Congress, I wrote something on X. I was like, I write to my governor because I'm in the US. I write, and somebody, I didn't even get any likes, maybe one. And somebody laughed at me. And then I sent a letter to my governor about him. And later I learned that that they were saying the thing they didn't want to say is that a lot of people in the diaspora had written letters. I don't know if that's the truth, but I did write a letter to my congressman, because here if you write a letter to your governor, they actually answer you back. They say they received your letter. So I don't know if that worked. And also, people are saying that we're fighting among ourselves, but they're also fighting among themselves. Just look at them. It's the same. Yes, we might be kind of we might have different ideas, but look at them. They are trying, or they are conflicted. The vice president is saying one thing, the president is saying another thing. So they're also going through the same thing we are going. And the thing is, they've never had to encounter something like this. The other thing I also wanted to say is, I just realized we're not free. This constitution is not working for us, and we're not free people in our own country. Ruto had the same talking points when he came back at the housing jobs. So unataka watu waende shule wafanye kazi ya mjengo, because I know you're not going to give us those accounting jobs. So unataka watu wafanye kazi ya mjengo, or you want to ship people outside the country. And let me tell you the truth. I suffered in this Mzungu country before I was stable. And when I went and I'm trying to go back, I'm like, you know what? I'm at a position now I want to go back. But even when you try to go back and you have money, it's not like they make it easy for you to start a business or anything, although it's a little bit easier. But don't try and ship our people overseas. This is a white man's land. It's not our country. And my mother used to remind me, just know this is not your country. And I know there are a lot of people in the diaspora who are helping in this movement. Just know, guys, we are 4 billion strong. We contribute 4 billion. We are a force to reckon with. We can pump money in any candidate. Okay, we can write letters. When Ruto comes out here, we can go and demonstrate. We can fight our fights too. And I guess we've accomplished one thing. We've accomplished a couple of things, but there's one thing Ruto, I think I can say was a home run. We've damaged his reputation in the world. New York Times, Bloomberg Report, Al Jazeera. You know, he was the saint. He was the African darling walking around here, talking about Africa, this Africa that we're going to do that. Alafu anakuja hapa anatudanganya to Bill Gates or whoever has 5,000 jobs for us. So we've damaged his reputation. I don't think anybody else will cozy up to him the way they were doing. And if they do, we are here. We'll apply pressure on our end. But that's all I wanted to say. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Rest in peace to everybody who's mourning a loved one. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that input. Kengara or academics, you can take the mic. Or Slubs, there is a Slubs here. I shall add DVD.
Okay.
Can you kindly mute your mic before?
I think he's muted.
Okay, you can continue.
Okay. Yes, my name is Adi. I'm a Kenyan at heart and a Kenyan at birth. I presume you all can hear me, so I'll continue. First thing I'd want to ask is I'd like to table it like e-government in Atubebufala. It is taking us for a ride, because why the heck should they say, or one part of that government say, that they did not have intelligence reports, yet we can see that the IMF already knew that they're going to be protests, and they categorized them and they told the government stay put. So they knew this thing, they chose to ignore us, and that is why we must keep our voices heard. Another thing I'd like to say is there's no need for sideshows. Like a while ago I saw our roaming chef was here, Ombachi, and 5 people. Just for as an example, like if it is banter, please make sure you clarify by the end that it is banter. And even as you banter, kwa hizo post, weka the hashtags Ruto must go now. That is what we want. That is the end goal, to pull everyone towards the common cause. When they're speaking about leaders, what I know, and I'll use whatever has been working for the systems that I've been seeing all around. You see, like, okay, yeah, I'm in campus, and one thing that phases campus people is Sherehe. So when people are going for Sherehe and all that stuff, you don't really have to know whether the club is popping. You just need to have your own set of people. Your 5, 6, the clique of 8, the clique of 3 that you are, whichever number. Mkienda, mnasema mnaenda, you just have to be ready and set as the 3 of you, the 4 of you, the 5, the 6, whatever number, and go. So when we are going, we know what we're going to do. You will see other groups of people going to do the same thing, but you know you're going there as a small group, a small function. Now, Atam Kipatana huko, you'll be like, oh, we're all going here. The same way with this protest. What we're going to do is take your few friends, your 1, 2, 3, 4 people you know, and the way the group dynamics are amongst friends, be there, tell each other, we are going to fight for our country. Whether the others are going to go or not, we're going to go. Because on Thursday, what I saw, that's what we did with some of my friends. We decided we're going, and we were in town only to find that people are not there. But we still had to start. We even started making noise. We started like protests. Thursday in town started at City Market, hapo Kenyatta. Hiyo City Market yenye inakuanga Mdimbingu Street. They started there, and from then on, ikaenda kaa wave hadi huko chini downtown, and things were happening and popping. You just need that site. But like what I'm just saying is to mobilize each other. The group of people you can reach as a person, the small person that you are, get to them, make sure you go, na mtapata mkoko wengi. Our strength is in our numbers. On Thursday we were really terrorized because numbers were few. I even like the whole of let's say from 3 to 5, because I left town at 5. I was fortunate enough to leave. I know of people who walishikwa huko chini, people who are not even engaged in protests, bado walikuwa wanashikwa because of profiling. People were saying that or not the people but police, they were just saying anyone who looks young, anyone who looks to be within the bracket of like 20 to 25 anaingia kwa Mariamu. And right now there are very many people who are in police stations, Kamukunji, Central, others who have been taken elsewhere, I think Pangani and Mutaiga, sorry, because they were just, the only problem was they were in town, and there are others who are protesting for their rights because they were on an onslaught. So but tukiwa wengi, there's nothing of the sort that will happen. So if we are there, our strength is in our numbers. Let us all show let us all pop. I'd like to remind you guys of something about the Mau Mau, because this is similar. They were fighting for their independence. We are fighting for our economic and constitutional independence. We want to be free from Western powers, from the shackles of Western dictated debts. We want to be free from the shackles of any foreign dictated debts. We want to be free to manage our own resources, to manage our own powers, our own abilities as citizens, to exert our constitutional power within our state and jurisdiction. We want that freedom and that right back. It is our right. It is the first article of the Constitution says that we are the sovereign power. So we want it back. And yes, so it is similar to what the Mau Mau are doing. And within the Mau Mau, one of the things that led to the beginning of the end was when one General Matenge and General Dedan Kimathi had factions. One was in Nyeri, the other one, they were operating on different sides. So that was number one. Two, the government of the day, the British, they came in and they tried to sow discord. They had people who they had captured, but they saw they should send them back as intelligence to go back and source out and pick out who they identified as leaders. That tactic is similar and very evident right now. That is what is happening. They sent them back, and when they went back into the forest with their people, the Mau Mau found it difficult to note who is a spy from their own, because with the white man they could see the difference, they could see who the enemy is. It was so outright, but amongst the people it was very hard to view the spies. So for now we have to know that infiltration will happen, must happen, but we stick to the principle. If we stick to principle, there's nothing that is going to break us, because if everyone who is true sticks to the principle, it remains the same, the line is the same, the standard does not change. So let us stick to the principle that we are fighting to the end, and our strength is in our numbers. Let us not be shaken nor divided. I would also like to add, that the bourgeois, the middle class, who feel comfortable as they are right now, some who are going to take pictures while you're protesting, that you should not sell fear to your fellow who is trying to go out and fight for their rights. If you feel that is not enough for you, it's okay. You just stay, go and donate blood. That is another way, because this war we are fighting right now, as someone has said, it is a war. It has been declared a war. This war we are fighting right now has multiple faces. There are people who will not be on the forefront. There are people who will not be being sprayed with tear gas nor water. They will be somewhere as medics, probably helping. There will be people who will have to give out their blood, because engaging in intense physical activity after giving out blood is quite hectic. So it's itakuwa inalemewa watu, but those who feel that they cannot engage in such can go and donate blood. They can come and give assistance, become marshals and stewards, leading cars and diverting them away from traffic, so that when we bring town to a total shutdown, people have their ways outside and they are safe. They can, even for those who find themselves within town, they can try and help to see how they can navigate among the people. Like, this war has so many facets. You can even send your cash from home. You can keep on retweeting and sending the hashtags, as long as everyone takes a place. So tuache kuuza uoga, tuendelee. We have one common enemy, and the current enemy right now is the temporal holder of the office of President of the Republic of Kenya, and that is William Ruto, and that is the person we are fighting. And what we want is him gone, the whole parliament gone. So what we're doing right now is in making sure that constitutionally we have structures that will enable us, once we send them away, to seamlessly put other people in who we want and who will speak for us. That is the goal, and that is whatever remains. I'm totally anti-discussions, because this guy, we've been seeing just last week and on Tuesday, we were seeing that this guy is a liar and a manipulator. He's a liar and a manipulator, yet we want to go to talks with him. Like, heck, what is this? This is not as a meager thing, such as a relationship which you can go back to or find another one. We have no other country. Kenya is one and it has no spare part. So what we need to do is, you have said this guy is a manipulator, and you've seen it time and time again. This is their field. We cannot outplay them in their own game. Like, when it comes to politics, they have been there for a while. And when you give in to their demands of having dialogue, that is where we lose it. So as of now, as we're having these forums to give our solutions, let us also go out in the streets. We are also declaring as citizens that on Tuesday and Thursday of every week shall be a holiday, to allow us to protest, to allow us to bring everything to a total shutdown, so that people can actually make their voices heard. As you've seen, the media stations which are gagging this revolution that is happening, and they only respond when things get like to the highest pitch. So we have to reach the highest pitch ever and ever. I'm sorry if I seem too radical, but we need this radicalism, even as moderates try to chart forward our solutions. Please also remember our land is going. There has been like a new report that coltan, which is being used in phones, that is smartphones, laptops, and other smart devices, has been not discovered, but there are traces of coltan in Kenya. And what they have done now is foreign mining investors are coming to the country to try and excavate them. So far, I think they've identified 6 counties. The Ministry of Mining is also saying that the Ministry of Mining is also saying, hello, can you all hear me? If you can, please just like raise a hand or something. Hello. Okay, I've seen one. Okay, thank you. Yes, the Ministry of Mining is projecting. So far, they contribute 1% of our revenue. They are predicting that with discoveries of a few other minerals and the ramping up of the procedures, they want to get it to 10%. We are also seeing things with carbon credits. They are also like, it's something that I actually followed up on Kimuzi. That's how I actually got engaged with these tweets, like quite by March, post-elections, that is. And I actually followed up on the story, and it was making sense. I was actually seeing things that I didn't know. So like, these things are coming up, and what is happening is these guys are literally selling our country. And with now, as of now, with what you can see is the people who are speaking, the person who was speaking on Tuesday night, that was a man full of wrath. On Wednesday afternoon, that was can we say a potiko full of vengeance. Both the person who was speaking and the congregation behind him, which was clapped, they were full of vengeance, and they were like, how can they have voted for a bill the previous day, almost lost their lives, then the next day they're smiling as it is being rejected? They're taking us for, there's something that they're obviously planning to do, and that is to terrorize us. Those guys have planned vengeance on us, and that's why we're saying they must not stay. Because I cannot stay here for 3 years as the student that I am. I cannot stay here for 3 years living under work conditions with the hope that these people might change or listen to us. They have already shown that they cannot listen, that we have to pinch them so that they can at least flinch, because they have not turned. On God, they have not turned. So like, I'm not staying here, I'm not sitting down until we get our country back. And that's what we're going to do, hopefully with the resolve of many and many others. So tell people to keep on coming. Irreducible minimum shall be discussed in spaces such as this, but we shall still go to the streets with what we're discussing on these spaces and on our forums and with each other. As we're going there, we're going to share what we are saying, because this is where we discuss, and that is where we air it out. That is our microphone. The streets are our microphone, because unfortunately, it has come to a point that that is the only thing that works, and we're going to make it happen. History is only favorable to the kind, and that is the thing that Ruto has been loaded for years, that he has been fighting for himself. He has been very selfish over the years, we know. Some people, okay, 207 is another story, but we can see even in 2017 when alikuwa anasema ati alikuwa anataka kuslap Ruto. Alikuwa anataka kuslap Uhuru when Uhuru was giving up. He felt like slapping him. In 2022, we saw how hard he fought so that he can get to the seat. Those are things people were clapping for him for doing, because he's known to be a go-getter, going to get what he wants. And you have to know your adversary. And right now, if you're not ready to take up the mantle and say, I'm going to win back my freedom at any cost, whatever the cost, calamity or not, crisis or not. There will obviously be okay, kuna mali tu kuta clash and we'll have some losses, but as in if you're not ready to win it by any cost, there was no need of starting it. And since you've already started, that is the ideology you have to take. That we're not going to sit down with a murder of our children, with a murder of our people, who sent the record squad to get the right to kill people just because they blocked a road. Heck, what is so hard about removing stones? They were coming from Ruto going to Nairobi. Or what was so hard about removing stones? Yes, okay.
Thank you so much. There's somebody who hasn't muted their mic. That's why there's a. Okay. They say great minds think alike, or birds of the same feather flock together. I really like what you just said. Like we need 1 million or 2 million such minds in Kenya. Not even 10 million or 20 million. Only 1 million or 2 million such people with such minds. And no, you are not radical. You are just rational. Many people will think you are irrational, but for me, from what I'm saying, you are very rational. And I really like what you just said. Thank you so much.
Bless up and everyone have a good night. We have been doing a today, but we're taking our country back. Bless.
Okay, thank you. Kangara.
Thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I would like to send condolences to the families that lost loved ones in the recent protests. And categorically, I would want to mention that those lives lost should not be in vain. This is a fight that we started, and we must finish it. We should not give Ruto the chance to finish the fight. You know what I mean. If he's given the chance to finish the fight, meaning he's going to turn the gun points to. He has already done so, and if we relent, we are going to lose it totally. Most of us, like some of us who have been very vocal, tweeting everywhere, putting hashtags, will not live to see anything else, and maybe we end up in jail or somewhere. Now, a mistake happened, and the mistake is that Ruto is now president of Kenya. I don't know personally how it happened, but we should have seen this coming. Ruto is a perennial liar, I would say. I remember just the other day when he was giving a press statement, and it was like we lost only six people. Only 6 people died during the protests. Just the same way he had mentioned about the billions that were lost in Kimwere and Arrow Dam. It was like only 2 billion was lost, whereas everybody else knew that it was more than that. But now the recent one just mentioned that only 6 lives lost, whereas we know it's in hundreds. People were killed in hundreds. In Nairobi alone, there were more than 10 deaths in that day. And then there was a massacre in Githurai. Ruto is a perennial liar, and we must maintain our temple. We must continue vibrating with the highest frequency that Ruto must go. Now, another thing that we need to do, our parliament is dysfunctional. Parliament is supposed to check the executive, which is not happening totally. Let's initiate the process of recalling those rogue MPs. They have to be recalled. Let's make Parliament functional. Our discussion will only continue if one of these things happen. Ruto has gone, and or we make our Parliament functional, such that we can have a Parliament that protects the people, not like the kind of jokes I've been seeing around, people voting for bill just like today and tomorrow they're clapping like the bill has been rejected. What kind of nonsense is that? how do they even? I don't know how they reason really, or is it that they're out of their mind, or is it that Ruto is controlling them, all of them? And they reason like people who are normal. This is something that really irritates me. I don't know to what extent, but it's very, very painful when you see that happening. And when we have lost such kind of lives, and then people are happy, clapping for somebody, we saying like now I've declined to sign the bill. That's total nonsense. Guys, what I can say is that let's maintain this temple. Ruto must go. Let's have a way of making our parliament functional. Right now, it's like we don't have a parliament. What we have there, those are just jokers with their numbers. The last thing I would like to mention, the press statement that was given by Gachagua, that was total crap. That was nonsense. He cannot just blame the NIS for failing to advise the executive on the actual situation in the country. Like, didn't they know? They knew everything. They knew everything that was happening. But they chose to bulldoze. They were inviting those riots. They were blood hungry, and mind you, they're still blood hungry. Blood thirsty. These are like vampires. They knew everything that was going to happen, but they chose to go that way. And the result was loss of lives, and those people didn't deserve to die that way. Those are the people, those are comrades who are fighting for our rights. And mind you, at parliament buildings, I'm very sure there were people who are close to those people who are being shot. Like this somebody standing next to me, and you see them fall, but they chose to go forward. That's the kind of courage that we want. Next time, I don't want to say it's going to be me or it's going to be you, but if the kind of governance we have in the country continues the way it is, then that's the only solution. We have to keep pushing. We have to move forward. This administration has, in one way or the other, has to be stopped. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Jen, that was somebody who wanted to speak. I see you raising your hand. Kindly speak.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, let me send my condolences to everyone who lost their loved ones. We'll be keeping you guys in prayers. Okay, let me go to my first point. We have to talk about the illegal offices of these guys' sources. They're looting money in these offices because there's nothing happening, but money is coming in large sums. They only pray, but nothing is happening in terms of development and innovations in these offices. So we need to talk about these unconstitutional offices, because Margaret Kenyatta did a lot without an office like the current ones. She brought the Beyond Zero campaign, which aimed to reduce the maternal and child mortality rates in Kenya. And she was without the unconstitutional office. So we have to talk about these offices, and they need to be scrapped because they're not working. These guys are doing that. They're just looting money, and there's no development happening there. They just pray, and prayers, we all know sometimes we just need to act, not just pray without action. So we have to talk about that too. Number two, we have to talk about the mass killings with the right to 75, because now it's not 45, it's 275. You can't forget what they did in Githurai and Rugai, killing even children who were innocent. They followed people to their houses and killed them. When we keep quiet, they will look for ways of getting away with their crimes. So we need to really apply pressure on these guys. we all need to register as voters too, because in 2027 we're all going to vote, and the right leaders, if we want the right leaders, we have to vote, and we have to look for the best people that can rule our country, because these guys are taking our country in shitholes. We have to fight for our country because we are falling as a nation, and the leaders are the ones who are killing us. They are killing the country. They are taking us to. They are killing the nation basically. My third point: we need to demand accountability and hold public officials accountable by asking questions whenever we feel something is not right, and using our platforms. We need to raise awareness and governance about governance issues. Whenever we see an MP, we need to remind them that we are their bosses. We've seen Osoro speaking bullshit. This guy is very stupid. He keeps talking shit about Kenyans. He said that after the finance bill calculator, he'll pass it and he'll say yes. So, did we really employ this guy to go and insult us? We really need to take these guys back home in 2027, because they are really arrogant and they don't care about us. We really have to fight as a country and take these guys back to where they belong, kwa mchanga, because they are very stupid. Ichungwa anaongeanga like he said that he's akona power kushinda the deputy. Like, what does that? These guys are really arrogant, and we need to fight as a nation and do the right thing. And by actively engaging as informed and responsible citizens, we need to contribute and create more accountable and responsive governance system in Kenya. So let's not be afraid, because to Togopa, these guys are going to be stronger than us, and they'll take advantage of our vulnerability. So let's fight. These economic collaborations and agreements between Ruto and the United States, such as the trade deals and development assistance, have been scrutinized because IMF is a scam. These agreements are only benefiting US corporations and influencing Kenya's economic policies in ways that prioritize the United States interests. So we have to look at these things and keenly and strategize as a nation, because when we keep quiet, they take advantage of us. We can't say that Babu Wino is the best. We have to remember Babu Wino also has a case, because I can see some people are endorsing these guys and saying that in 2027 we have to consider Babu Wino as the presidency, Mara governor of Nairobi. Remember what he did. He also shot someone, and the case Elisha to evil. So we really have to sit down and focus as a nation. Then history party, I don't feel the kama it's working. We need to be independent, because parties in Kenya zimekuwa compromised by the government, and this is the truth. Hata kama I know some people will not agree with me, but it is the truth, and they've been compromised. These guys wanatoa pesa, wanasema yo go vote ikitu na ipitishwe, then utapata pesa yako, then they go do the same things. We have to fight for our country. We really have to, because we've influenced so many countries. Tanzania walikuwa wanataka kuenda to the battlefield like Kenya did. Ugandans want to fight for their country. Nigerians, I can see in the comment section, they keep saying we have to do better. Why? Because Kenya, you set an example. Let's not back down. Because when you back down, these guys will continue looting. They'll continue looting. Sudi is giving out 20 million. Like, I mean, these guys not been. How much does he handle? Another 20 million. I tend to think in a way of push the money, because after I'm paying 20 million at a road at Sema that I'm going to help in the construction. I have a team. Then the money will just go back to him. So guys, we really have to work and fight. We really have to wake up and fight for our nation. And finally, guys, let's continue mobilizing within our communities and join forces with like-minded individuals and organizations to amplify our voices. I know together we can demand transparency in the government and operations to push for effective and anti-corruption measures, because our leaders have been compromised. Yeah, so that's all I have to say. And let's continue fighting to see how our hashtag. Our hashtag sir, is Ruto must go. Reject the finance bill, because Ruto has been quiet. He's the only anything happening. This guy, whatever we saw him say up on Tuesday, that is the real Ruto. Here Wednesday, Alifanya International. We have to fight. This is the only thing I'm going to tell you guys. We have to fight as a country, because we are falling in a shithole. We have to fight. Anyway, thank you so much, Kimuzi and Lee. Thank you so much for hosting this space. Yeah, and daima mimi ni Mkenya. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next, Ragnar can speak, then Miss Universe, then maybe Glad Nancy. Kindly, in that order. Ragnar?
Am I audible? Clear?
Yeah, clear. We can hear you.
Thank you very much for this time, and I really appreciate it so much. Personally, if there's a time that I've felt proud being a Kenyan and being a youth in the bracket that was fighting for our freedom, it is now. Because there are certain fights that we can mount. Unfortunately, they don't become successful if you're doing them alone. Prior to who I am at the moment, I was a teacher in Kenya. I was in the education space for 7 years. And what made me leave was the kind of harassment that teachers go through. Where I am currently, I still follow reports that are given concerning the teachers, and most of them are not very good. We saw a month ago or two, there were reports that currently out of 5 teachers, 3 of them are fighting mental issues. Now, why is that one happening? Our education sector is sick and tired. Unfortunately, the main propellers of these sectors are the ones who are sick. Our teachers are sick. They are sick because of poor remuneration. In the 7 years that I was a teacher, the maximum amount of money that I got in my about 45,000 shillings. Now, that is money getting into a teacher's account. A teacher is living in Nairobi. You've not taken care of your rent. You've not taken care of your travel expenses. You've not taken care of your utilities. You've not taken care about food and everything. Now, the worst stroke when they included the housing levy as part of the deductions from our payslip. It was worse. I could not just continue with it. Currently, teachers are on 2 health insurance schemes. There's one that is given out by Eminem, by Minet, which the main shareholder here is this so-called William Ruto. He's the one who's pulling the shots at Minet. This money, we don't even know how much we are contributing towards this scheme. On our payslip, it doesn't even reflect. On our payslip, it never been used to reflect. We're just being told that there's part of your salary going into a medical scheme called Minet. Now you go to the hospitals, it's the worst. The best you can be given if you are sick is paracetamols. I lost 2 colleagues who are having diabetes because of the poor medicine that are always being given. Teachers are taken to clinics Whereas from what we are being told, we are contributing about 4,500 shillings per month towards a medical scheme, for which if you go to access healthcare, Medicare, you are given paracetamols and certain third generation medicine. The second medical scheme that we are in is NHIF, which throughout the 7 years that I was a teacher, I never stand to benefit anything from it. So monthly, I used to contribute about 6,000 shillings towards my medical insurance, which was bogus. Now, the worst come into employment. Currently, if I don't know whether most of us know that the current MPs are nowadays working in their cars with employment letters that they issue to teachers whom they know. Prior this situation, we used to have a very good elaborate employment structure where employment was based on 1, your year of graduation, 2, your qualifications in terms of academic performance, and then 3, any other qualification that you could be having that is superior over those that you're competing with. That was scrapped off. TSC gave letters to members of parliament to be working with to issue out. Who does that? Like we saw the women rep for Bomet getting into a funeral and calling out names to issue out employment letters to people we have had some purported to be teachers who have not gone through any training being given letters for employment. Now look at what is happening to the GSS group. You are paid 17,000 shillings, 17,000 shillings for heaven's sake to teach as part of the remuneration. If you go on strike for that matter, letters are thrown to you left, right, and center, threatening to terminate the contract that you're having with your employer. We had very many teachers, GSS teachers, who are striking 3 weeks ago, who were given termination letters as to why they were striking. So that is something that they go, such kind of impurities they go and talk about. Now, the last thing that I think I want to talk about is we are having a very good conversation that people are lauding us all over. Probably the only misleading that we will be having is on a simple thing. I won't document what we're talking about because I've been in these spaces for the last 2, 3, 4 days. Unfortunately, we do not have like a framework to document some of these points. We should be taking like minutes of the hosts, which in this case will be Kimuzi and Lee. You should be having someone that is just like stationed to be documenting what is being talked about, like constructively documenting what is being talked about, such that when the discussion now gets into another.
Kindly, can I just cut you short a little bit, then you continue?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you can. As you can see today, I've decided to be recording so that I go play it and I write down the main key issue.
Thank you. So that when the discussion will be coming, because I'm very sure from here where we're going to move into the second phase of the discussion, we should be now talking from a point of knowledge based on what has been talked about by everybody throughout this period of time. Thank you with what's going on. Personally, I've been supporting. I've sent my contributions and I will not tire sending my contributions. And if there's a time that I would really want to be home, it is now. Sometimes it's just because I'm not able to afford my flight back to Kenya and back to where I am. But if it was possible that I could afford my flight to Kenya, this is the best time that I think I would have been home. To protest with my colleagues, to protest with my age mates, to protest with everybody that is ready and willing to help us protesting this and send a message to this government. Thank you very much. Continue the fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Evans. And that place that you said maybe you don't have the flight ticket to and fro where you are in currently now. Many people doesn't understand. Many people think when you go to abroad, you just have money or you just you can pay. Of course, you can pay bills. You're not the same like you're in Kenya, but you still have many bills. You still have a life to run. You still have the rent. Everything is expensive. So many people are saying, oh, these people in diaspora are the one talking about.
Let me just shed light on that, guys. Sometimes I listen to this guy talking about shipping people to abroad, because when you talk about abroad, anywhere away from your country is abroad. Even Tanzania, if you're in Kenya, Tanzania is abroad. Now the worst part is settling abroad. It is the worst nightmare that someone can ever subject you to. The first thing that you suffer is loneliness. When I came to Europe, I'm in Europe currently, in Poland. The first problem that I faced was loneliness, because you come into a country where language first is a barrier. These guys don't even understand English. Polish is one of the most difficult Slavic languages in the world. So imagine you are in a country where you cannot speak to anybody. Now you have been given a contract. I came here on a study visa. I went back for studies. In as much as I'm being taught in English, but how do I run my day-to-day activities? It's almost a nightmare for me to communicate with anybody in the supermarkets, anywhere. I rely on my phone to translate what I'm trying to say. Now, when it comes to payment, if you come here, probably someone negotiates for you a deal to come and work around. You'll be on minimum pay. If you're on minimum pay, there's no difference between you and someone who is also on minimum pay in Kenya. Now, when you're on minimum pay in Kenya and you are on minimum pay here, the amount of money that you'll be getting will be sufficient enough for you to survive around. It will not give you the leeway to have enough to support any other thing beyond the minimum basic life in that particular country. So if someone is going to do that, go abroad so that you can. Currently, I'm not even able to support my family. I'm not even able to support my parents. And I've been here for the last 1 year. Why? Because I'm still trying to find bearings. The first year, you try to, whatever money that you'll be making is to help you regain what you invested in making the trip. The second year, the amount of money that you'll be getting is to facilitate what you shall, because what you'll be given is probably a one year visa or a 2-year visa. Well, once that visa expires, you have to make fresh applications. In making fresh applications, the amount of money you spend in making the first application is equal. Sometimes it's even more when making the second application. So this is very expensive. To stabilize abroad, as that guy is talking about stabilizing abroad, it will take about 3 to 4 up to 5 years. Some people, they give up before the 5 years elapse. They then come back home and they are disillusioned worse than even before they left. So before someone thinks that go abroad, there's so much work abroad, think twice. What are you going to do abroad? And if you come here, these guys are also not foolish. You come here and what you'll be given are menial jobs. No one is going to employ you as a CEO of a blue chip company. They will give you those low-collar jobs because the good jobs are left for their citizens. They are not stupid to be giving us foreigners very good jobs when there are people also looking for the same jobs. You'll be given menial jobs. I have got 3 degrees currently. This is my 4th degree. If you could see the kind of job that I'm doing here, you won't even believe it. But that's what I can do because it is also available for me. This guy talking about exporting labor. What are we going to do in the UAE? What you'll be doing is working in cleaning toilets, nursing people who are aging, cleaning the roads. Who is going to employ in those very advanced technological companies? No one. Until that time that they're able to prove that you can be able to do it. So let no one cheat you that it is all rosy here. It is never rosy. It is never rosy. We are suffering boredom. We are suffering loneliness, language barrier, climatic change. Your social life is totally cut, living in very small spaces, and it is serious. It's in fact the stress that we endure staying here is worse than the stress that we endure staying at home. Sometimes I ask myself, like, why can it that I just go back to my country and then continue with my life normally? Because at least I would rather suffer at home, but I'm having my social life intact, than suffering here and my social life is also cut off from me. So before, if at all that time will come when a deal is negotiated for you to come to go and live abroad, probably to go and look for some work, please think on what kind of work you're going to do. Go through that contract before accepting anything. Check on it. What are you going to do outside there? Whatever pay that you'll be getting, is it commensurate to one, your skills? And will it be enough to sustain your life in that country and leave you something to send at home? Here, for me to leave something for my own personal use, you have to limit yourself, your expenditures. Probably going without meals in order to save, to send back at home. I take 1 meal a day. Imagine in Europe I'm taking 1 meal a day. Not that I cannot afford it. If I can afford it, because what I'm being paid here is enough for me to afford 3 meals a day. But if I am to take those 3 meals a day, I'll be having nothing to save. Now what will happen when my visa will expire? I'll come back home with nothing. So guys, let's be careful about everything that's happening.
Thank you so much, Evans. And to add on that, I was just telling people to be kindly checking on the kinds of work that they want to go and do. Okay, next is it was the Miss Universe, yeah. Then Nancy.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, my sincere condolences to all our fallen soldiers and their family members. It's been quite a tragic week for all of us, honestly speaking. And I'd also want to congratulate everyone on the effort they've been putting on the whole of last week. It has not been easy. And I want all of us to stop pushing ourselves so hard, because it's been the first time we're having such a grand political revolution. No one here has done this before, and it will only be fair if we didn't judge ourselves harshly. So let's be soft on ourselves. So first things first. Today I'm honestly happy and thrilled to be seeing that we are having a space. I don't know what happened to last night. I don't know if people were taking the advice on retreating and they were rejuvenating and having their strength before we come back, because the fight is still on and Ruto must go. So I'm glad today also, because I've been following up on the news and I'm seeing that what we want as a Gen Z is being aired out in public, and I'm thinking we're now closer than ever to actually achieving what we want. So first, I've seen that we are requesting for the IEBC to be reconstituted for the next. We've given a time span of 30 days for the IEBC to be reconstituted. I'm not going to go deep in that. I'm not going to go deep into that. Secondly, I'm going to ask us. I know we are a faceless, we are a leaderless movement. I'm going to ask us to as much as we don't want to have any leaders, I'm going to ask us to try and be leaders in our own capacities. And what do I mean when I say this? Um, I'm going to ask you to bear with my voice. I'm struggling to talk because I'm having a cold. So I'm going. I'm asking everyone to be leaders in our own capacity. And what do I mean by that? I'm sure we have lawyers in this house. We have advocates in this house. I'm going to ask you all to at least try and educate us on on matters that are going around, because the big elephant in the room right now is ignorance, and I think it needs to be addressed because most of us are not aware of, of, of our rights and things such as maybe what it takes for the IEBC to be reconstituted. So I'm just going to ask us to, I'm going to ask them to actually enlighten us on such matters. Also, I believe that we all have something we can contribute as people kwa ground. Let no one cheat you. There's nothing you can bring to the to the table. If you know you could, if we've witnessed something kwa ground, kindly inform us so that we can be able to know where we are standing at. Because the media houses, they won't show, they won't. The media houses wananyamazishwa, so they're not gonna speak up. They're not gonna tell us what is going to happen. So at the ground, let us try and inform each other. You know, at least we're aware. Also, I'm going to ask us, all of us, to serve in our own capacity. And I know we have different capacities of serving. And I'm not telling you to just send people and sijasema mtu akuwe willing to lose their lives. Uh, I've got very high respect for those people who have lost their life in this cause. But what I'm trying to say is that, can we at least try to do things in let's try to do things at our very level best. So what do I mean by at our very level best? There's someone who can who's willing to risk their families, to risk their own lives, and great respect to that. So people who are not for that. So if you're not for that, kindly set that aside. But if you can, if the little that you can do, let's say, if you could contribute at least maybe hata 5 bob. Kuna msee anaweza toa 5 bob, kuna msee anaweza contribute kwa hiyo mchango. I mean, if every one of us was to move at least 10 shillings, we'd be very far off. So let us serve ourselves. Let us serve our country in our own capacity. My next point is going to be I'm going to ask us to incorporate all the ideas we have. Let us not dismiss any idea we have, because as much as tunaweza itwa delusional, tunaweza itwa hallucinatory, no. Remember the first session on JPL that was live on JPL, the one that had Shadi, Kiswangi, and Babu Wino. Do you guys? I had, or rather, I saw a tweet of someone calling us all at we've watched too much Netflix. We've had many ideas in our head, and our vigor actually comes from the fact that tumeona wakina James Bond, tumeona wase wanatry kuhack the government, and I'm just thinking, why can't we just not tap into that? Because our strength, our greatest strength should lie in what they perceive as our greatest weakness. So I'm actually gonna ask you guys to tap into kama wewe unaona, if you can watch Sarafina, and it will invigorate you. If you can listen to the Soweto songs early in the morning, ndio ujue kenye unataka kufanya, you go do that. So let us not tire. Another thing, we can go back to our statistics. Someone said that we're a product of Moi's free education system. Our set books, ukiangalia hata sahi, I'm thinking the current set book in Form 4, it's about politics. So I'm asking us if we could go back and tap into set kama kina Silo Shiba, Chozi la Heri, and generate and get some ideas zenye tutaweza kuhack the system, because I think there's a lot of knowledge that lies in there. And also the point on auditing, I won't dwell so much on that, because I've seen it's even been spoken about in the news. So I think that we should have like uh, sessions of which people are able to. I mean, we tukue na maybe monthly audits of all transactions and procurements that people in public offices, either elected or appointed, wakuwe wakituonyesha what they've been doing. We want the receipts. If it's about paying taxes, we want each and every point to be accounted for. My next point is I know people are saying that huyu msee hazitoka kwa Ikulu, which is fine. Everyone has a right to their own opinion. I want to ask you guys not to tire, not to relent, because we're so close. I mean, look at how far we've come. And I'm thinking the pressure is quite a good thing, because we're keeping this guy in check. At least Tumona, the guys who have been abducted, they have not been brutally murdered. We've not witnessed any extrajudicial killings. At least, say, anajua he can't make any foul move, because everyone is watching. Al Jazeera is watching. I've seen Al Jazeera, they've done quite a splendid job in actually bringing out the picture of what is happening in Kenya. So I'd like to commend them for that. But nevertheless, we should not wait for any foreign aid, because do you guys know? Okay, I'm sure you are all familiar with the fact that the IMF is the one that formulated this bill. And when asked upon its implications, they said that it would be medium. And right now, what we're seeing in this country is not medium. We've lost so many lives. Tunaumia, man. We've seen what's been happening in Githurai. We've seen what's been happening in Rongai. So let's keep the pressure on, so that we can keep this guy in check. I know Bashwan Nasema is a very tyrannical person, of which I do agree. This guy is going to be hard for him to let go of power. But in the next 3 years, I don't think things are going to be business as usual. This guy is going to make sure that he's sought his revenge. This guy is a very vengeful person. He will come back 10 times more vengeful. Na atajaribu kwanza wasi. I'm not sure. I don't want to say wamelipwa ama because they also could have been threatened, and I do respect that. If you back down from the movement because maybe they threatened you, using the lives of your family members. So I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna judge you all. But here's what I think. Kama unajua umelipwa, it's not over. My guy, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The guy is going to hunt you down, and he is going to make sure he has sought his revenge. So let us not tire. We know this guy is an egomaniac. He's been polls zinasema he's one of the most corrupt leaders. So let us not tire in. This is our country, and we love our country. So tusichoke. We know if this doesn't kill him, it will definitely make him stronger. So we've also seen, I mean, the incidences, the massacres from Githurai and Rongai. We've seen that Umse is a very vengeful person. So let us use that as evidence, and let us try to see, because there is something called character. It compels you to act in a certain way, hata kama hutaki kuact hivyo. So this guy, he's proven over and over again to be a bloodthirsty thief, and he will seek his revenge. Let me tell you that he will seek his revenge. So let us learn from our mistakes, because as I said earlier, let us not beat ourselves so hard. Let us try and learn from our mistakes. Let's not let this thing happen, because was it on? I think it was on Thursday night. There was a space that was held, and I attended, and there was this guy who came on live, and he was not live. I mean, he was speaking in space, and he was like, fuck you all, fuck me, fuck you for letting this happen. And I'm like, dude, chill. Is that even possible? Let us try and calm down. Let us give ourselves grace because it's the first time we're conducting such an activity. So to CG, don't, let's not beat ourselves up too much. Also, we are going to let go of let's try and let go of archaic ways of dealing with stuff in this country. Like right now, if my mom is actually accusing me of of being part of a cult. That's what she thinks. I'm kind of like tapping into a spirit of like anasema what I'm doing is not nice because she thinks that the finance bill is over and to rudi back to normal. But for those who knows what we are fighting for, let us not tire. Mtu asikwambie just because you are young, let no one despise you for that. Do whatever you can do within your space to be able to deliver our country. Kama unajua you can just be tweeting your whole day Ruto must go to keep the hashtag alive. Please get out of your own way and do that for our country. I've seen this guy is very, we all know he's very smart with mind games because he first things first, he knows Hague is not for him, is it's not chasing him. That's why I may turn the situation around and people like Bungei and Komi are going to be the ones answerable to the Hague for this. So this guy is smart. That's why we don't even have we don't have a solid IEBC commission. We've not been having one for the past, is it 1 year since last year? We've not had a solid commission. So let us try and educate ourselves. Again, this goes back to the advocates and those people who are familiar with this line. Let us try and educate us on such matters so that we don't suffer from ignorance. And as I said earlier, everyone is a leader. Let's not despise what we can do. Let's be leaders in our own capacity. Let's also, I know we're a leaderless movement, but pia tusikubali me that I'm wondering what these guys are. They're forming a coalition, a party. And the guys don't even look like Gen Zs. The guys look like what they call silent boomers or what at that time. So ujinga ya party tumekataa, ujinga ya leaders tumekataa. We're independent and we're fighting for this country. Moving on to my next point, I don't think we can rule out the possibility of anything being possible because right now we are having Elon Musk try to come up with a data plan for us. I don't know. I think it's called SmartLink. So let's try. Let's not be so closed off. Atitudani, we cannot do anything. As someone said earlier on, we should boycott these banks, we should boycott Safaricom because these guys have to declare stance. They cannot be fooling us. Mbona Safaricom wanatuambia that during the ongoing protests, they were saying that 2 of their undersea cables had been tampered with, and we know that's not the truth. So these guys, they either have to declare a stance ama watoke tuongoze nchi. If you think that umefika mwisho, because I'm seeing these guys who have been abducted, I don't wanna hold them accountable and niseme you're supposed to continue with the same video that you had in the first place because I don't know what the hell is going on in there. So we're just going to let them easy. Kama unaona kazi imekushinda, please do not infect our minds. Kaa kando, nchi isonge. So if some great influencer unaona kama amelipwa ama amekuwa threatened, let's not put that into our mind. Let's take it as if ni msemo mwenye huko chini na ameamua to back off. Let's take it as like a normal Gen Z teenager mwenye amesema leo mimi siendi maandamano. Let that not affect us. Moving on to my next point, let us tusikuwe threatened by the way, because I'm seeing Akina Sudi apparently are saying that they will withdraw all development projects following whatever happened to his Timber X Club. And I'm thinking, why would we be scared? why would you think that would make us feel ama inafanya like we regret what we've done? We have not been having any development project for the past God knows how many years. So tusishtuliwe na such small things, because these guys, they have not been doing investments. CDF sijui wanapeleka wapi. So let us not be shaken by such empty threats. Finally, I'm just going to reiterate on the fact that we should not be afraid to stand out against this draconian totalitarian system of governance. Tumechoka, kama Wakenya tumechoka. Many people will tell you that for a fact. People are tired. It's just that they don't know how to express it. And it was nice that we had the demonstration on Tuesday, but sadly we lost lives, but it was such a great move, and we can't continue employing the same tactics. So I think we can be having maybe to decide on new tactics. Kama hiyo boycott this kina Safaricom and everything. We can decide to boycott them. Still must. We can get out of our own ways. We even have Akina Elon Musk ready to help us with SmartLink and new data plans that are even way cheaper. So I'm going to ask you people, I'm going to urge you guys to forge forward. Do not be scared. This is a fight that we are going to win. Either way, hatuta give up. Ruto must go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was great, Naliaka. That was a great breakdown. I'm sorry I was off a little bit, so let me make some comments that I couldn't make when I was a bit indisposed. There's a speaker that said, I think he was the guy who was saying Kenya haina spare parts. I think it's the same guy, I'm not sure. But he said that we have to be radical. We have to be radical. There's no other way to win this fight. And we've already started. There's no point of starting and then quitting in the middle. Hakuna haja kabisa. There's no point. We have to go all the way. And, we have to be so dedicated to win. Because, wallahi, I've said this 1,000 times, wallahi, if we let Geza, if we leave this man alone, he's going to hunt each and every one of us down. Like, he may not unalive us, but he will revenge, for sure, because you've embarrassed him, and there's nothing narcissists hate more than embarrassment. Hawapendi kabisa. Another speaker spoke about the situation with the teachers and the insurance thing. And wallahi, teachers have really, really been oppressed in this country. In fact, I think Kimuzi, one of these days, we should hold a space that is specific to different industries, because kila industry iko na oppression yake. We have teachers who are going through that double insurance and lack of access to healthcare. And then we have engineers who are going through their frustration with their licensing. We have doctors who have their frustration with their pay and the whole devolution of health. So every industry has a lot of oppression. And I think it would be nice for us to hold sector-specific spaces. So like we do one for teachers, where we listen to teachers and we deeply understand the plight of teachers. So that at Akama, we are pushing for reforms. We are pushing for reforms from a place of knowledge, because if you're not a teacher in this country, you'll not know what they're going through. Teachers are the ones who can tell us all the things that they're facing. Somebody DM'd me about your story, Barua Kupewa, watu ndio they travel, and that shit is diabolical and crazy. The other thing I wanted to talk about is me, for real. First of all, I don't even understand why anybody was making a big deal out of me working for Ruto before. It was not a secret. I've spoken about it so many times. And the thing that for me, even now I'm still shocked about is, the person we saw, the one who was calling us prisoners and criminals, that dude, the way he looked in that press conference, me, I've never seen him looking like that. I'm convinced this man has MPD, like he just has multiple personalities that he pulls out of the pocket depending on where he's at. So if he's talking to like the West, he has a new personality for them. If he's talking to the MPs, he has a new personality for them. When he's on the streets on top of his V8 talking to the masses, he has a new personality for that. And he's continually gaslighting us. Like now from the reports I'm getting, the next thing they're going to start saying, and I think Rigathi kind of hinted at it, is that they're being sabotaged by someone, that it's not even them who ordered the killings, them they had no idea people were being killed. I know that's the next thing they're going to say. Well, in the next couple of days, that's the narrative they're going to start pushing, that they're being sabotaged and someone ordered the killings and it's not them. I already know 1,000%. And we need not agree to be gaslit. We know the facts, we know what happened, we were there, we saw it, we have the videos. Msikubali hiyo narrative kabisa. Like, don't let this man gaslight you. Yes, and we have to stay the course. Nilikuwa nataka kusema, Ruto is always like, one of the things that is so crazy and why he probably won the election is that he's several steps ahead of people all the time. So wewe ukifikiria ati mko hapa mnaongea hii story, yeye anakuanga 5 or 10 steps ahead, like, because he's always plotting evil in his head, I believe. So when we were out here fighting the finance bill, he already knew in his heart, he knew he was not going to assent to it. He knew he was going to come and make a superficial announcement, and he knew he was going to assent to the appropriations bill. Alikuwa anajua hizo mambo zote. So this man allowed people to die, allowed people's kids to go on the street to get shot, akijua hizo mambo zote. So even as we sit here and we say Ruto must go, we need to know who we are dealing with. This man he's a very dangerous man. I regret not knowing this before and working for him. I regret that. But it's Imagine Shamwagika. Now the best thing we can do is to make sure that he goes. Either he goes now or he goes in 2027, doesn't matter, he needs to go. Today I learned something. Not learned something. Someone said something and I was like, yeah, by the way, a lot of us are on social media and we are pushing these tags, but there's a lot of Kenyans who are not on Twitter. They're not seeing the push that we are doing on social media. So I want you to suggest something, and if you want, you can do it. If you don't want, it's okay. It's just a suggestion. Kesho ukitembea kwa store or in your town or wherever, I want you to start greeting people. Ruto must go, and then you tell them that the response is go, he must. So it's like Ruto must go, and then the response is go, he must. So everybody, market women, kila mtu has that slogan in their mouth that Ruto must go. I'm going to tweet it. You can retweet it as well. Pia msisahau hashtag Ruto must go. I'm now going to allow the next speaker. I just need to make those remarks. Let's have KD. Your hand has been up for a while, and then after that, wait 1 second. Gen Z, did you speak? Gen Z, did you speak? Gen Z activist, did you speak already? Gen Z activist, did you speak already?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. So let's have KD going next.
Hey, family, how you guys doing?
Good.
Good to hear from you. You guys are doing a good job, and I just like the way you guys make me look silly because of your great minds and the enlightenment as well. But I think what is most important is I would like to share this because it's something I suffered from for a long time. If you've never opened the Constitution, if you don't have that book, you're just as good as these MPs, because they don't understand what is happening. I think that is the best thing you can ever arm yourself with. You need to open that book. You need 3 books on your table. You need to at least try and look at them every day. You need a Bible, which is what Ruto is using to beat us with it. I won't talk about the Quran because I'm not Muslim, or the other religions and stuff. We cannot have a nation without God. So I'm sorry if you really think you can lead without God. Try think of a country like Russia or Germany. It can't happen. And then there's a very good book called 48 Laws of Power. In what you guys are talking about, there's a law that says crush your enemy completely. I think my favorite laws are 23 and 29. You can have a look at them at your own time. It's very important as well. Then somebody talked about taking notes. Everybody has a smartphone. Your smartphone has a notepad. I have at least 16 pages because I've been on this space for a while, since I think Monday. And I jump on. Sometimes I doze off. I'm not in the same time zone. So sometimes I find some that are on, some are not. And everybody has very brilliant points. But the most important thing I'm gathering is the people who talk the most sense are the people who understand what is in the constitution. Like, knowledge is wealth. And what you just said, co-host, the last thing you said, the people who live who are not on social media per se, that is the best way you can enlighten them. Like, if I meet someone and then they don't know what power and sort of sovereignty is in our hands means, how do I talk to them to convince them? How do I get to a cop who's trying to shoot at me and I don't know what my rights are? Then I take off. I've been fortunate enough to live in quite a couple of first world countries, and I've seen a lot of demonstrations. These guys, the moment a cop points a gun at you, they kneel down and raise their hands up, or they lie down and they put their hands behind their back. When you go for a demonstration, you're all singing the same chant. It doesn't matter like whether these cops come at you, they try to talk to you. Even if the media tries to talk to you, we all agree, like, say right now when you say Ruto must go, that is all you know. What's your name? Ruto must go. Where you come from? Ruto must go. Why are you here? Ruto must go. Please leave the streets. Ruto must go. So that is the only thing, that is the only language everybody knows. And I think the most we can do is say sensitize each other, especially wale wase tunajua hawana, cause kusema ukweli kuna wase wengi sana Kenya hawajaiona constitution, hawajaifungua hiyo kitabu. And sahii tuko generation poverty, hata hiyo book nasema sahii ukienda YouTube utaipata. So we have spent a lot of time on social media, you know, but you can spend a lot of time on your phone just broadening your mindset and getting to understand more about these articles that are what govern you, that are what make you be defined as a Kenyan, you know, that are making you look so dumb because this member of parliament who is a lawyer will come to you, and some of them don't even know these laws. Just because you have parliament for a long time, then they talk about articles, do what and what and what. Then I go, oh, this says ABC and D. Oh, kumbe inamaanisha hivi, you know. So the most we can do to ourselves is let's try as much as we can to just enlighten everyone on, even as I'm like, Ruto must go, he must. I think the first thing you should ask everyone is, do you have a copy of the Constitution? Have you read the Constitution? Do you know what Article 1 says? Do you know what your rights are? If a cop arrests you, do you know what you need to do? Do you know what your rights are as a citizen? Because if you don't know that, then we are all walking blindly, following each other. And then the people who are more enlightened are fewer than those guys who know a lot of stuff. I think that is just something I've been thinking of. And then for the guys who are talking, I really appreciate. I've taken a lot of good notes from you guys. There's so many things I didn't know. I've been so much enlightened as well. Watch news sometimes, especially these talk shows, not news like news. Some of these guys talk a lot of good sense. I've learned a lot from the lawyers in Kenya. I really appreciate. Ruto signed that whatever budget today because he was under pressure because of the meetings that were held. So when someone comes and says the clergy have failed us, you have to understand that he was given no options. Some things he had to do because they were like, hey, listen, if you don't, you are on your own. But since people don't watch news, you can just come up with a narrative and say ABC and D. Like, why are guys being killed in Githurai? There's a reason behind it. You know, you need to know the reason why. And that's why we're in this, whatever. The Gen Zs are fighting a good fight. I think the guys who will get to merit from this are the next generation. So we should give them as much support as we can. And I learned something today. They said the generations, the X's and the millennials, are what is known as the silence generation. Why? Because the generation before them is what has refused to get out of power. And that is the reason why we look in Kenya right now. The guys who run the industry are in those two categories. The guys who run the techno industry right now are the Gen Zs and the millennials. So millennials is the most compressed and unprivileged generation in the country. So let's give this Gen Zs the most we can, because they are fighting for our children and our grandchildren's freedom. They may never be able to see the fruits by themselves. The Tuesday protest was very good. Um, it touched many souls across the world. These spaces were very good. Guys were talking a lot of stuff, although it was very emotional, which is very understandable. And then you realized, I think 2 days after, there's a lot of compromising, and even now you can open a space and someone will write something that is against what you guys are trying to whatever for. Meaning, we've been infiltrated. I know there are guys on this space who are not for us. They are not part of us. The one thing I can just share with you is, listen, hata wewe utakufa. The only thing you own on this world is a 6x4 na utaiwacha hapa. So it doesn't matter how much money you're being given. Life is more sacred than this lust for money and desire and everything. Let's be fair. You cannot, even if you're given the money in this whole world, you can never be satisfied. You will not have enough. You cannot have enough money. So stop betraying your own blood through one man who is also going to die. People are passing on. This world is just like a highway we're all passing through, you know. And then the last thing I had in mind before I set up a few questions I have in mind is we're doing a good protest, but with this compromising and all, I was thinking the other way you can just have your voices heard is through boycotting. You know, seeing vijana, watu wanapenda kukunywa and stuff like that, but do you realize most of the biggest joints in Kenya are owned by these MPs, and we are the ones in the masharehe, kila saa, kiroro, whatever. I work in the media industry. They run almost the whole thing. You know, most of the guys drive. They have insurance companies. How do we sensitize each other that we get to know this club is owned by A, B, C, and D, and find a way to make them realize that, hey, you might be having a popping place, but this is my sweat. I'm actually milking myself, because for me to make you successful, you actually stole from me. You know, plus the other projects, I know you guys are so smart enough. I'm sure you know where these guys have put money where I was told so many meetings are held in his hotel, many parliamentary meetings, meaning, and that's why that place was so much protected, you know. So I don't know how. Then when they post, like when you talk about these MCs the MPs who are so much against us, when they post stuff, when you repost, you're still giving them publicity. The most you can do is just ignore, because publicity is publicity. However good or bad, you're still giving them mileage. So tulenge tu wase, tukifikia wako na mahali wanaenda church ama ni hizo gathering zao. I saw what's the name of this MP? Moses. Moses was in some funeral. He started talking and then everyone just walked out. And I think that was a very good way of just sending a message. Think of it's Madaraka Day and the whole stadium is empty. That is just sending a very good message, because these guys feed off our energy. They feed off the crowd. And I think that's why they heckle too much, because they have nothing to tell us. The moment you cannot control your tongue. So all you just do is talk, you know. And then I don't know what plan is there for the bereaved. I really pass my condolences, and most of us may not be aware of how the progress are. Maybe somebody can DM me on what is being done or the pay bill number, because we also want to help whichever way we can, but I just don't know who is who, and I just can't go ahead and start. I had an account that was actually blocked. I just opened another one, so I'm also trying to be very realistic with the situation. And then, of course, thanks for you guys. Kimozi, you're very active. I don't even know you. I don't even think I'll ever get to see you, but I know we are fighting towards the same direction. All you guys who are here, I think the only thing that actually brings us together is we are crying off the same tone, and our tears taste the same. We have one common enemy, and more bad things will happen if we, the good people, keep quiet. The most you can just do is keep on marching on and keep the faith and know that being fearful does not mean you doesn't have courage. You just need to have that courage because it's the only weapon you have, and this game will be won on the ballot box. Whether it's in the next two whatever. I don't want to think of 2027. My prayer is this guy has just. I don't want to give my personal life because I have my own experience, and I just think it's just too much to deal with right now. Let's just find a way to have a new dawn, like just get this thing done with. And even if we'll have our cattle in parliament or your chicken or whatever, teach them how to govern and know, because we don't have leadership. We have leaders, we don't have leadership. If we work towards having structures, and if the structures are in place, it doesn't matter who's in the structures. They will be able to comply because there'll be checks and balances. The problem is the structures that are being set up, nobody knows who's in charge of what and who's who. You wake up tomorrow, a story was a building was 7 stories tall, two have been added or two have been reduced, and then there's nothing happening. I'm very sure there'll be a commission of inquiry on the deaths. That is still your money. That is still my money that's going to do that. And then nothing is going to come out of it. So I think that is all I had in mind. I don't want to take so much time because I know guys are burning midnight candles and stuff, and we have a lot to think of. But I think my only petition is, please just get a Bible, get the Constitution, get a copy for yourself, and if you can get that book, 48 Laws of Power, it will teach you so many things on how to deal with these guys who have. My pleas, all of them have to go. I don't even anybody, even that guy who is the driver, even the drivers, everybody, security guards, all of them. Let's just get new team, new fresh. Let's fall knowing we tried afresh. Then get someone who tells us we're going this direction when you're not Joshua, because we don't know where you're directing us. And the last bit of it is getting to say, I wish I knew I would have done A, B, C, and D. So props to everybody who's really burning the midnight oil, and everyone who's fighting hard, all those guys who are ranting because of the so much emotional stress. Get that book. It's going to console you. When I started reading the Constitution, I got so many answers to myself. And I know even if I get arrested today, I know how to defend myself. And you leave this policeman asking himself questions because you know how to defend yourself. You have a right to not even talk. That is a right, but most of us don't. No policeman has a right to actually lay his hand on you. Somebody clobbers you like you're a thief when they don't have any. That is just a crime. That is a very big crime. So I think it's just good if we sensitize each other. Au si wa Kibira, Madhare, huko mali unajua mtu ajui smartphone ni nini. Unless tuende huko nao ndio sasa ifika saa 2027 au ndio wataendewa, because wanajua these are the guys that can easily be lured into doing what? Falling a trap. These guys are not going to go to Embakasi, these high-end whatever. They will go for those guys who they don't know the difference between left and right. Or I'll just seduce you and you'll get a baton to go and clobber your own brother on the streets in the name of Ruto must stay. Not remembering that the same guy you're actually whatever about is the same guy who's killed your mother or your auntie or your grandmother 10, 15 years ago. You're next, or your son is next, or I'm just like, it's the devil within is actually looking at you and just smiling when he's holding a knife right behind your back. And then if there's any attorney here, I have to question, but I really want to know what happens. Maybe you can answer me, somebody who's well elite in terms of the law. This is not my what do you call it? It's not my specialty. What happens with the mace if it's not found? What happens? Because you know what the mace means to the parliament. And then secondly, if this narrative changes because the MPs are on recess for 21 days and then they come back, and then after the 14 days, these guys still play hardball. What is our next projected plan? Because we know this is not a fight that is going to end like in a snap of a finger. There has to be a next resolution. I like what the High Court has done today.
KD, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me? Sorry, I don't know what muted. Yeah, I was saying I would like somebody to tell me what happens if the mace is not found with regard to the parliament when they reconvene, knowing what it means to the parliament and whatever the laws. And then secondly, if for instance this after the reconvening of the parliament, the narrative changes because we know Ruto did not reject the law, the bill. He actually just said, "I'll not assent to it." But that doesn't mean that we're actually off the chains. And plus, the same guys who voted it in can actually go ahead and do the same thing based on the tone we are actually seeing on some of their accounts. What is our next step of course of step for us to know that we know we're dealing with someone who can just wake up and say, yeah. If the parliament goes ahead and actually approves the same draft, we're going to the streets tomorrow, and then the same buffoon can go ahead and say, hey, I want the KDF back on the streets, regardless of what the High Court said. If there's any legal brains that can actually open up my eyes on that, I'll be so delighted. And I will always thank you guys for what you have done. We are together. Let's fight this for our next generations because it's been too much. If anyone doesn't know why there was killings in Githurai, it's because of this issue of parliament, which is still a dilemma. It's still in limbo. Can the mace be replaced? Is it legal? Is it something that can actually be replaced, or does it have to be the exact one? I think that's my submission, and I thank you for everything.
Thank you, KD. Does anybody have the answer for KD's question about the maze? I'll note it down and I'll note down the question, and then tomorrow, either on the next space, we could have somebody answer it. I don't have the answer.
What did he ask?
He asked if the maze can be replaced and what happens if they don't find it, or it has to be that exact one.
Maybe a lawyer can help us. I thought you were talking about maize mahindi or many maize ya parliament. Okay.
I don't know, but guys were saying, somebody said that the mace was never actually taken away from parliament, that they just used that as an excuse for the massacre in Githurai. But I don't know.
It was taken. You didn't see it outside. It was taken. Actually, my mom called me and told me for the first time since she was born 60 years ago, since independence, she has never seen anything like that.
Those guys are my heroes, Banawa. So let's have, I think, Braishi, you've been waiting for some time. After Braishi, Nancy, you can go. Then after that.
Sorry. Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
This is Mokami. I have been waiting for hours on end. Is it possible I just give my piece of... Yeah, yeah, because for some reason I kept falling off, and I'm sorry about that. So, hello everybody. I'm Mokami, and I am a bit exhausted. I've been waiting online for hours, but I needed to have my voice heard. This is the first time I'm speaking in a public forum, and I'm not someone who really speaks up, but I needed to have my voice heard. And for me, the first thing I wanted us to do is, if we can introspect, we can look at ourselves first with regards to corruption, because in essence, each and every one of us is corrupt. It's only that we've normalized corruption so much that things we assume they are okay, but we are corrupt in ourselves, right? When you tell someone, I gave my uncle CV, we patia uncle yako CV, nimepatia uncle yangu CV, unajua mtu Nyayo House, unajua mtu NTSA, that's in itself is corruption. So unless we introspect and find it within ourselves to call ourselves out, as being corrupt, then we will not be able to look at the bigger picture. So the first thing would be, we first look at ourselves. What things do I do that I have normalized to be normal, but they are corrupt in themselves? And then you start getting angry. Getting angry that you made corruption so common, so normal, that you assume things are supposed to be done in one way. And as you get angry at yourself, you get angry at us being enablers of corruption. We get angry that people have died because of this corruption that we have enabled. And once you get angry enough, now redirect that anger to our leaders, because we are the ones that put them there. For the most part, nobody will say they don't know who Ruto is or who Ruto was, because if we remember what happened in the Kiambaa church, if we remembered that, we would not have elected that man. But the fact is, we've normalized corruption, we've normalized wickedness, such that we forget so quickly, too easily. And that's why people were murdered on Tuesday, but on Wednesday, the president went to give a stupid speech, and people forgot. They forgot, because we made it so normal, so normal. And this is why every single one of us should introspect. Na ujiangalie useme, by the way, hata mimi mwenyewe ninakuanga niko corrupt. So before I go and tell this person, stop being corrupt, can I stop it by niache yangu kwanza? If somebody tells me kuja nitakusai, unaambia hapana, no. Because if we don't root it out from the root of it, from ourselves, then we become corruptible so easily. That is why we say we elect leaders who are well-meaning, but once they get into office, they are easily corrupted. Why? Because we made it so normal. Why do these leaders ask for such huge salaries? Most of them, their argument is, mimi watu wangu watakuja waniambie nilipie school fees, nifanyie hii. So mkinipatia 100k, how will I be helping my people? But this person is not there to help his people, he's there to serve. So the same way we demand professionals in the hospitals, lawyers. If you have a case, you killed someone and you go to court and you're given a lawyer, utaenda uchague lawyer mwenye hata haja graduate. Unajua anaitwa nani huyu, Brian Mwenda or something, that one, utachagua huyo, utachagua the most qualified lawyer. If you go to a hospital, your child needs an operation, a life-saving operation, uambiwe huyu, by the way, anajua kuongea sana, ni surgeon, ana qualification mzuri lakini anajua kuongea sana. You will not choose that one who knows how to talk. You'll ask for the most qualified surgeon, because lives are at stake. So why then is it that we allow corruption when we are electing our leaders? That is why an MP who is illiterate will be elected. Why? Kwa sababu kila mtu anajiangalia, anasema huyu akienda pale juu atapatia mtoto wangu kazi, atatupatia, hatupatii. If we employ him for the work that he's supposed to, we are not looking at what he's doing for us. It's him doing his job. When he akifanya kazi yake, then it means everybody is taken care of. But because we are selfish, we are corrupt, tunaweka mtu hapo because tulifikiria atafanya. Like for example, I'll give an example right now. Kimuzi, Osamo, Lee, you're doing a very good job by opening up spaces for people to speak. So if people started saying we want to elect Kimuzi as the minister for housing or something because he's very vocal, yeah, tunataka kuwe leader wetu. Have we first asked him what are your qualifications? Tunatafuta leader. Leader mwenye atatuarticulatea the law. Have we asked him, are you a lawyer? Are you a qualified lawyer? But because of corruption, because it's inherent in us, we just want somebody there kwa sababu tumemwona na tunafikiria, since I know Kimuzi, if I call him and tell him my daughter needs a job, he's going to give that person a job. So, first of all, let's root out corruption from within ourselves. Then we call out the other people because that's the only way to move forward. The second thing I would say is I'm a bit sleepy. So about the leadership, I don't know how it would work, but for me it would be to suggest that we have professional forums for the different ministries of sorts. For example, if it is doing the constitution or translating the constitution or coming up with new laws, let's have a panel or a forum of lawyers, the most qualified lawyers, yeah, to run with that. If it is agriculture, we have a forum of people who can speak to that and come up with a document that is going to inform everybody that is involved, who is the country. So the forums take care of the different facets, but they should be by professionals. I'll give an example of the LSK. Right now, they have been leading us in matters law. Yeah, there is no particular leader as such. We just know there is Faith, who is doing a very great job, but she has a team. Yeah, she's leading a team. She's not the leader, but she's leading a team of professionals. They come together. They are able to articulate themselves.
We lost you, Mukami.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Continue.
So where did I go off from?
Faith is a leader.
Yeah, she's leading a team. She's not like, they won't come to her and say you are the leader of this movement, but she's leading that team of lawyers representing our, the movement's needs, right? So if we have another team of, say, doctors who will go through the health laws and as it pertains to us and its spending, they'll be able to tell us, see, we have 100 hospitals, these 100 hospitals need 1, 2, 3, so if we budget for 1, 2, 3, then economists have another forum or a panel. That way, we have experts in their fields giving us solutions. Because right now, to be honest, I don't know anything about the Kenyan economy. I just know the ile ya juu. So if you tell me to go and formulate a document, I can talk a lot about economics, but I don't know how to run a country. I'm not educated enough in matters economics to give my opinion. Yeah, and that is the problem. Most of these leaders, are they leaders? Those people in parliament, those who are voting yes and no, most of them do not even understand whatever it is was that bill. Even that.
Faith, Mukami.
Yeah. Am I off? Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so these people, they do not understand because we put them there, but they are not the right people for those dockets. Yeah. The same way I saw someone being grilled by Sifuna, and his ministry had people who are librarians, and it's a health and safety position. So for us, it would be, because we don't have leaders, can we have like panels or forums to first of all formulate the way forward, the different dockets. If it's Ministry of Health, a forum that provides the way forward in terms of health. Here is where we are in terms of health, because to be honest, if you tell Kenyans to decide for themselves, or this movement, everybody to give a voice, we give a voice to something we don't understand, because we don't know. For example, I don't know the law. I'm not a lawyer. If you tell me to give my voice in terms of law, I would be misleading people. Yeah, but if we have a forum of lawyers to go through that and try and tell us, this is where the law is, this is where it has put us, and we are moving in this direction. So if we need to move in this direction, we need to rectify 1, 2, 3, 4 things. Then the agricultural department, they can say, kwa sababu hii maneno ya fertilizer, we don't have food security. So these are the steps we need to take. So that's a forum of experts, and they're able to give us an idea of where we are as a country in reality, and where we need to move, and how we are going to do that. And this is, they are leaders, but they are not leaders. I mean, they are leading us in a clear direction because they know what they are talking about, they know their business.
We've lost you again. Mukami?
Sorry, so that would be my suggestion in terms of finding leadership and moving forward. And the other thing is, I don't know, the people who are providing graphics, educating people like about the laws and what it means to us. Can we also do something, because our power is in information and disseminating information, you know, because the thing is, we are working with an enemy who knows our every move. Why? Because all our planning and strategizing is online, and they are here with us. They are listening to us as we strategize, and that means that this is an enemy who is always 2 or 3 steps ahead of us, and is plotting things that we don't know. So unless we're getting intelligence from some people inside there, and his inside people don't know who to even communicate the information to, that means that we are fighting an enemy who knows us better than we know them. So what is our strength? Our strength is in information. Our strength is in disseminating information. So can we harness this strength? Can we appeal to, I don't know, Nigerians on Twitter, South Africans on Twitter, all these people that we've had Twitter wars with, yeah? Right now, they want to be on our side because we are fighting the same war, yeah? And if we can harness that,
Okami?
I'm dropping again. Sorry,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yeah,
Sorry. So if we can harness that, that is our only power right now. Our voice and information and dissemination of information. So if we can harness that, I think that would be the only way, because at this point we are relying too much on the rule of law, which has been suspended. Yeah, we cannot really rely on the rule of law, because we know this is a person who can manipulate literally anything and everything, because we are saying we want him to reconstitute the IEBC. You think he's gonna do that for us when he knows that we are going to be kicking him out? I don't think he's going to do that. So if we harness our power right now, it's the only way, and we need to go really hard, really hard. For example, for the most part, am I still audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, for example, right now we've been dealing with our policemen. For the longest time, we've always been calling them wale watu wa D na E, right? So we have always dealt with them in a very condescending manner. As much as they are very violent towards us, we know there are people that, for the most part, have inferiority complex. So what happens when they have just a slight provocation? They want to exert power. Yeah. So first thing, we want to communicate to them that we are fighting for them. So wakati unamwambia unanipiga na unaishi kwa geometrical set, that sets him off. Even if he wanted to be friendly with you, sets him off. So can we communicate to like the flyers that were being passed around, right? Can we now highlight all the evils, all the bad things that
Okami, we lost you again.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm saying, if it is communicating to them, can we stop being condescending to them as much as that they have meted a lot of unwarranted evil and, they've beat us down, they've killed us. If we stop being condescending and just try and tell them in a clear way, if it's those posters telling them like, this is what the president did. You remember like in Garissa, when they had like the terrorist attack, yeah? Some of them were left to die. They could have received help, but a senior officer's daughter was somewhere in a helicopter in Mombasa using the official helicopter, so they couldn't get help in time. If we can bring that to them, remind them that this person is not for them, this government is not for them, and we are trying to fight for them to have their rights. Yeah, when you have a policeman or a policeman who is correctly or rightly compensated, a teacher who is rightly compensated, this is what we are fighting for. If we can tell them like not in a condescending way, just talk to them like normal people, because we have brothers and sisters who are in the police force, who are good people, who listen. Yeah.
We lost you again, Mokami.
God.
She keeps dropping and she's putting across very important points.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But you can hear me right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are harnessing information and dissemination of information, bombarding people, bombarding these policemen with this information that we are for you, reminding them, you guys need housing. You cannot continue living kwa nini partition ya curtain. We are fighting for you to get proper housing. We are fighting for you to get proper salaries. Like, si lazima uchukue hongo, yeah, because you're well taken care of. Yeah, when we entrust you with our lives, our protection, we want you to be properly compensated. This is what we are fighting for, because all of the money that is meant for your 1, 2, 3 goes to politicians. So if we try and communicate this to them, because that is our power, that is the way we get them to soften. If not, even if it's not all of them, they'll try and see sense. I know sometimes we fight fire with fire, but sometimes fire needs to be fought with the, what is it? Is it carbon dioxide? The one that puts out fire? I don't know. Forgive me. But yeah. So sometimes you don't fight fire with fire. Sometimes you also have to be, these are people who are used to aggression, people who have PTSD. So ukienda kuonesha fujo pia, the natural reaction to you is just maliza.
Mokami?
Again, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, you can hear me? So that's one of my suggestions, that if we win these people, even if not all of them, appeal to their humanity in the correct way. Kwa sababu I can't ask you to stop beating me na nakwambia hata unaishi kwa geometrical set. When that person remembers anaishi kwa geometrical set, hiyo uchungu yote anasikia ya government, wewe ndio ataekelea because unamtukana. Unaelewa? So just tell them, your living conditions are like mine, because I live in Kibera, wewe unaishi mahali kwingine kwa mabati, na tunataka kuchange life yetu, like let's try to bring them to like tuko pamoja, we understand. Nyumba ya mabati tunaishi kwa sababu ya hii government wameiba pesa. Yeah, IDPs, I don't know if all of them were resettled since 2007. So like let's try and just communicate that, bombard people with that information. Don't forget that we are dealing with the chief propagandist. Yeah, chief propagandist who knows that so long as I make information out there, some people will believe. Yeah, some people will believe, and he doesn't care. That is why he boldly go on national TV and say 6 people died when he knows, na anajua vizuri sana mmepatiana proof. So sisi tunangangana huku kumwambia hapana unadanganyana, but as we are saying unadanganyana, uliua watu 100.
Okami. Okami, we lost you again. Okami, we lost you again. Okami. Okay, I think she's really gone. Let's have then Moses. Moses, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you guys. My name is Moses, and I'm very happy I've been in this space for all time. Thank you, I've got a chance to speak today. The question we are asking is what next after? So for me, I think I will not talk a lot because I think I try to have solution for that problem, even if it might not be a concrete solution. But before then, I want to talk about this issue of taking police to Haiti. And some of us, those who are down here in Florida, and maybe not California, I mean South Carolina and North Carolina, may attest to this. It's becoming very difficult nowadays in Florida, for instance, to tell somebody that you're Kenyan. In fact, there's a guy I met some time back. I was going to take some breakfast somewhere, and when he saw my bracelet, he was like, "You guy, you Kenyan?" Like, they are very bitter with us. And I don't know why Ruto behave like somebody without intelligence. To an extent that he's just doing this for the benefit of what he puts in his pockets and for the people that benefit from him. Kusema ukweli, mimi naona ikiwa ngumu sana siku hizi kuambia mtu hapa America ati wewe ni Mkenya, because if this continue, and I'm not predicting that, in politics, your enemy is my enemy, and your friend is my friend. That's how it has been in politics. So remember, we have friends to the west. Now it's like we are looking west. Even if you said we are looking forward, we are looking in the west. The problem I have is that the enemy for the west are going to be the enemy for Kenya. If you all recall the issue of Osama bin Laden, it targeted Kenya because we were friends to the West. So this issue of Haiti, I'm telling you guys, is going to be a very, very difficult thing for some of us down here in the US and in Florida. And I think he's acting from the point of ignorance, and he has taken our sons and daughters to Haiti to be butchered. But let me just leave that and go to the points that I wanted to talk about the issue of what next. I'm a data analyst and I deal more on the data, and therefore there's some time back when Ruto was in presidency for 6 months, and I'm very, very apologetic to my people in Kenya because mimi nilikuwa kwa UDA vibaya sana. Mimi nimekampenia Ruto, mimi nimeenda Karen kushikilia hasra, alikuwa anaitwa hasra. Na the vision we thought with this guy, well, maybe some of us were wrong and some of you were right, is that we saw is like this guy might understand our problems. And I acted as a Secretary General for the UDA in Kirinyaga County. I worked very difficult for this guy to be in the office. But what we saw immediately after he got to the office is opposite of the person we thought. And therefore, I did some email with something we call Quatric data collection with some guys here in Florida, and we did some analysis, and we realized this guy has lost in 6 months in the office. But of course, we cannot put such information online or declare it public, because these are some of the things people do when they are practicing their skills. But what I'm trying to ask myself is there any option that we can have to have this government out as early as possible? I'm not a lawyer. As I said, I'm a statistician. But there are Article 102, 103, and 104. Please, lawyers, forgive me if I'm wrong. They talk, that's chapter 8, I think. They talk about the presidential action, they talk about the parliamentary action, they talk about judicial action, they talk about public action through the referendum. And if you look at the 4 items we have, the only item we can utilize, and I'm talking this from a point of suspicion, is the public action through a referendum. Now, is Parliament possible to solve our problem? The answer is no. That's Article 102. Is the office of the, if like they vacate the office maybe because of any circumstance through Article 103, is that possible? That's no. Is 104 right to recall the House possible? That is possible. Previously, I used to work in Parliament as a personal assistant, and somebody said that these old people who go to the House, they don't even understand what's in the House. The young people are the one, those people in the Nyayo House, those people in the KICC, those people in the Arabi House are the people who are the member of Parliament, not the member of Parliament you guys see walk in the houses. These people are the people who think, who are the thinking tank for this member of Parliament. When I was a personal assistant, one of member of Parliament who was not re-elected because of working with the that is Uhuru Kenyatta, and he went with the Jubilee and he was not re-elected. I realized that we used to work a lot to create the bills, to create the motion, to create the statement for the House. And this guy would just go to the House and, I don't want to mention the name, but go to the House and read with a lot of authority what he has done, what he's thinking, and these bills and motions would go through. But the people who think I'm telling you guys in the Parliament are not the member of Parliament. Some of those member of Parliament, they don't even understand what it entails to be a member of Parliament. So, if we are looking at what next, for me, I would go with Article 104, the right to recall. And because I work in the House, as I said, the National Assembly, the member of Parliament usually go to the House on Tuesday afternoon session, on Wednesday morning and afternoon session, and on Thursday afternoon session. So those are the National Assembly. The Senate, they go on Tuesday. The same, I think, with the National Assembly, Wednesday morning, afternoon session, and Thursday afternoon sessions. So, is it possible, because if this member of Parliament failed to attend 8 consecutive sessions, then is this he or she is becoming a member of Parliament? If that is not possible because we cannot always be preventing them to attend the house, then we don't have the IBC in place. But we can be able to recall our member of parliament through a referendum. So what do we do? I don't know whether we are supposed to have, I don't know if it's 30,000, that percent of the registered voters. I'm not a lawyer anyway, but I think it's around there. I read the constitution a lot. So we are supposed to have petitions signed by at least 30% of the registered voters in the constituency. And this one is taken to the IBC, and is the one is responsible for the petitioning. And if the petition meets the requirement, the IBC will conduct or call for an election. But because we don't have an IBC, then what is on our hands? What is on our hands is the judiciary, which I find more of independence, if I'm not very wrong. But if you compare the three arms of government we have in Kenya, one of the most independent, if I can try to equate the legislature, the legislative arm of government, and the executive judiciary, in a way, I don't know kulifanyika nini huyu mama wakati amekuwa although she is good, let me not just anyway just say she's not very good, but I previously Mutunga and the other guy from was called who? This guy from Kisi. They never used to eat on the same table with the devil. But the current president of the Supreme Court, we have been seeing her eating together with the executive. And definitely, when these people work together, what you expect, they are eating together. So the judiciary is the arm of the government that we feel like it can be of help to the people. So if we correct that 30% of what I've said, then we petition the judiciary. The judiciary can oversee the formation of an interim electoral body, or it can directly oversee the referendum. That is, I think, is in the constitution, if I'm not federal. The judiciary can directly oversee the referendum, or it can form an interim electoral body. So if it does that, then and people have collected enough signature to recall the house, then it is possible to have a new blood of member of parliament in the house. Because we cannot bet with the Ruto, we cannot bet with the current member of parliament. What hurts me most is to have this member of parliament 5 years in the office. It doesn't make sense that you are earning a salary of 700, but you can donate 20 million Kenyan shillings every weekend. That tells you there's a lot of things you are doing that are not right. Now, after that, what next do I think? I think of the position where we have salaries of these guys slashed in a way. The reason why you find these guys, they want to go for this position, number one is CDF. I've told you I've worked as a personal assistant in the city in a member of parliament office. CDF, the money that people pay for tax is the money that this member of parliament uses to, like, I don't want to use the word seduce, but seduce the electorates. Because if this CDF is scrapped from member of parliament, nawaambia ukweli hakuna mtu ataendea hiyo kiti. Nobody will go for this position. If their salaries are lowered, and this body called sijui salary remuneration commission, you guys, I don't know why it's that member of parliament sijui independent bodies earn all this money. If this money is a lot, whereas a teacher who is a graduate and less and a half, not even a half, a quarter salary of a member of county assembly. Imagine an MCA. Well, I don't want to say a Form 4 dropout is not educated, but somebody who cannot be able to construct a statement in the House and table it for the Speaker to listen is earning a salary of 100 to 300 per month. Well, here's a teacher who has gone to university, has struggled with the chemistry, has struggled with physics, has struggled with the mathematics, can only earn 30,000. Then deduction, then loans, then minutes. Then I used to be a teacher. I worked as a teacher in Kenya for 1 year. Before quitting, I resigned because it is very unfortunate that the people we elect in the office, we give them a lot of power and a lot of money. And there's nothing bad like giving a fool money and power. And that's what's happening now. The other thing I would say, guys, we say education is not leadership. But politely, I would say, you cannot, there's a correlation. There's a correlation. The power that people use in office, you require, for you to be able to put something of value on the table, bro, unataka masomo. So mimi naambia wa Kenya, history ya kuwa mnachagua ati mbunge ati kwa sababu amewapatia 50 shillings, MCA kwa sababu amekupatia hii kitu. Tuchague viongozi. Kitu ya kwanza, let's look at the level of education of these guys. Okay? If we can be able to sort the level of education of the people who are in the office, that will be very important. Integrity. Okay? So, if that doesn't work, what next? This one is not a very good idea I'm talking about. Although it could have, there's a time I was looking for a chance to speak in space, but I didn't get it before Tuesday demonstration. I had an opinion of not going to State House. The best opinion would have been walking to Committee prison and opening for these guys. Because these guys, you set them whenever they will go. If they cannot listen to the people, they have shot. I have 2 guys who died, friends who died. They were shot. They were shot dead because they were they were just looking for they're fighting for their rights. So bana tuchague watu. That's the only solution I have. Let's make sure that if we can do collection of signatures, we collect signatures, the government will see we have not relented on this journey. But if we ask and keep quiet, I don't know Ruto a lot. I don't know him I cannot say I know him too much, but I have worked with this guy for some few years. I've worked in his Arabi house when he was there. I have gone to Karen when he was there. But this guy is a schemer, my friend, let me tell you. Hakuna kitu mmefanyia Ruto. And he doesn't care because he has power, he has money, and he has support from the international community. And if you realize, most of the law, kama mnakumbuka wakati tulikuwa na wanafunzi wa kutoka chuo kikuu cha Harvard in Kenya, I listened to him carefully, and he said, you saw the ambassador was telling me about a particular thing, we have started drafting something and we have taken to the parliament. So you can see this guy is not in control. He's not in control. And I'm sorry to say that, being in the United States, he's not in control. So, hapa tusipojipanga kutakuwa kubaya sana. Because I bought a piece of land in my county and I wanted to do some construction, and unfortunately, this was very unfortunate. I paid for the tax to be allowed to build the rental houses. What surprised me, my request was dropped, and I paid over about 100 something thousand. Then, after being dropped, I was told the new law which is coming, it does not allow me to build in that plot. I'm supposed to give that title to the county government to make my land lease. Since seriously, after I work very hard, after quitting being a teacher with a salary of that 1,000, I come to United States to do my master's and PhD. Then I struggle a lot in US. The way Ruto is saying he won't take people outside of the country, thinking that he's taking people here to come and enjoy life. There's no enjoyment, bro. You have to work like, I don't want to mention those names we use here, but you have to work, toil very hard to be able to have some $10,000, $20,000. It's not easy. So hii story unajiuliza ati why should you give the county government your land title to be converted to a lease so that they can be collecting tax every year? If this tax was used well, if there was no corruption, if there were no nepotism, today the people who could be working in the county government should be very qualified. The CEOs, the CECs, the national government, the Midikali Ntuli, Moses Kuria, very useless people in the government. I don't want to say that ati ODM iko na watu wazuri. No, these are the same bird of the same feathers. In fact, if it is possible, we're supposed to scrap that out completely. So let me give another person a chance, but guys, we do not need to depend on our parliamentary action or the office of the president to be where we want to be. But I beg you guys, those who are working with the Ruto currently, tell him taking police to Haiti is messing our lives, is even threatening our lives. Those who are very close to Haiti, especially those people in Florida, those people in North Carolina, those in South Carolina, Georgia, I'm sure people from Haiti. In fact, me nilitoa bracelet yangu because I don't want to be classified as a Kenyan. You fear, you don't know what can happen. And you know here people have guns. Somebody can be bitter because his family has been killed and shoot you dead. You know? So, tujue venye tutafanya hii maneno. Tujue venye tutapanga serikali. Na sisi tuko hapa US, by the way, na wenye wako UK na wherever you are. Guys, I think we need, I'm sorry to say this, but to an extent, even if our lives are not as those lives for Kenyans who are back in Kenya, and that's why I was bitter, not bitter, I was worried, because to an extent our family could have been affected by the fights which are happening there. I think we need to go home again also, and not behave like a Miguna. I like the guy because he talks the truth, but like we need to go home and take these positions. Show these people how leadership is. Last week, but one we had a demonstration from people from Israel here, and the police would guard these guys since morning. Show them the way. Nobody would shoot anybody. But Kenya, they are shooting. I saw. There's something I shared on the space or whatever. A guy who shot somebody when he was getting in the car. Like, he doesn't care. Then Ruto come here and lie to us like children. 6 people died. Well, yes, I know already. Me personally, I have 2 friends to go to someone OKU. Died. Graduate died. Just because of taking on streets. Now, we have managed to come to these good countries. Let's assume they are good. These good countries. We are able to see leadership. We are able to understand how things are. People, how they. Hapa barabara ikijengwa utaona governor ikuja kwa barabara kuonyeshana ati anafungua barabara. Ati governor amekuja ati watu wamuibie. You know that's damn shit. Ati governor kuja na gari 20 ili umuone na bodyguard 50. These are the things that we must stop in Kenya. We must stop. We cannot have ati MCA ikuja ndiye anapewa kiti ya mbele wa kanisa. By the way, and I'm sorry to say this, I'm a Catholic, I'm a church guy. But this issue of Christianity in Kenya is killing us. This issue of, I don't want to say the Bible, but this issue of the Bible, my friend, we need to keep Bible somewhere and focus with the reality. I'm sorry to Christians, I'm sorry to Muslims, but bro, hii story ya kuwa kila wakati ni kanisa. I have seen this guy from Molo at 200 what? Priests, those guys call them men of God, going to pray because he lost 10,000 chicken. Seriously? In his house? No, we must stop this nonsense. At MCA ikuja pewa kiti ya mbele kwa kanisa. Hey, imagine somebody who cannot even share knowledge is given the first seat in the church to address the graduates, to address the professors, to surely more to take a view. Kabisa, tuache ujinga. We must teach our churches, those in Kenya. I usually see tukienda kanisa hapa US, kanisa doesn't even last 1 hour. No church have ever been lasting more than 1 hour. Kanisa Kenya ukienda, unaingia kanisa saa 3, unatoka kanisa saa 11. Alafu unaenda kutoka hapo unaenda kwa pastor kumpikia chakula. You guys, we have to stop this nonsense. We have to focus with real life. We have to focus with real things. We have to stop churches from being manipulated, as we talk in statistics. That's a manipulatable variable. That politicians in Kenya have been manipulating that to regress against people's mind in Kenya. So lazima to change wazee. Kanisa lazima ipatiwe reality na the people. And I'm very happy. Mimi sijui ama sijui niko millennium na Jay-Z, whatever it is. But hao watu wako over 40 years, 50 years ni wazazi wetu. But pia we must tell them the truth. We must tell them that getting CDF is their right, not a privilege. Not to go and kneel for MP to get this thing, not to go to kneel for MC ati lazima mpigie makofi ili upewe. Guys, we have to stop this. Na sisi tuko huku nje, sisi tumejaribu, Mungu ametusaidia tukatoa kidogo, tukaona venye world iko. Bana 2027 turudi nyumbani. Na if we can manage to collect signatures, I'm telling you, some of us, we are going to take risk of life and see what we can do. Because this issue of parties, Muhammad Ali used to be a very good guy. We used to watch him in KTN. We used to watch him. We used to admire him. Akileta miadarati na sijui jichopevu na whatever. Nowadays, Muhammad Ali, he's together with Ruto. Very keenly, and he is very happy with that. So guys, I appreciate your time. I give another person a chance. Let's do this together. We are together in this, and we are going to fight to the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Moses, for your remarks. I want to give the mic to Nancy. Nancy, you've been waiting for some time. You can go ahead.
Please drop me.
Hey guys. First of all,
one second,
okay,
Nancy. 1 second, please. Speakers, tafadhali consider there's like 65 people still waiting to speak, so just be considerate with the time so that we give other people a chance also. Thank you. Nancy, you can go ahead.
Hey guys, kwanza poleni, we condolences to the many people we've lost, and prayers to the ones who are still in the hospitals. Some of us are very far from you, but we are proud of you. First of all, also very, very proud of you guys, because in the last few weeks you've educated us about so many things. A budget, how a budget should run, speaking up, being courageous, and also our constitution, because the spaces have really educated us. So I'm gonna make my comments brief. Sorry, I'm in a rush. I've been waiting for a while, and I'm speaking to a couple of kids who are entrepreneurs who just come from Africa. So on my daily job, I'm an entrepreneur. I build in the tech industry. I also run a nonprofit organization that actually supports young people right here in the US. The one thing I want to say is a call out to people in the diaspora. If you are in the diaspora like we are very powerful as well, and it is time for us to stand up and support the youth back home, because our power is also in the money that we send back home. So we should actually call the government to also listen, reject the bill, and make reforms in terms of how they govern. Secondly, what I want to say is for the young people, some of us are very seasoned, we're older. Some of you, you're like my children actually, because I have a child who's 21 years old. There's so many things we've learned. And one thing I will tell you, I'm not going to advise you, but I'm going to tell you one thing. Look at strategy. What is your strategy? What is your metrics? Look at short-term, immediate, and then middle plan, and what is your end goal? Everything in life you have to plan. So zingine, it's not that we plan to fail, we fail to plan. That's how we fail. So far, you have done a great job. The thing is, as you go on forward, continue to stay together, stand together, and look at long term. The second thing, and my last thing that I'm going to tell you, is about organizing. It's really, really important that you organize. You've done a great job of organizing in the spaces, social media. We have to do ground organizing. I was very fortunate to have helped Barack here when he was running against Hillary, especially those in the diaspora would know, in the caucuses. I live in the state of Iowa, so when you're running a caucus, usually Iowa used to be the first state, and everybody used to say hakuna vile Barack atashinda, because they used to call Bill Clinton the black president. And some of us said, skiza, we know he can, and we did door knocking. We knocked from door to door to door, and we educated people. My state of Iowa has only 3% of black people. If Barack won, that means that anybody can win. So you're on the right path, you're on the right direction to history. You're educating the world, you're educating every single person. I've talked to so many political leaders in the US, and your name keeps coming up over and over and over. So do not give up. For those in the diaspora, step up. Those in the US, it's as simple as calling, emailing your leaders, especially in the Senate, because I know the Senate has a body that stands for African policies. If 100,000 of us can write letters that actually call out this BS, they will stand up. So asanteni sana. Just last thing, if you're an entrepreneur, startup, if you're a Yali fellow, please reach out to me via LinkedIn. Happy to support you guys through your process. Asanteni, by the way, Kimuzi and Lee, thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Nancy. That's great. That's super amazing. Thank you for that information. Yes, absolutely. We must organize and have strategy. But yes, I will connect with you on LinkedIn as well, because I like entrepreneurship stuff. So after that, let's have Kagose, Academia UON, please.
Yes, thank you. Okay, let me start by saying that this war cannot be won by a particular group only. It is a war that involves all of us, because it is a national discourse that Kenyans have agreed from all walks of life to pursue. So we must soldier on, and we must do that which we must. So a lot of things, so many have been said. I don't want to take much time. I just want to say that now it is in Kenya, it is 4:35 a.m. You see. So from my side, I think we must be very careful, because this is time where a lot of groupings will start to emerge, and if we are not keen, then we will be dismantled thoroughly. So let us just focus, because majority are for good for the common good. Some few individuals will come out and all, some people will start accusing, some people are bored and all that. But in any war or in any event where people are, there are outliers. So we should focus on the main agenda. And we only have one agenda, to make Kenya a good country. Whichever way, it must work. So let us not start accusing so and so. So that's a minor thing. We are 54, 52, whatever. Let's say 50 plus million. And if 50 plus million have come together to pursue a cause and less than 1% is against, then the majority have their say. The minority of their way, the minority of their say. So I would urge people to focus and leave other minor. Let us not dwell in minor things, so and so, so and so. No. If we start debating, we start discussing people, so and so vote was vote, there is nobody who is going to claim the leadership of this group. This is a natural course. It will take its natural rules and ways, and if it dies naturally. If it sails through, again naturally. So the moment we start to make it structural kind of, then you are giving ways of all NIS and DCI and all that to get it proper so that they can deal with it. The reason why it is so far it has been successful because really they cannot pin anybody or some individual or some leaders or organizers within. So it is very difficult to deal with leaderless, like they say formless, they say rudderless in Kenya and all that. So you cannot really pin what exactly is the point of these people. So that is a great thing, and we also give thanks to God for holding us together until this time. Anybody who is going to address people from any quarter, whether the national TV, televisions, or interviews with international press or media, nobody should claim the leadership. That is the first thing. Because for your own good again, because when you claim, you must also tell them how it works or who organizes everything. So I will say that let us be one and move on. If there is something like people go on the street, people will go. If you don't want to go, don't discourage. So those who are going, allow those people to go, because any war, any change, there must be casualties. So let us not be afraid of the casualties, because that is natural. Every good process, there must be pain. You must go through some pain, some process of hardship and all that. So if you're afraid that some people will lose their life or some people will die, nobody wishes somebody to die. I wouldn't wish somebody to die, but what I know, death is natural, and even if you don't die now, at some point, people have to die. People die every day. So whether you go to Mandamano or not, people die every day. And that's natural. So let us not be threatened by death at all. When you go there, why do we focus so much on people being shot? But we don't want to focus on what we want to achieve, because even our forefathers, some died along the way. And that's why today we can talk freely. There's a time in Kenya, I was told, I wasn't born, that you could not even talk, you could not even have a forum like this one. Even in your own house, you couldn't discuss the government. But today you have freedom. So there are people who have died along the way. And all of us cannot die. And for us to get a good thing, we must accept there will be casualties along the way, but that is natural and that is the way. And you cannot get it through any other means without casualties. Whether through election, we've done election in Kenya so many years, people have died, we have elected leaders, and every year we go for election, people die. So to me, death is something that is there. It cannot scare anybody. And you cannot face it head on. But you have to face it. If you're sick, what do? You go to hospital and you be there, you're admitted, you're in the hospital. You are battling that disease, you know you will survive. You have a hope that you will survive. This is the same thing. You are in ICU. So what do? There is nothing we can do just to get ourselves out. How do we get ourselves out? We must fight it, whichever way. So, as I end, I don't want to take much time. One, there's a lot of things that people can say. For me, there's a lot of things I can say. There are so many things that that is wrong. So many things that are wrong in Kenya, and somebody can spend a whole day explaining wrong things. Those wrong things, we must fight them, and we must get Kenya on the right track. Politicians have failed us. We have now gone direct to them and explained. By the way, we don't have a problem with people. We only have a problem with poor governance. If they do the right thing, nobody will be in the street today. But we've been here for the longest time, and therefore there is no any change. And our politicians have told us many times that you cannot do something the same way, getting different result, doing it over time. So they have again said, if you feel you've done something in a particular way and you're not getting the result, it means you have to change tactics. This is what we have now employed, that we must devise a tactic that will get us what we want. These people are eating our money, in quotes, using a lot of our resources. And they think that people are so foolish, people are so stupid, that we can't see through. We have many people in Kenya who can be in those positions and can work. But it is a government of cronies. They have isolated themselves to a certain level of class, that once you elect them, you have no power. And they can do whatever they want to do at any time. And they don't include you. And we are also the people who elected them. And we just delegated or donated our power and to be exercised on our behalf. And when we feel that you cannot exercise it in a proper way, we have the absolute power to recall you back or to take it. So when we are now going to take, we demand that which belongs to us, our rightfully. And then some people start to say that, oh, there is anarchy and all that. There is no anarchy. Let those army people roam the street. People will just go. They are not going to shoot people anyway. And the fact that army is on the street does not mean people cannot go to Mandamano. People will still go to Mandamano. We are being peaceful. Mandamano. So again, really, the fact that they deployed the army, no army is going to shoot. How many can they shoot if even people are to pour into the streets? How many can you shoot? You can't. People went to parliament, and this is not an assignment. I'm simply saying the fact that you cannot shoot people like wild animal. Even wild animal, you cannot shoot all of them. When you go to the game park and you start attacking you, they will overpower you. There are circumstances where the civilians have overcome army, and the army have to join them. So nobody is going to start shooting people. Those are tactics for them. You see, this was a very sporadic thing. So anytime something new comes up and you are not aware, it's like Corona. When Corona came in 2020, all the country were not prepared to handle it. So people were very shocked. And you are trying to see what's happening. So it is natural that the government did not anticipate or preempt this, and therefore, when it did happen, the government thought that if we allow this to happen, we are going to be overthrown. So they quickly ran into forcefully the forces to avert it, thinking that by being very brutal, they are going to deal with this element, and then within 1 week or it dies. And the earlier they realize that it is a cause for Kenya, is the better for them. Why? Because if people are tired, you cannot push them further. With whether you come with what, people will have to go to the street. And if it's a matter of killing, you will have to kill many of them. But before you kill many, you must also understand that the people you are going to kill are the people you are governing. So the governing authority, if they turn against the governed who have consent to give them that authority to exercise on their behalf, so who are you going to leave? The future of Kenya depends on the Gen Z, kind of. I'm using Gen Z as a narrative. It depends on this group. If you want to eliminate them, who are you going to leave? Because first of all, they're your children. They're your daughters, they're your sons, they're your people. All those plans depend on them. The plans of Kenya does not depend on 50, 60 years old age. They are putting everything in place so that the youth who are again in the streets fighting them to feel well. If those things they're putting for us in their policies and all that, they are very poor policies, we are against them. The wisest thing to do as a government is to listen to what these people are saying, not to use force, because you cannot use force and kill everybody. When you use force, people start to say, okay, fine, you are now using force and you are against, and you cannot do that for it. In the 21st century, force is not the way to go. All the wars start from World War I, World War II. It has been won on pen. And the white man said, if the elite cannot write justice on a pen, on a paper with pen, ignorant men will write the same justice on ground but with blood. It's not my quotes. Somebody said, and it is true, countries where have failed, countries where maybe coup d'etat, all these things have happened, it is because the elite refuse to write justice on paper with a pen. It is very simple to avert. Let me land. Okay, fine. Let me land. It is very simple to avert this. It is just to do the right thing. If you fail to do the right thing, allow people who can do what you cannot do in peace. If you cannot allow them in peace, they will just come and take it by force. Since that power belongs to them, there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. People will, even State House, there are so many places where people are going to State House. If people were to go to State House, and you say it's a protected area, fine, it's a protected area. But how many can you kill before people get into that place, if they were to go? I'm not inciting, I'm not saying people were to go, but if they were to go, can the army stand in the front of State House and shoot people like animals or like birds? It can't happen. You may fire that fire, but to reach a point you say, no, this is enough, it's enough. You cannot do. You allow them to pass. And what it does, maybe the consequences after that, we don't know, but what I'm trying to say is when people have decided to do something, you cannot block them. The best thing is to do with you listen to them and quickly swing into that, what they want, and address that professionally and firmly. Let me end from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now, going forward, because I really don't want to have, I don't want the space to end and some people haven't spoken. I'm going to be very strict on time. And I'll just give 3 minutes to each person because we still have 60 people to go. So I'll give each person 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, I will cut you off. So please try to make your point quickly.
Let's have
Zelani,
yes,
Zelani,
yes.
and don't worry about the time. I'm just starting. Don't worry, we
Okay,
can talk.
okay, okay,
Yeah, maybe you
okay.
help me cause now, then I can continue later. Don't worry.
Okay, no worries.
Let them release what they have.
Okay, no worries. That's fine. All right. Muna Bahati. Let's have Braishi. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Are you ready to speak? Braishi? Okay, maybe Hayuko. Let's have Charles Mariate. I know you've been waiting for some time. Charles, are you there? Okay, so then let's have Masi Alusa, your hand is up.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
You can hear me, yeah?
Yeah.
We can.
Oh my God! I've been here, I think, since 9 p.m. Just waiting to speak. I'm in Mombasa. Thank you so much for having me here. And I came onto this space as a millennial because I've been so impressed by what the Gen Zs have shown us. Because inside me, I've always had this burning fire to speak against the atrocities that have been happening to us, especially the millennials who grew up in the 90s. And when I saw the millennials the Gen Zs giving us this platform, I decided to actually just reconnect with them. And this was the best platform. I opened this account, I think, in 2015. I've never been active on Twitter. But when I heard that you people are, gathering here, I decided, no, I have to follow these guys because they have the fire that has been burning in me. And I'll start by saying, being a millennial, I'm one of those millennials who grew up in Eldoret. I have seen the atrocities that happened to our people in 1992. We were living in Langas, Eldoret. I saw what Moi and his government and Moism were doing to us. It was quite bad to an extent that Moi unleashed the KDF on us. That's why this week I was very sad when I heard that Ruto had released the KDF on us, because it took me back to 1992 when the KDF were released on the public. And I remember at that time they would come knocking on the doors and they would flash out all the male species. I am talking about something I saw when I was 8 years old. And I remember my mother dressing my two brothers in our dresses as girls. And when they opened the door, I remember them looking through the house, and my mother told them, mimi sina mtoto mvulana, hawa ni wasichana. On that day, my dad was on night shift. And I keep imagining what would have happened to my dad at that time, in case they found him in the house, and yet my mom had already dressed my brothers in our dresses as girls. And that's why I am saying, Gen Zs, you guys have it, you guys have the energy, you guys have the platforms, you guys have the support, go through it. It's very sad I'm here speaking as a millennial, and what I can say is that we are one of the most compressed and unprivileged generation. Most of us had the energy to speak. Most of us had the the zeal to come out and speak, but we were never given the platforms. We were always sold fear. We were always told, si vizuri kusema hivyo, because we all know Moi had his intelligence everywhere. Come 1997, the same thing happened. And when 2002 came and we saw Raila say Kibaki tosha, it was enough for us. We were tired. And that's the time we took in Kibaki. He brought us on the right course. Uhuru came in, I don't want to speak much about that. His marriage and whoever, Ruto, whatever, Zakayo, the marriage broke. He sold to us hope. But sincerely speaking, in my head, I never saw any hope in Ruto. Because I had seen it in 1992. He was a student of Moi at that time. I saw what happened in 1997. I saw what happened in 2002. When Kibaki was being sworn in, and everyone was so angry at Moi. Whoever is here as a millennial, you saw what happened at the swearing in. Each and everything anyone could pick was thrown at Moi, as everyone told him, leave and go. Came 1997, fortunately and unfortunately, 1997, I had just graduated. I was working in Mombasa, and my father forced me to go back home in Kitale and vote. I made that journey, took I think 5 days off to just go and vote. Because it was the first time I was voting in my life. I never voted in 2002. And my father told me, this is your constitutional right. I went, I voted in 2007. 2007 I voted. Unfortunately again, not my preferred candidate. He was sworn in the dead of the night. In as much as Kibaki revived our economy, he made the platforms right for us. In fact, the platform I'm speaking on from right now, this platform, Twitter, internet, cables, and all that, we owe it to Kibaki. That one, I can give it up for him. But the thing is, I never voted for him in 2007, which was my first time to ever vote. And we saw what happened. He was sworn in, dead in the night, when everyone was asleep, systems off. Then we moved on, came to 2013. We saw what happened. I have seen it. We came to 2017. 2017 again, we saw what happened. Until elections were postponed, I think, for 1 month, the re-elections, they were postponed for another 1 month. We voted in August, and I think we voted in October again. And we saw what happened. Then come 2022, again we see what happened. We've been a generation that has been so compressed, so frustrated, so unprivileged. And all I can say today, and the thing that has kept me awake since 9, it is now 5 a.m. I just wanted to put this across. The Gen Zs, I'm very proud of you, and as a millennial, I am right behind you. I do articles, I write articles on oppression, on social evils. I like sharing besides my regular job, and I like sensitizing people. And even in this course that we've had for the past 2 weeks, I've also been talking to my fellow millennials, and unfortunately what I can say is most of them, we are still stuck in that mentality of hawa watoto wanasumbua. Si Ruto withdraw, but it's not about Ruto withdrawing. It's about what does it mean for him having withdrawn, and where do we go to after him having withdrawn? Because this is a course that is long term. It is not just about him withdrawing and we get out of it and we forget. Kenyans, we have a history and a culture of tumemaliza hiyo, we move on to the next. But again, I'm glad the Gen Zs, you're not moving on to the next, you're holding on to the original course. The original course hamjamaliza, and the millennials who are there, we will support you. The baby boomers, the Gen Xs, I know you will get that support because I've spoken to a number of them and you guys have the support and we will proceed. Earlier on, there's someone else who had spoken about the middle class mentality, of which I think, again, is something that we really need to work hard at getting it off people's minds. The middle class have been these people who've always felt like, I've got my shit together. As long as I'm living in these nice apartments, I'm driving this model of car, my children are going to this kind of school, I can put my bills in order, my house in order, it is fine by me. But come late last year, into 2024, I think that's when it hits the middle class. The amount you have, which you've been having all along, and thinking you've got your shit together, is not going to work for you in this economy, in Zakayo's economy. And I bet that's why most of them, as you've seen, they've come out and they're really vocal and they're really speaking about against the level of corruption that we now have in the government, which is not something that started last year, which is not something that started with Ruto. It's something that has been there. Regime after regime, it's something that has been there. But we've never really stood up to speak about it because we believe we are the middle class, we are the millennials, we've been oppressed, we've been compressed. We are the middle class. We've got our shit together. Wacha wale watu maskini waongee. But right now, it is about a class that has risen up, that is first of all classless. I know you guys are saying you're tribeless, you're leaderless, you're also classless. And I'm so happy about that. It's what you've shown us. This is a movement that is classless. It's tribeless. It has no borders. Everyone is welcome to join in it and just speak against each and everything that is happening. And what I want to say is the Gen Zs, be inspired by the very first generation that came in after independence. I would want to refer all of you back to that. I also love history. I read a lot of history. Go back to that and you'll realize that the young men who came up during that time, the young men and women, they were in their 20s, heading to their 30s. Those were the brainchild that raised Kenya. Then I think something just happened into the late 60s, coming into the 70s, and things just overturned. And besides that, you can rush back into Moi's regime coming between 1992, 1997. Look at the constitution of his cabinet. The people who are there, they were in their late 30s, going into their 40s. At what age did Musalia read the financial bill? When this guy read the financial bill, this guy was quite young. So why are we having a 60-year-old, 50-year-old, 60-year-old, 70-year-old reading the financial bill for us? While when we look at our history, these things have been done by people who are in their 20s, in their 30s, people who are revolutionists, people who own the dream of Kenya. And I think I will finalize by quoting, I think I will paraphrase words that have been said. I've heard Malema say them quite a number of times. Why give leadership to the old people to lead your vision that is in the future, yet they will be not in that future? They won't be there in that future to see that future. So guys, it's your time. Take the mantle, lead it, show us the way. We will be able to join in. You need our guidance, you need our support. Whichever way you need us to be there with you people, we will be there for you people. This is your future that you're working for. For me, I also know it's my future because it belongs to my teen daughter who's a Gen Z, and it belongs to my other young child who's an alpha. So I am here voicing and, you know, fighting for them so that they can see that future, so that they can be there in that future to see it. But don't leave this future to the old people who are not going to be there in that future and see it. They are telling you they have dreams. Fuck it. The other day I saw Charlene Ruto saying, I don't know, the father has a bright future for the youth in this country. What future is he seeing? Didn't he see that future when he was giving birth to Charlene and the siblings? He must have seen that future. His children are now, I think, in their late 20s and 30s. What future are they now experiencing? And that takes you back to Malema's words. Create your own future, the future you want to see, because you're young enough. Don't let these old fools lie to you, going to parliament, pocketing a lot of money, driving big cars, building apartments, traveling the world, things you cannot do right now at your level, not because you cannot do it, but because you have the skills, you have the knowledge, you have the papers, you have the education, but you can't move on. Because they are blocking every way. Wamekuwa visiki. I read the book Visiki. Wamekuwa visiki kwenu. Walitufanyia sisi na msiacha wawafanyie nyinyi. And I'm here to support you people so that they also don't do it to my children. I don't want my children to go through what I have gone through to just give them the kind of life they're having right now. That is my word for today. I hope you guys get more inspired by the many speakers that I'm seeing here. And again, I'm really sorry, and I send my condolences to the families. I should have started with this, to the families that have lost their loved ones through these skirmishes, through the protests. It's really sad to see all this, but I always believe that nothing good comes easy, and there has to be some form of sacrifice for you to realize good things. So you guys, you're on the right track. Whoever goes there, let's know it's a do or die thing. Mambo ni mawili, si matatu kama ya Ruto. Mambo ni mawili. You either go in, you come out alive, or you come out dead. And we are ready to die for this cause, just to see that future that we want. And we must create that future ourselves. We are not going to create this future by allowing these old morons take charge of it. We need to take charge. So let's take charge of it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Asante sana. Let's have Wathanga. Go ahead. Wathanga, are you there? Okay, let's have Richie. Richie, you can go ahead.
Right, thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning. First of all, I want to start by passing my condolences to the people who have lost their loved ones in this fight. It's not been easy for everyone, and I think those who have been in the company have experienced how it has been, how tough it can be to fight for our rights. It's not power in this fight, it was power to because the future belongs to us. I just want to make 2 or 3 comments with regard to our current leader. Because it has a history. It's a history that by omission of the commission, most of us know. Because the record of the current president is in public domain. Everyone has an knowledge of who he is, what he can be. But for some reason, most people still seem to know that important information while making the decision to vote. And within a very short period of 3 years, clearly, and I think that the highest level of political manipulation and common secret you can never achieve. Because he came to the people, counting himself as a people-oriented person. And I think that was the main basis for his election. But once he got the power, okay, he felt like, really, now this is about me, it's about funding my empire, or about doing much all that I could within a period of course, he's been thinking about them. So, everything about it, there's nothing that is oriented to development, infrastructure, social welfare is nothing. It's about him and cronies, and nothing is nothing. I want to point out that the finance bill, it wasn't the only issue that we have in that. Well, the stroke that broke the family trust, that's a matter of fact. In an accumulation of so many reckless, a lot of reckless spending, a lot of interest in I don't know, in taxes here and there, I don't know how to tell you, I don't know what, so many things. So at this point, people are feeling like, if you allow it, then we are like taking that now. So our disposable income will start increasing, our level of savings will of course reduce. So people felt like we're done. It's just taking away votes. But it doesn't mean that all the issues that people felt like were going on with this administration have been resolved with the withdrawal of the finances. So there are still a lot of critical issues that we should raise our voice very high to say, this is the reason we are saying that we need to go to we need to put an end to oppression, economic oppression that is being perpetrated. And we were point that very many people. This country does not have a problem. Absolutely not. If we were to account for the budget that we are working with, 4.3 current, I mean, our budget is bigger than 3 East African countries combined. If you look at maybe what a country like Tanzania is doing, in the recent past, there have been those people saying that Tanzania, in terms of economic growth, it has a better projection than yet we don't collect the amount of revenue because it's not an issue of debt. If we can be able to respect our debt in a good manner, if we can be able to allocate the debt repayment revenue or other funds in a better manner, then you will not have the debt that you have. At the one point, corruption, excessive expenditure by officials in this government, that's our biggest problem. And that's why we have to say that this fight is not yet over. We have to keep fighting. We have to make sure that the government understands that we are done with this sort of political commandship, the very manipulative nature of these politicians. And we will not even allow them to run away. Because they are very good at pulling out moves. But every time they feel like things are going well, they want to pretend to be the holiest people. Just every Sunday, you know, calling on the clergy. I think that was the first thing they did once they signed the bill. They didn't have, mindset and that we need to address the common minority that is complaining, that is facing this issue. It was not clergy who was in the street protesting. None of it. They were seated far somehow. Some of them even close the churches from, the protesters were away from the churches. So what kind of people, what kind of interest would they have for the monument? And yet, they were the first people that the president brought his wife to first of all call and talk about the issues that he has. So that they can now come back and start lying to our parents and hold the president is really concerned about and he doesn't want to answer. After killing a lot of people, we should not allow this to continue happening. And I think everyone, whether you lost someone or not, we are feeling the pain equally. The pain of losing people that you are in the front line with, fighting for this time. It's a very sad state of affairs, and it should not be all in vain. It's not allowed to be all in vain. The people who lost their lives, the blood was there. The people who are still in hospital, trying to raise funds for their bills. But all that sacrifice will die with that flow of and what I know for sure, maybe it's not, all these issues cannot be crossed out. But at some point, be it through act of violence, be it through, amendments to certain processes in other bills, these things will still be mixed up to happen. Most of them. So that's it. This one not to anyone, whether it's generation B, millennials, whoever, not good. And the fact is, there are people who are different countries. Unfortunately, it doesn't fit. What we've been thinking about since we took over is how do I do now? We want to, the only way we can promote us is not by being good. Cannot, he cannot, he doesn't have the wisdom and the intelligence to leave a mark for how to mark for his country to make it better. So his ideal immortalism is doing as fast as possible, feeling as fast as possible, and then building a big impact. Break data, becoming a market money. I was trying to think, what would 260 billion, what significant change would it bring to our economy? Okay? And so from that perspective, I would have understood why we really trying to fight and why we really trying to say that we really need to pass this policy and economy going forward. And then you try to compare that with maybe what you're being told is being stolen in this country partly. You realize that raising this additional revenue not have done anything to our budget or even to any development that the country is going to do. I mean, it's not any significant amount of money that is warranted the kind of response that we saw from the government. And think about it. The government over the past 3 years have increased a lot of tax. What has been the result? There hasn't been any improvement in terms of the collectors. If you remove the money that has been added in extra taxes, let's say remove the money that has been collected in terms of the housing rate, and then you do a comparison between the collection that has been done previously in terms of the total revenue collected by the government and whatever has been collected maybe 5 years ago, you would realize that there is progression, not an improvement. So despite the increase in the taxes, there has not been a marginal increase in terms of the revenue that is being collected. So these policies that the government is having are counterproductive. And another thing, has anyone ever heard about a development policy for this government? Anything substantive that the government is saying within the next 5 years, this is what I want. There is nothing substantive in terms of an economic development policy that this government has. It could be anything on maybe even the 2030 mission group in terms of how they want to grow the infrastructure. But this government does not have its own blueprint for economic growth or infrastructure. And that's a very important. So that the government is not, it doesn't care about infrastructure development. I have to be honest. When the government was talking about the government value project, one of the things that was giving me a lot of hope, I was thinking, maybe we were wrong about it. Maybe we need good for this country. You know, if we are able at least to feed our people, we're not having very frequent or events require a lot of every, at least we could say something or even and to make it work. That was done by offering state capitalism. You really what's happening to the people, food security in this country. And we did this down, and I'm sure this will come up at some point because it's obvious that this country is going to experience some sort of crisis in terms of food. A few months down the line. You realize either they have their own needs and dreams they have planted somewhere in some country in Central Africa, or they want to have some deal with some very businesses in Brazil and so on and so forth, and they'll make billions. And this is what we're talking about. These days are just focused on their own welfare, nothing about the common man, nothing about the people of this country. Zero. So about their own accumulation of wealth that you don't even know how they get to same people is too much. Whatever they have already is too much. Where they could go for generations and generations. Then why do they want to continue this blind accumulation of wealth? It doesn't make sense. And all this is happening at the expense of the common man. Talk about that now. What's the welfare to the system? And people have spoken too much about multi-happiness, like what we did with the clean education, and of course that has been the key empowerment, partner for this generation. This guy is increasing university fees. It's crazy. I mean, how are people supposed to afford this kind of fees? Instead of, right now we should be talking about education in primary school, right from primary school up to the university level. Instead of progression, we are depressed. What should we allow as a community, as a people, as a generation? What should we about? Talk about social issues like the past. We have been very, very vocal in the promotion of community social work. Okay? Fine, I'm not saying community social work but at what extent, at what cost do they need to have these community social workers? Okay? And what is it? Whose interest are they trying to put first? Which interest of the common man are they taking this first? Whatever services that these community workers are trying to provide, these are the services that we will go to any courses and the first thing they will do is farming and do. These are the basic
Kindly wind up because there are many people.
Just 1 moment. There are over 2,000 medical exams that have not posted. But demonstrated social community health workers are more important than field of work, trained for 6 years to practice maternity. Okay? In my opinion, the only reason why the government is more concerned with the social community health, the social community health provides them a better opportunity to see how they can access for impact. So for impact, the application is that they are impact. Okay? And after we have providing public costs. So the thing is, everything that this government is doing for about them, for about feeling, is complete because it's just and today, we keep on fight, and it's not be afraid to keep on fighting. The sacrifice that we are making today is to send the corner to of course, using your own think of is important. Thank you. And
maybe the next speaker might be preferably a lady. Akelo or Mercy?
Akelo is a dude. Mercy utaenda ama should I talk?
Pole, you can talk. Akelo, you can just talk.
Okay, who'll speak? Akelo, you'll speak?
No, just go ahead. I'm gonna talk after you. I'm gonna get after you.
Okay, fine. Just still on the same issue of, sorry, for me, I think I've come here today to just rant. And I'm just not happy with the status quo, with how Ruto is running this government. In 2022, I was very lenient with my friends who were vouching for his manifesto, of which unfortunately for me, having been raised in Eldoret and Kitale, his manifesto was not, it wasn't something in my heart. And I actually knew him as a liar. Because having grown up from those places, I have seen what he has not done for us. Because I come from Lugari constituency, which directly borders Eldoret North, where he's been an MP for the longest time. And for me, I knew this guy is not gonna do anything for people. Because kwako nyumbani hujafanya chochote, mcheza kwao hutuzwa. Because hata kama hiyo 2022, if you had gone mashinani and you listen to the people in mashinani from Eldoret North, in as much as he was going for the topmost job in the country, but mashinani, you could see the 50-50 kind of thing. Because guys were not, they were not buying into his lies basically. This guy is a liar. And I think you guys, the Gen Zs, you're the only ones who have the energy. Unfortunately, I have to put it this way, that you're the ones who have to be at the forefront of the army. Nyinyi ndio mtakuwa mbele. Because I don't think I can promise much from the millennials and the Gen X's, then the baby boomers. Because as I said before, these are the guys who've been having the middle class mentality. And I think they've just come out to talk, and maybe, I don't know whether this is right to word it this way, ride on the noise that you people have made and say that Punda amechoka. So you see, it's kind of convenience for us, in as much as it's convenient for you people as well. It's convenience on this side, but for you people, you have the cause at heart. You have this movement at heart. For us, it is a state of, we are in it because of what we are now undergoing. I think it's like we now need to join forces with Gen Zs because we need to fix our mess. But now you see, when we say we need to fix our mess, bado tuko na zile chembe chembe kati yetu wenye wana benefit ama wame benefit because of the status quo that has always been there, and the majority maybe have not benefited. And that's why we are now all here and rallying all behind you guys. So you guys need to keep the unity. I've had since yesterday evening when I joined in, I've really heard you people talking about this division thing, and there being some sort of mistrust, and you guys not being comfortable with some of your members going this way, being swayed, kununuliwa, and whatnot. What matters is the voice is there. And fortunately, the majority own the voice. And the best thing is, you people have read the Constitution. You people have read the financial bill. Actually, it's the Gen Zs who made me read the financial bill. Sorry to say that. You guys actually made me now go in and nichambue kidogo kidogo, niende, you know, clause by clause, so that I know what it means to me. Because I was seeing most of you on TikTok, on Facebook. I wasn't on Twitter. Facebook, TikTok, and you guys were really talking about it, Instagram, and I'm like, hey, kwani watoto wanaongelelea nini? ndio ni ukweli maisha imepanda, but to what extent? So again, I think it takes me to the second point of first point, you guys don't allow division to come in between you. My second point being civic education. If there is a way, I know you guys are so creative with the platforms that have been accorded you people, you're so tech savvy and all that. If there's a way that you can also create a platform or a way of communication and disseminating information on civic education. We need to educate our mothers. We need to educate our fathers back in the villages. We need to talk to our relatives, our aunties, the old folk. And then it comes also to our peers. Most of our peers don't know what lies in that financial bill. And besides that, also what lies in our constitution, what rights we have, within what confines, to what mandates. And I believe if you guys do that, civic education, you stay together, stay true to the cause, and do things your way. There's a speaker who came in and said, in as much as the fifth, he said he's open to dialogue. But he said this after he saw what is imminent, what is coming up. So you are at a point of privilege again, where in as much as he's inviting you people for dialogue and he wants a talk, you need to know that you hold the upper hand, because you've already shaken the system. You've already shown him that, dude, look, we know our rights. We know what belongs to us. We know you are our servant. We know that you're there to work for us. So in as much as there could be an opportunity for there being a table of negotiation being laid, or a table of let's listen to each other, you need to uphold your confidence and know that you hold the upper hand, because you've taken his systems. You've caught him off guard. This is not what he expected. But again, there's someone else who said, this is a serial master planner. He could have maybe also seen you people planning all this, and he knows how he's playing his games. So you people also need to look at all that, and I've seen that we've had some mature speakers who are drawn from the early millennials, the Gen X's, and the boomers who've spoken before me. You will seek advice. We have lawyers in the forum. We have professionals in the forum. I would encourage you people to also seek their guidance, as you also show us the way, because some of us are following you. And there was also this thing of there being mental, there's someone who spoke about it, mental healing and rejuvenating. Also look at that, because I know most of you are hurt. Actually, most of us are hurt. Seeing dead bodies, seeing our peers lying on the road, well, we were expecting to go back home with them. We've seen our parents crash. We've received distress calls from parents, relatives, friends. We've received threatening calls.
Hello?
Yeah. And yeah, I just feel that you need to plan for, while you're setting your roadmap, also plan for the healing process and plan for the rejuvenating process. Because you need to go in, rest a little bit, look back, evaluate your progress, see how far you've come, then again proceed. Because we need everyone in their right mental state as we are charging forward. Because remember, the slogan is Ruto must go. If that is our goal, we have to have sessions where we are holding back, evaluate, look back, make sure we are in the right mental state, then charge again. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say for now.
Can I go now?
Is it sure, you can go. Sure, you can go.
Sorry.
Yes.
Raquel can go on.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, man. I appreciate
Then
it.
the lady next.
Just to confirm, is the lady next Kenyan lady, right?
Yeah, after Raquel, please.
All right, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, first of all, I want to send my condolences to the heroes that died. But I'm really pissed off, yo. Like, I'm really pissed off. The leaders the Kenyan leaders that we got right now, the president, the MCA, and all that, it's a reflection of us, right? I think we need to admit that we got a problem, right? We really got a big problem. Because every time, like, in every 5 years, these guys, they give us our CV, right? But who do we elect, right? Tunaenda tunachagua watu ambao tunajua very well their background is crazy, right? And then tunachagua. Then we go come back to the street. Now we're going to blame ourselves. We're going to blame them, all these leaders. No, the problem is us. We're the problem, right? Now, I bet you what, there's a lot of people out there who kupiga kura. Look, 8 million didn't vote. What do we expect? No, man. I think personally, we are the problem. Shida ni sisi wenyewe wa Kenya. Tukubali, shida ni sisi, hatupigi kura, ama tukipiga kura, tunaangalia misingi mingine ambayo haina misingi kabisa. Tunaangalia mtu kwa sababu ni mtu wetu, ama mtu ampatia hela. Mambo gani haya? I don't blame the politician, I blame us. Right? Biggest problem here is like we need to educate ourselves while we go vote every 5 years. Miaka mitano kupatia mtu to just make policies that will go affect your life is a lot. We've seen this movie every time, man. See my millennials, that's bullshit. We got a problem. We gotta admit we got a problem, the people we elect. Hizi shida zote ni kwa sababu hatuchagui viongozi wazuri. Alafu tunakuja hapa tuna complain. Tukichagua viongozi wazuri tutapata nchi nzuri. Bila shaka hiyo. Kwa nini watu milioni 8 kupiga kura? Wako wapi hao? What is that? Why did 8 million Kenyans didn't vote? Hiyo ni mambo gani sasa? Ndio maana tuko hapa hivi. And then the guys that voted, right? Hatukupiga kura tukiangalia huyu jamaa CV yake ni vipi? Kwa nini tunaenda kupiga kura kwa msingi ya kabila? Right? These guys, all the guys that ran for president, we had their CV, we know what they've done, we know what from 40, 20 years to najua huyu jamaa kama ni corrupt, ni mwizi, all that kind of shit. But what do we vote? Who do we vote for? Then tunakuja hapo hivi, tunakuja kwa street, this guy amepandisha sijui ushuru. What the hell is that? Who is the problem?
tukitaka kubadilisha Kenya tuanze na sisi, right? We need to educate ourselves. Why 5 years, right? If I vote for this guy for 5 years, atafanya nini? Na Wakenya wote from Gen Z to millennial to boomers to hao wote, right? Tunafaa kuangalia kupiga kura should be mandatory. Kama hujapiga kura, piga miezi miwili kwa jela. Hatuwezi kuwa watu wengine wapige kura. Mwanzo hiyo lazima. Jambo la pili, lazima tunapiga kwa watu. Mimi nataka kuona Mjaluo amesimama huko, yule amepita and vice versa. Our maturity kupiga kura, hiyo ndio fundamental problem. Nimesikia people praising Kibaki. Why you guys? Mimi personally I don't know what Kibaki alifanya. Huyu jamaa ndiye alitumess. Najua watu wengine watasema no. Imagine when all two guys were voting, right? There was Kanu and Moi, and there was Nak and whatever, right? Kibaki had like almost 90 whatever. Like the goodwill of people wote walimpatia kura. Akakuja baada akarevert mambo yake ukabila, then tukaenda reverse 1960 huko tukaanza tena mambo ya ukabila. People learn that. People now after that tukaanza kuja kura kwa mambo ya ukabila, right? No progress at all. No vision at all. I'm pissed off. Alafu hapo tunakuja, why are we complaining and yet we are the people who put ourselves in this problem? Mimi sasa kuniambia upige kura hiyo kabisa waniudhi kabisa. I'm really pissed off now. I'm mad. Kwa sababu tungejua miaka 5 unapatia mtu ambaye mfano unajua mtu ni mwizi, mtu ni madara, ama mtu whatever the kind of shit, unampatia kwa sababu alipatia tenga, yero, whatever. Alafu una expect miracle from that guy. Come on now. We gotta admit the problem is us. If we elect good people in office, the systems are there. Systems are good. The people we put there, ndio watu ambao wanachukua mambo gani hapa, wanatukoroga. Na kama tumekanyaga chini, ni tunataka watu wazuri, tunaangalia profile. Alafu tunavaa hii mishahara yao inafaa, it should be a public service rather than go there to enrich yourself. Sasa mimi wonder like Mungu alitumba usiku ama ni vipi? Maana mambo yote yaende sawa. Daily tunapiga kura miaka 5, the next year tuko street nini mpandisho, right? I got a theory that if the president is a Kikuyu or Mjaluo, only 500, let's say Luo was 5 million, only 500 will benefit. The 4.5 won't benefit. And if you are a Luo, unaenda kupiga kwa hiyo kwa sababu ni mtu wenu na you 5 million, only 500,000 will benefit. The 4.5 won't. Na hiyo nimepatia tu, hata tupatie milioni 1. The 4 other million, hiyo ni mfano nimepatia. The 4 million won't benefit. But what hiyo kasumba si imetoka wapi? But najua imetoka wapi? Most of Kenyans tumeishi katika maisha ya uholani, ya umaskini na ufedhuli. Na unapata nafasi moja kazi yako kuiba tu kujienrich yourself. Hata ukitajirika hiyo utajiri, kwani mtu atajiri? Angalia, it's only a few people that are rich that can afford medical, can afford good 5-6 meals a day. The rest of the people, that shit should be broken. I'm mad now. I mean, we need to educate ourselves. The 5 years, we need to education of why we voting. Kwa nini tunapiga kura? Hiyo ndio msingi hiyo. Maoni yangu haya. Unasema ukimchagua huyu CV yake ni hii na hii, huyu jamaa ni hivi na hivi, huyu jamaa ni hivi na hivi, na ukipiga jua huyu sera zake ni hii. A voter who is educated ni muhimu sana katika future ya Kenya. Na msimambie sahii jamaa tunakongamana hapa hivi, ingekuwa tu kuna kura kidogo tu na jamaa inge kwa misingi ya kikabila. Hizi ni laana hizi. Wallahi. I'm mad now. I'm really mad. Hizi ni laana. Sisi kwa sababu tungekuwa tunajua kwa nini tunapiga kura kwa misingi ya kikabila,
Why? Na usiniambie sijui tumesoma mameleno sijui na nini, wao watu wanasoma, lakini ikiwa wakati wa kupiga debe wanapiga kura kivyao. This is crazy, man. And then we come here, we complaining. Well, we complain here with the same people who there. Nimesikia, listen, mimi usiniambie lolote sijui na nini. Kama umepitia maisha magumu, kama umeona ile Kenya babako babu yako, kama umesoma historia ya Kenya vile tunavyoenda, alafu unakuja hapo unaomba msamaha ati wao ndio vote. No man, come on, this is crazy, yo. This is crazy. Ati say why do you apologize? Right? Tulienda kupiga kura tukajua CV zao nje. Alafu jamaa anakuja, why do you apologize? Yes, we knew this stuff won't happen. We really knew. Hebu angalia historia yetu ya kupiga kura. Wallahi, acha niwaambie, I'm just going to say this. I know some of you are not going to like it. But Ruto atoki paka 2032. Ruto, we gotta change the way we vote. We got to. If you don't do that, then forget about it. Yo, we need to forget about that shit for real. Ruto want, yeah. You know what, man? Really say, Ruto ameona hii 2032 tumsubiri. Sisi zetu kupiga tu kelele tuone na nini kupiga kelele. We gotta educate each and every Kenyan. Ukifika 18 tu tayari wafundishwa kwa nini future nzuri nini na nini, msingi ya kupiga kura, huyu jamaa sera zake ni hivi na hivi, ukipiga hivi na kani. Kwani sisi na wazungu mvipi? It's not even the leadership, it's the citizen. Wananchi electing bad leaders expecting miracles. Na kama I believe that's our main problem. Ukiwa Kirinyaga, ukiwa Moyale, ukiwa Kisumu, ukiwa nini na nini, usiangalie mtu kwa sababu mkabila yako ama sijui ni clan yako. You won't even benefit. I bet you what, most of those people who voted based on kwa kabila hawakufaulu hata kidogo. Alafu now you return back, you say we apologize, we didn't know. Come on now, you need this time since 1990 ngapi. I'm right now, I'm fuming, right? Si ma middle class na nini, Ingekuwa tuna vote vizuri, wallahi bila mimi ningekuwa bila shaka Kenya ingekuwa mbele. And it's the same reason mimi chini nikasoma vizuri. Ile 02 ile Kibaki alivyochaguliwa and the subsequent elections hizi wengine walikuja hizo. Wallahi imagine Kibaki alikuwa na runway nzuri, ange take off yani vizuri bila ukabila, bila mambo ya kifala tena. Tungekuwa wapi sasa hivi? Tungekuwa wapi? Watu washajiuliza hivyo. Before we even discuss this stuff, we gotta look back our history and see what our history tells us about us. Then we gonna know how well we're going. But before that, the main problem is not even wanasiasa. Nishasema hiyo shida, jambo la muhimu, shida kubwa ni sisi. So those guys are urban town centers like Mombasa, Nairobi, Kisumu, whatever, Mombasa, Nairobi, Kisumu, Eldoret. Hao jamaa wakija wakati wa kura, don't tell me that. You know, one thing we kind of forget is that the power of our parents. Unasema wao nimesoma, ukienda nyumbani mzazi ashakupigia kama Mjaluo ama Mkikuyu, sijui na nini, yule ni mtu wetu baba yule jamaa sijui nini. Man, come on, we got a reason about ourselves. We got to be independent. We got to, man. Hii masuala mengine tunapiga kelele, need to vote. Actually, vote to future education, why we vote, why 5 years, why all that stuff. Huyo umemfundisha mtoto yuko Masaini huko. Chanzo cha hizi vitu zote ni ile education haiko nzuri ya kwa nini watu wanapiga kura. Na why we like the fundamentals of why we tunaweka huyu kwa kura ama nini na nini. Si tushaona chama, tushakufa, tushamwendea, si ODM, sijui ni udako ama nini. Mimi nikisikia sasa mtu anasema sijui wallahi bila ati I don't know why I voted for Ruto. I'm like, nigga, come on now. You know all this shit. What you could expect him. Like for real. Ni kama ni kisomo uko nacho, You don't even need a lot of education though. You need a class 8. And critical thinking. That's it. Unga miaka ile jana ilikuwa 100, hii mpandisha paka 200. Unaona vile ujamaa angalia, alafu makabila secretaries manini na nini hivyo na nini. Jamaa tuwacheni maswala ya kikabila. Najua we here, some of us are still, ni ngumu, lakini hata kama wewe ni mkabila jamaa, hiyo kitu haitatupeleka mahali. Kama sivyo, tutangoja miaka 100 ijayo. And then we need to educate why we vote. Na kwa nini? Kiini cha kupiga kura ni nini? Huyu mtu ataleta maendeleo. Na mishahara ya wabunge ikatwe kabisa, it should be public service. And then mimi nataka nikisikia mtu yote amekuwa interviewed by those media stations and shit. The first question they should ask those guys like, man, where is those murderers that killed the freedom fighters? Right? Because those guys are murderers. How now she brought what the fuck is that for police service? That's bullshit. Hiyo ni bullshit. Hao jamaa sijui nasikia wamepatia whatever in any media station now, sijui IPOA, sijui nini, ministers and shit, what they need to avail those policemen, not even policemen, I'm not going to call them policemen, those terrorists or whatever, those murderers, they need to avail them. That's the first thing. Hiyo ndio jambo la muhimu la conversation, tunaanzia hapo. Avail those guys ndio tuanze kuongea. Alafu tunaambia kwa koti, huyu jamaa ameshoot, hakuna cha nini wala cha nini. Everybody saw, the whole dunia ilimwona, the whole world saw what there was going on. How can you shoot 7 times like mtoto mdogo? You must be sick in your head. I'm pissed off. Nashukuru sana katika kongamano hili. Now, the platform guys that provided it, I want to say appreciate you, but at least nimetoa ile ilikuwa inanikera kwa moyo. Na before nimalize, tuangalie, we need to educate the millennials, Gen Z, hata wazee pia to educate, right? They didn't fight for none, right? Now we gotta fight for some. Now we gotta, system yetu, we get it wrong, we get it right. But we need to get it right before we get it wrong. That's how it should be. But how we doing? We getting it wrong, then we trying to get it right. No, we gotta get it right before we get it wrong. Right? Na najua it's painful, but huyu jamaa 2032. Huyu jamaa 2032. Lakini sasa before hiyo 27 inafaa tujishape vizuri. No snakes, debe nyingine tukapa tunalia tena. We gotta see a change. Vijana, we gotta see a change. In terms of the way people we put in power, the way we vote. Nashukuru. I rest my case.
Hello, everybody. If you can hear me, just somebody say back that you can hear me. Anything. Mnanisikia? Okay, asante. So, thank you so much for this space. I don't even know exactly how to even express myself. Kwanza kabisa ningetaka kutoa condolences zangu. I don't even know. I really don't even know. I would like for everybody who is on this forum to listen to themselves for 1 minute and really center themselves and really feel how you are truly feeling. Because Marcy Alusa, nafikiri ndo ameongea, the lady that spoke about the election violence, she actually is the one who gave me strength to speak even. I've been in this space since you guys started. I've been here from the beginning. Hata sijui kama mlikuwa mmeshafanya maandamano ya kwanza kabisa, but it has been a very educative space. But then again, condolences sana kwa wenye walifiwa, and also to our country in general. The country is in mourning. I don't even know why our flag is not at half-mast. There are so many questions. Those are citizens that just died. Like those deaths would have been avoided. So poleni sana kwa walofiwa, to Kenya, to the families, and to this group specifically, So that's why I'm asking, just take care of yourself. I don't know what that means to all of us, but just center yourself within you, that space, and take care of that space that gives you strength, because this is so difficult. Like, it was so hard, especially yesterday, coming back to listening to people in the space, and just it was so bad. It was just, it's still so bad. So hata ninakosa words. So speaking again on Mercy, and also this movement specifically. So the movement was founded by Gen Zs, period. That's what it is. But now it is not a movement that is only confined amongst Gen Zs. This is a movement for everybody, the millennials, the Gen Xs. I'm in between millennial Gen X. But this is everybody. This should be everybody's movement. And I'm saying this because the one thing that was very, very urgent, which was the finance bill, let's just hope that that is done. We just have to hope, because this has never happened also. Eti mtu amesema, finance bill, it's been discussed, it's been voted, kwanza the fastest voting, alafu inaenda kwa the person that's supposed kutia sahihi, alafu anakataa, So, of course, we know it's a game, but we are staying very vigilant. We are staying, our eyes, our ears, our hearts are open to see where this is going to lead. But we all know this is part of the game. So that was the most urgent part. But again, there is this malignant problem that is consistent not just within Kenya, but everywhere. Unajua, everywhere in Africa. I mean, corruption. I don't even want to be redundant and discuss those things, but because of the systemic corruption, because of the systemic lack of wananchi, lack of just facilities, just basic facilities. You know what I'm saying? Ni kama hewa tu peke yake ndio imebaki yenye mwananchi, the regular mwananchi can afford. And some of those people cannot even afford good air. I was born in Dandora, and Dandora is a dumping site as we speak right now, and it has been for the longest time. So even that fresh air, Nawambia, I mean, I don't know what is, I don't even know what to say. But let me speak on a few issues. I would like to give a different aspect of the election violence of 1992. Mercy amepatiana, some of it from Eldoret, but wacha niongele, I was just a little girl in 1992. We were in a boarding school. Okay. Tulikuwa boarding school. I'm trying not to give pointers. This may be very sensitive. I'm trying not to give like a central pointer. I don't know, but whatever. So tuko shuleni, it's a boarding school, and then the election violence thing or whatever. It was actually not during the elections. It was around that time of 1992, the youth wingers, the Y2CG92. I don't even know what they were being called, the E-group yenye ilikuwa ya kina Ruto. So we wake up in the morning and the whole, remember, you're just a child. The oldest child in a boarding school is like 13 years old, and ilikuwa boarding, it's in Rift Valley. Ilikuwa boarding and primary school. So the youngest is like 7 years old. You know what I'm saying? And the oldest one will be like 13 because ilikuwa Primona Seko. So we wake up one day and it is like we are surrounded by noises. I'm talking about war noises. And again, thank you, Mercy, for giving me this courage to speak, because I want us to cut our parents a slack. I want us to cut our parents and ourselves the Gen X's. I want you guys to hear us also. I know we haven't had such a platform to speak, but I hear, things like, oh, we cannot repeat the mistakes our parents did. We cannot repeat this. We cannot repeat that. But you do not know, really. I don't know what my mother has been nursing since 1992, and that's why I'm saying this is everybody's movement. Okay, don't separate your parents, don't separate other generations. This is an everybody's movement at this point, so then we wake up, kuna moshi, that is number one. Kumbuka tumezungukwa, nyumba zinachomeka, you woke up, it's moshi, you are so young, you don't know what the outside was. Those people who have been in boarding schools, that was like a logo. It was like a logo of honor if you took your kids in boarding schools them days in the 90s. So I'm a beneficiary of that. So we woke up, so there's smoke surrounding us, and then there's like people singing like war songs surrounding the entire school. Okay? And so we don't know what's going on because you are closed in. There is war going on outside of the school, but you're not aware of it. You know what I'm saying? Makanisa ziko ndani. I'm Catholic. The churches are inside. Everything is inside. So you don't know what's going on outside, right? So then all of a sudden, these people break into this is relieving trauma. In other words, and it is very, very difficult for some of us. Teachers have to protect you, everybody has to protect you, and then now your parents have to be called to come and pick you up. I have nimekimbiza story, but I feel like I'm not ready to go into those details because I may not finish this conversation. So then our parents are being called, right? Nakumbuka, it's full-blown war in 1992. Our parents came in, but they're not allowed to enter the school. So they're talking amongst themselves. Hawa ni kina mama zetu walikuwa naongea, they were telling us later. And these things, you will hear them probably the first time in these spaces just because this is a safe space, So the people that were fighting us, you all know who was fighting us. During the conversation, we have a mixture. Tuko na Wakalenjin shuleni, we had all kinds of people. We had Kikuyus, we had watu wa kutoka Mombasa, nini na nini, sababu nataka tu kupeleka mtoto wako shule nzuri, unajua. So we were a mixture of so many people. So people, parents were coming with buses, parents were coming from I don't know where and whatnot, right? So the parents of the kids who were, surrounded, the school, and, they told our parents, if you want these people not to fight your kids or to give you entry, because kulikuwa they came in and they erected they put up like poles, like a way you would not even drive inside the school, yet they have surrounded the school. So our parents na Nissan zao hawangeweza, kuingia shuleni, from the road up above. So they were told, you guys have to, if they are not supposed to see women nakedness. Okay? So if you guys can, I don't know what our parents were told, but that was the main thing. So imagine our parents, I am telling you, wali have kuinua nguo zao for them to come and see us. So right now I'm just about to break down. For them to come to the school and be allowed, but because they cover their face, those fighters, they had to cover their faces because they always na uchi wa mama or whatever it's called. And that's how our parents were able to pick us up from school, and I will not continue that story from there. But what I am telling you is that our parents went through that. Given I'm a Gen X millennial, our parents saw that. Most of the Rift Valley parents. There are so many stories that Gen Z does not know. So many stories that are out there of those people who faced this kind of violence that has never been spoken. I have never sat down and written or spoken about this outside of this space, but I have written to myself. I have a whole book, that I have written about, those childhood traumas. Imagine being raised well, being not lacking anything, and then this is what gives you a trauma, the trauma, you know what I'm saying? So a lot really happened that you guys do not know. So now let's fast forward on. All of us knew that Ruto was part of all that, of mobilizing the youth. Na mishale na nini. Let me say this. Coming to the hospital, coming home, people have been displaced. Okay, most of them are coming like to Nakuru town, and we lived in Nakuru town and part of it also in Nairobi. So in Nakuru town, unaona mtu yuko na mshale kwa kichwa, you guys. I'm not even, yani the whole of PGH Nakuru. Ni watu wamepigwa huko, they've just been dropped. Some of them are dead, some of them, our parents went through a lot of this, just seeing it, people like me, those are things that we have internalized, you understand? So mishale, unaona watu wako na mishale kwa tumbo, and doctors don't even know what to do with this. This is the first time they are receiving mass casualties with foreign objects, and they don't even know what to do with them. Some of them are just dying on the floor. Unaona mtu ana bleed. There's nothing you can do. You know what I'm saying? So imagine that trauma. Now let's fast forward to the voting of 2002 or of 2022. 2022 tunaona Ruto anasimama. Okay, and I come from a very active family. Very active, I mean in church, in everywhere. You know what I'm saying? In the community, in whatnot. So inasemekana, around the area, watu wanavotia Ruto. You know what I'm saying? So I for the first time, I was in shock. I was shocked. So I needed to know why. Why are you doing this? Mom, you were there. You were there, remember? Years ago, when you came to pick me up from school, na nyinyi wote tulikuwa tunaenda kanisa moja, the parents are there, everybody that took their kids in that pool, it was like a block, it was like a conspiracy, tutapeleka mtoto wangu pale, tutapeleka mtoto wako pale. It's just like the parents that take their schools to Braeburn. Majority of the time, when tulikuwa tunapelekwa those days, even to Mount St. Mary's, to whatever schools, good Catholic schools, it was like a conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? So all the parents, even right now, are friends. So I'm like, why? So ngojeni niwaambie something that my parents said, and majority of the people, the age of my parents said, Washo, if we do not do this, tutachapwa. He will come back for us, and we will get killed, especially in Rift Valley. So I really need you people to cut our parents a slack. I know better, and I voted the opposite because we were voting out here. There's no way I was so traumatized. There's no ata hilo jina. I cannot even listen to the speech. I was like, I will wait for the Gen Zs to break it down, and then I will go by what Gen Z said. Like, I don't care. I can never listen to that man speak. I cannot. Like that's how much trauma we carried for years and years and years. So please cut our parents as slack. They did not want their homes to be destroyed like they have witnessed before. They did not want this. They don't have the courage you have. So when you hear people calling Gen Z's heroes, because we are watching you in amazement that you can stand up. All these things that we have bottled up for so many years, we cannot speak. And the moment you try to speak, somebody is there, kukwambia, no, huwezi sema hivyo, So thank you also for giving us the voice. These are the things that you do not know. I don't know if you are accounting for all this, but thank you for giving us the voice, because that voice is what will also redeem our parents. I hope one day they will be able to speak. Which also sends me back to the point of reading. The books that have changed Gen Zs, they were not published today. Those books have been there. Let's become readers. Let's become consumers of African literature. Let's read from Chinua Achebe to Chimamanda to whatnot. Let's go back to books. You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, reading books has been so much easy. It is as easy as having a Kindle. It's as easy as having your phone. So I really wanted to make that point. Please, Nkiongea, let's cut our parents as slack. Let's see where Gen Zs are coming, Generation X is coming from. Let's see where the older millennials are coming from. We are coming from trauma that we've never even been able to address. And that's the only part I think that has not been addressed as far as that. So, and then my other point is about getting young leaders. Somebody spoke about us getting a new breed of young leaders and whatnot. I want to say part of that is bullshit. Okay, part of that is bullshit, because I'll give you the reasons why. My number one reason is the culture. Okay, what is the general culture in leadership in Kenya? The general culture is, sasa mimi ni mheshimiwa, it's my time to eat. That's it. Kiss and facts. Look at Toto. Toto was an ashy lady. I don't know alitolewa wapi. She ended up somehow in leadership, and I'm telling you, that same week already alikuwa ameshapata Land Cruisers. You guys followed her story. She's one person I'm interested in, just to see how young people who join leadership in Kenya, how they transform. Look at Kimani, the Molo MP. He's even younger than me. Look at how what they became. So what are we talking about when we say we want young breed of leaders, in our young breed of Kenyans, in our leadership? What are we saying? There's a culture that they go in and it's inherent. I don't know whether it's inherent. I don't know what to call it. I do not know. So there's something that we are missing to address there. I cannot point at it. I don't know how to put it in words, but every single young person, I'm talking even in their 20s, in their 30s, that have been sent to become political leaders, that have been chosen by their own people, just because they're young, it's new blood, they're gonna go do this and that and whatnot. No, they have become avidly corrupt. In fact, they're the leaders of corruption. So I don't know what is that we are not addressing. Let's not just let's open our eyes. It's not about sending the young leaders there. It's not about electing us. We can come up with, leaders that have been selected by Gen Zs. But let's look at those people that have been there and they systemically have stood for the right thing. I know we've been very much opposed to the people that have come in and we have continued to recycle them. Yes, you can recycle somebody that has been a good leader. Yes, you can. The age should not be what matters, but what should stand up is what does that person, what are the principles that guide that person? What's the name of this? Matiang'i. Okay, we can say so many wrong things about Matiang'i, but I am telling you, people, he's one of those people that have stood up. Even when he left like, okay, bye-bye, I am fine. His life was not changed because he was never corrupt. You understand? He was able to do what he did when he was in, but one of them is not stealing from people. And that's why he's still standing when he was out there and he was not concerned. Kama mngemtoa, ama mngemweka. Those ones that are in, they are wondering how they can survive outside. And that's why it's very, very difficult to get them out. And that has been the culture over and over. So what we recycle, it's not just leaders, but we also recycle the culture. There's a culture of stealing. There's a culture of corrupt. There's a culture of mimi ni yeye. You know what I'm saying? When I lived in London, Tony Blair, if you guys remember Tony Blair, we wrote the two together. I'm like, oh my God, isn't this something like serious or whatever? Should I like really like be sitting next to him or whatever? But that's what leadership is. Leadership is not about gluttony. So I don't know what we are looking at, because guys, they're young people that we have sent into power. They're young people we have empowered. They're young people who have voted for, but then they go to parliament and they change. So there's something in there that we need to address. So my other point, let's please talk about judiciary, and this one will be the last thing I think I will be talking about. Let's talk about judiciary. I know there are many lawyers that are listening to me. I know there is also good people that are listening to us. There are many people on this space. So it is okay, and we will speak about this. So the people that have spoken from the diaspora, like myself, okay, we are out here in the diaspora. I've been in the US for the last over 20 years. You know, I live in California. I started off in the UK. I have worked in other places. You know, I have worked in other places in Europe, and I ended up in the US. Okay. And the very thing that keeps me in the US is because I have a home. I have a home that's called Kenya. Okay, the time of our mothers, people came to the US and there were this high, you know, there was this mentality of Sirudi, Mimi Sirudi home, you know what I'm saying, I'm going for greener pastures and that's where I'm going to raise my children and whatnot. But that culture changed with the Gen Xers and the older millennials. We changed that and we wanted to create facilities back home and here in the US that will either, one, improve the lives of our people back home, and two, will make our lives better once we go back. Because the mentality that we came with in the US or in the West was the mentality of I will go back, so I have to find a Kenya that's better than what I left. So we've gone back. We have built hospitals. We have built schools. We have contributed positively into the counties. We have tried our very best to form organizations that we can go back to, that can help us invest. Okay? But let me tell you the one downside that we have done as Kenyans in the West. We brought the corruption, we brought, especially, number one, we brought the tribalism in America. And I am expecting every single diaspora to come here and speak to us about that. And also acknowledge that. Because if we do not acknowledge the ills of the society, both at home and out in the diaspora, I don't think we are doing ourselves any good. I don't think we are doing us any good. I don't think we are really honest. And we should base this conversation from honesty. Okay? If we do not have an honest conversation, then there's nowhere we are headed. Right? We have to be very, very honest. Okay? So, which is what's bringing me to the judicial conversation. So we are building institutions, we are doing this and that so that we can go back into a good place, so that we can see our people. There are many of us, there's a huge group of us in the West who are running institutions back home. We are here, but we have facilities that are being run by people at home. We can entrust them. You know, we have created jobs back home. But then, what has happened is, within the same organizations that we have formed, there is corruption. There is tribalism. So what has happened is people within the organizations that we have formed have colluded with corruption back in Kenya, and they have done their very best to bring the good people down. All right? So these are the things that we need to talk about in the diaspora. That the diaspora is as corrupt as we are corrupt in Kenya. Okay? And this must be addressed from an honest position, that everyone is affected. Okay? I remember, like, the last election, we were so polarized. And we're so far away from home. We're 12,000 miles from home, yet so polarized. Like here, nobody cares who's Kikuyu, who is what, who is what, who is whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like myself, I say like the way I describe myself, the way I introduce myself, I'm the product of the community. Growing up in Dandora, I grew up with everybody. Then my mom retiring in Nakuru, you know, I grew up amongst everybody in Nakuru town. You know, so I grew up speaking Kisii, Kikamba, you know, everybody raised us. Gen X was raised by everybody, so are the older millennials. You know what I'm saying? We became more tribally charged over the last years. I don't know how to put this. We were tribally charged, but we were not as polarized as we are right now. So whatever you see in Kenya, now multiply that by 100 and bring it in diaspora, where it's few of us, okay, and yet we are coming in here using our tribal charges to bring down other people, you know. So in collaboration with judiciary, in collaboration with like the Ministry of Cooperatives, people have managed to bring down very well-meaning institutions from the back door. And that has to stop, because there's well-meaning diaspora. There's also a bad-meaning diaspora, okay, that want to neutralize the work that the good diaspora is doing back home. So that's the other thing. I'm not going to go deeper into that because we have very many cases of in court that are going on about that. But that's the other factor that I want diaspora to speak honestly about. That we are tribalistic, right? And that needs to stop. I don't know what we need to nip. I don't know what we need to do. But for those people who have cases back home, you know, of whatever it is, do not back down. Kama ni kesi ya shamba lako, kama ni kesi ya nini, kama ni kesi ya whatever it is, don't back down. You know, if Gen Z is not backing down, don't also back down. Continue to fight for these institutions that you created, yet they are planning, yet the government, if you can, usipowapatia kitu kidogo, if you don't do this, if you don't do that, then they, you know, they will cancel you, or they will cancel your cooperative. They will cancel this, they will cancel that. Continue to fight. Continue to fight. Yeah, but diaspora is in bed with the ministries, it's in bed with the judiciary, and their aim is to bring down the diaspora that is doing great, not just for Kenya, but also for the diaspora itself. So asanteni sana kwa muda wa kuongea. Also, just real quick, the Senate calls, they work really perfect. I'm in California. I have written to my senator also. I have called my senator. Every state, like somebody says, it has a special department that only deals with the immigration affairs, and under that immigration affairs there will be the African affairs, there will be the, you know, the South American affairs, the whatever, and it is very easy because that line is not clogged and it's not so many people. Even they will call you to speak with them in the office. The only problem is right now you don't even know what to trust, you know. Again, Ruto is a puppet of the West. You don't know how much the people that you are calling, how much they can even help you with. You understand? So it's like a rock and a hard place. But at least just do what you know. Even if you will do blindly, just do. You have these resources, just use it. Let it come against you, but just use it. You know? Yeah. So I think I will end there for now. And also, Gen Z, please do not have a central node. Please do not, because it's very easy to cut it. It's very easy to be led towards that central node. Do not have a leader. Please do not. Because the other thing about having a central node is that those people who will be the central people, they will get exhausted. That's one aspect that we have not spoken about. They get exhaustion because now everybody will be looking at them. So what have you done today? So what's the discussion today? No. Do not have a central leadership, do not have a central node, so that each and every person that comes into this space, look at how you've empowered me. Look at how I'm speaking up. because I feel this is the space that I can speak up. This is a space that I can become a leader, but in my own way. Maybe I'm in the healthcare profession. Maybe I can start helping people to deal with that trauma that we've accumulated for 20 years, because I feel like there's a part I'm playing. Everybody will feel like they are leaders, and all the chores will be distributed amongst 20,000 people, 50,000 people, I don't know, whatever the number is going to be. And that will beat the exhaustion. And that in the end will work positively to what you're trying to trigger, to what you have already triggered, to what you're trying to meet. Because the risk is distributed amongst so many people. Even when you're hit, there's nothing to hit. They have to hit a group of people. So I'm very, very, very opposed into having a central node. Do not have a leader. Just, mtu akijituma aende zake, ajue chenye anataka kusaidia Gen Z nacho. You know what I'm saying? But don't have a central leader. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kenyan lady. So thank you for what you've said. It has echoed across very well, and I'm really appreciative that you have been very brave to share everything, and we have given you time. Thank you so much. So Oginde will speak next, then the calls take over.
Hello everyone, good morning. Thank you so much for this space, and I'd like to say that, am I audible? You can hear me, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I'd like to say that this Ruto must go. It shouldn't just be Ruto the person, but actually the mentality and everything that it represents. If you look at the way we are operating right now, the kind of so-called leadership that we have in place, there's still people who are having that Kanu mentality that I, as the leader, am supreme and everyone else should bow before me and serve me, because you, as the electorate, what right do you have to question me? What right do you have to ask about your rights? Like, your job is to vote. You're a voting machine. Can you conform, you stupid motherfucker? So that's the kind of mentality that these people have. And I think as we do this movement, it should be about not just removing Ruto alone, but everyone that represents that kind of mentality, and it includes even at the society level. I've always wondered why in Africa we're always suffering this thing called Stockholm syndrome, whereby you, as an electorate, you're the same person who has to maneuver through portals, ukitembea kwa barabara. You're the same person when you ukienda kwa hosi, you have to queue there for hours and hours and hours. Saizi kwenda to hizi national hospitals, you have to sit there and wait for hours and hours and hours. Usipoenda hapo 8 a.m. Hautasaviwa, like, for you to be even served at 12 p.m. lazima urauke asubuhi 8 a.m. Unaingia manze kwa maternity wards, mother manze wamekaa hapo, and children saa zingine they're in pain, they're in bad condition, but they have to sit there and wait because the national hospitals are not working. Unaangalia in the civil service, people are working and making peanuts, na hizo video zenye wanakatwa including NHIF are not being remitted. There's someone I know who, when alikuanga na suffer high blood pressure, and she was in the county government, when her conditions zilikuwa worse because of the kind of pressures she was, the kind of strains she was having, alipelekwa hosi na wakapatikana manze NHIF haijakuwa ikirimitiwa. Now by the time people are wanashikana wanafanya harambee, this lady could not be helped. She succumbed. That was the first time I ever came across this realization that these guys are so corrupt, they're so greedy, they're so evil, that they're willing to even eat that which is meant to save a life. And at the same time, when I'm still sticking to the Stockholm syndrome thing, wewe kama mzazi, you know very well, unapeleka mtoto shule whereby you're not certain kama the kind of education anapewa si poa. Ukiangalia even the structure of the classes zenye tuko nazo, you can't even differentiate between the door and the window. Huwezi ona difference. Hujui ingie na wapi. Mtu Saa zingine hata mwalimu anafunza na mtoto asharuka through the window because it is that bad. Na hata jua some are even still studying under a tree in 21st century. Hiyo ni maisha gani? We are a laughing stock hapa nje. Everywhere ukiuliza everyone, Africa is just the face of poverty. Saizi you ask yourself, why are some things still being taught? Na kuna some tumbocrats wamekaa in those education departments bado wanakula and they're just feeding themselves and their families and at the expense of the future of another bright African child. When I'm still sticking on to the Stockholm syndrome, we keep on complaining about the cost of life. We keep on complaining about the state of security. We keep on complaining about the state of our enterprises and the physical environment. Like, and these are the same people when you're during election time ikifika, they're willing to sell their vote for 100 shillings or less. These are the same people wenye unapata mababa watu wenye wako na ndevu they're even capable of serving children. They even have children who are as old as older than even those Gen Zs, but unapata hao ndio wanatumika vibaya, wanaitwa kwa county government kupewa silaha, some crude weapons that were used by the na zile nyakati za Koitalel some way ati wajiparade and waende wafanya war chants in the middle of all Eldoret town just to scare away the people. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? In the 21st century, who uses that kind of mentality? Everyone else is trying to forge ahead so that we can have a better nation whereby your children can have a better life, whereby your children can have free education from uko chini kindergarten all the way to high school, whereby your children do not have to suffer through various diseases kama diarrhea na vitu kama kwashiorkor and whatever, diseases that are still just associated with third world countries. But wewe na hiyo kichwa wako maji, you still decide to go and side with the rich so that you can have your immediate gratification hako kakitu kadogo umejengwa, then go and embarrass the face of the nation huko nje. Are we stupid? Now, how NIS wenye wako hapa ndani wanasikia hii kitu, I know wako hapa, I want you to also ask yourself, how stupid are you that you are working for the same master who is trying to stifle the growth of a nation that even you, your kids and your grandkids are going to suffer in? How stupid are we? In Africa, the main thing yenye tuko nayo, the main enemy is poverty. I don't get why in the 21st century some people are still not getting that. Why? Like, what do I care if my neighbor is Kikuyu or Kalenjin? Personally, when I was growing up in a certain school in Kisumu, I used to have classmates who I couldn't even tell what their names, what tribe their names zilikuwa zinatoka from. I had a friend called Diana Ndego. Mimi nilikuja kujua baadaye that Ndego ni Mkikuyu because I didn't care. And hizi vitu zilikuja tu zikaingia kwa akili zetu because those parents of ours from generation X na boomers, they're the ones who came and told us those things, that sijui Wakikuyu wako hivi, sijui Wajaluo wako hivi, sijui Wakisii wako hivi, sijui kina nani wako hivi. Nonsense. Mimi right now I have friends from everywhere, like, and I keep on asking myself, like, what the fuck was I thinking back then, being radicalized like this, when clearly all this is just nonsense. The enemy is poverty, and I don't get why people don't realize that. So before you stand on the other side and start brutalizing the same people who are trying to forge the nation forward, and start brutalizing the same people who are trying to put the country on the map, you have to ask yourself, on which side of history am I going to be in? when the dust settles, am I going to have contributed to this, to the prosperity of the nation, or will I come out as one of the people who contributed to stifle the prosperity of the nation? Right now, ukiangalia the likes of sijui kina Anguka na kina Ezekiel Yugi, where are they? They died like dogs. They died like dogs that they were. Ukiangalia even the people who are brutalizing people in the Nyayo chambers, where are they? They died like dogs that they were. Because you can't keep on using draconian rules in a world that is progressive. You can't. Everywhere else, Mali, ukiangalia these nations, me currently I'm in Israel. If you look at the kind of technology that is there, the defense systems and even everything else that is in fintech, commerce, transportation, people are progressive. People are moving forward. People are doing things hapa nje. People are moving forward. Meanwhile, Kenya bado tunapambana na cattle deep problems kama wizi wa mifugo. Are we stupid? Currently, bado ukiangalia news kwa nini, hata Nairobi saizi ukiangalia Nairobi, the way Nairobi looks in the news, inakaa imeparara. Simply because kuna mtu fulani hapa amepewa tenda, anafaa kuwa tena clean up Nairobi, but no, he benefits more from the status quo. And ikikuwa questioned, sijui unapiga mtu wetu. Ikikuwa questioned, kuna kafala fulani hapa anajengwa so that enda cause mayhem, ikae as if there's a certain disagreement there. And this is the nation yenye tunaishi. Are we stupid? So hii maneno ya this Stockholm mentality that we are still having, we need to really look at it and ask ourselves, why are we like this as a nation? Why? Because I've analyzed the entire thing and I can't find an answer to it. I've even asked myself, is it because my skin is black that we are thinking so daft sometimes? Are we a caste generation? Are we a caste race? Are we that caste that we can't see anything that is just black and white? That you can't just separate right from wrong? Lazima ukubali kutumika? And right now, even the people wenye tuko hapa who are agitating for better change, saizi ukipewa tender na KEMSA, and you know it's an illegal tender, will you really turn it down, or utaichukua chini ya maji when you are shouting here Ruto must go? So we have to ask ourselves those kinds of questions. We have to ask ourselves why mpaka saizi even the party manifestos have to be dumbed down and reduced to things like, tutaleta barabara, tutaleta maji, tutaleta sijui nini, tumeweka sijui ICT hubs, when other nations are discussing deep policies, when other nations are discussing matters, economic policies, deep analysis, and even foreign policy, deep analysis of the foreign policy. Sisi bado tutaleta hii ile barabara kutoka hapa hadi pale, tutajenga. Mimi ndo nilileta sijui nini. Juzi a couple of months ago niliona the senator of Kisumu alikuwa na launch sijui ofisi ya assistant chief, mabati fulani hata kuku wezi lalia, na imewekwa ribbon ati inakatwa, and some kwa madha wengine hapo wa generation X and boomers are the ones na wamekaa hapo na waboda wengine hapo they are clapping. And I asked myself, are we stupid? Are we stupid? Are we this stupid that we can't really just look at the broader picture? Hapa in Israel unapatanga that when a youthful person amemaliza shule anaenda army, akitoka army anatoka hapo, they go do some work, then after they have saved up some money they take an immersion trip. What's the purpose of the immersion trip? It's supposed to help them expose themselves, it's supposed to help them create this like outward look of the world and create this bigger picture of the world, so that once you've gone there and seen everything that is happening out there, then you can come back a reshaped person, someone who has at least gotten exposed to the progressive things of the world. Why can't we also do that in Kenya? I know someone will say that you enjoy the cost of living, but exposure really changes a lot. Some of us, if we didn't leave our villages, we wouldn't be here arguing about having a progressive nation, because we would just be limited to what we see. Then the second thing I'd like to speak on, I'm about to finish, is our institutions. Why do we have duplication of roles? Why do we have useless institutions that we don't need? Kazi ya first lady na second lady ni gani? What do we care about them? Why should they be in the picture? Some of these institutions zenye ziko hapa, apparently unapata ati wakiallocatiwa do hii financial year, they won't need it for the next 2 years, but every finance bill lazima upate ati wamewekewa allocation, simply because someone wants to eat from it. Most of these government institutions, they're always having brand new vehicles. Ukiangalia kayad zao, a car that maybe hata kitu kadogo tu kalitoka, which should just be replaced, unapata that imesimamishwa hapo na gari inaenda ina rust hapo. That's money that has been wasted. We have so many organizations, so many parastatals, so many institutions broken down into even finer institutions, but nikiingia ku ask for a service, there's a lot of bureaucracy. Even those institutions that are supposed to be regulators, they're supposed to hold people accountable, where are they? Saizi nikienda City Hall kuchukua license and nimeulizwa for hongo, where am I going to report, and am I sure that it's going to be followed up? We have rotten institutions that are not performing, they're not doing their job. Money is always allocated towards an administrative institutions instead of institutions that are more productive, and that is killing our nation. It is putting us in debt. Kuna ghost workers wameja, and it's just killing us slowly by slowly. We are always servicing debt that we don't need. Imeenda towards things that we don't need. That's why unapata hata do ya NHIF, sometimes it's diverted. Instead of going towards its intended purpose, inaenda inatumika kwa wage bill. Then pesa inaenda inakuwa borrowed huko nje, so that ikuje tena like we are that vicious cycle. Then as I finish, I'll talk about the quality of the I already spoke about the electorate, I've already spoken about the institution, and I'm now going to talk about the leadership itself. Leadership, the kind of leadership that we have, is a reflection of who we are as a society. It's just like art. When we are a well-informed public, when we are a well-informed population, we ought to elect those people who actually reflect the people we are. In mtu wetu mentality, it should end. I don't expect anyone mwenye ako hapa in this platform bado akirudi akiretreat back kwao, bado anaanza kuvote in tribal lines, anaanza kuvote in mse mwenye ati huyo hapa huu ndio mtu wetu, huu ndio mwenye tunaangaliana naye. Let's be wiser than that, because if you can be critical about your doctor, if you can be critical about the person who teaches your child, if you can be critical about where you get your farm produce from, if you can be critical about the pilot that flies your plane, and the driver that drives the public transport that you're using, why are you not critical about the person who is watching over your resources? Why are you not critical about the person who is defining the kind of policies and laws that run this country? Why would you hate yourself so much that you bequeath yourself a daft person, someone who doesn't know, you can't even tell his left or right feet from each other? Why would you? I remember I once had the governor of Siaya, the previous governor, Rasank, when he was campaigning for his second term, and he was saying that one of the reasons why he shouldn't be elected out is because he can't even, he'd go back to poverty because he can't tell the difference between his own personal account and that of the county. And people were cheering, and I was asking myself, how stupid are we? How stupid are we? We need to have a leadership that is progressive. We need to have a leadership that has a proper vision and is accountable to that vision. We need to have a leadership that understands that if you have an indignified nation, then our growth as a country will always be stifled. First of all, take away the indignity of your population. Because Africa, we have suffered for so long. Africa, we have been embarrassed for so long. Most of us tuko hapa nje with degrees and even masters, and bado tunaosha vyombo. That is not right. That's not right at all. We are supposed to be in our countries tukijenga our nation. But when we have wheeler dealers for leaders, some are even purporting to be exporting labor. Ruto is purporting to be exporting labor, like now bado we think that we have a country. No. Look into history and ask yourself, why was slavery so? Why did things move so seamlessly during that time? It is because the leadership of then was selling its own people to the West. What's the difference between that and ye to ye? The only difference is maybe you can return back at your own will, but after you've been battered and traumatized and stifled, and your candle imekuwa dimmed. Some people are suffering, but they can't go home because they fear that, what will this do to the generations zenye ina depend on them back home. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I hope that even as we forge forward, as we say Ruto must go, we must do so wholesomely, so that we get rid of this mentality, this culture, and this generation of fucking leadership wenye hawajui mbele wala nyuma, and we start having more serious conversations that is progressive, that will visionary, and it will take us where we need to be. We are dragging
Thank you.
back, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Corey will be next. Then just a little bit. Then Jerry, then Duta, kindly. And I would like to say something about Elvis because I know when I used to campaign for Ruto, because I really campaigned for Ruto, he used to just tell me he had seen this person. He was actually my administration captain back in when I was in Kapsabet. And he used to tell me he knows this person, what kind of a person. I used to tell him he will change. And now I can say he's been vindicated. Uh, Elvis, then Nduta, then Nduta, then Jerry. Kindly.
Thanks, Kimuzi. Thanks for hosting this. I'm glad that now it has come to that point. And yes, I'm vindicated for what I used to say about Ruto. I'm in Australia at the moment. Now it's very unfortunate seeing the things that are going on back home. Many people, the speakers before, have elaborated really clearly why we need to keep this going, why Ruto must go. Has to be symbolical. It's not that it's just Ruto, the person who has to go, as a previous speaker has said, but Ruto is symbolical of a lot of ills that are happening with our government, and it won't make Kenya progress at any point. I'm a very keen political spectator, and I saw how Ruto rose his ranks, akiwa bado Eldoret North MP, and rising to that point, in they're called what do you call them, the tribal kingpins. And I could see the way he was. If you people used to watch the clips that were being shared of him with his oratory skills and in doing all those political jargons in Kalenjin, and it would wow a lot of people. And that's part of the reason he's got to the point he's got, is because of basically how he speaks. Not something to write home about the actual things he's done. Most of the things that people try and attach to him, the things that he himself is claiming that he has done, which, I mean, given there will be a few things he's done, but just not to lose focus, I think that kind of politics needs to be done away with, because that's how we lose the progressiveness of our nation. When we have leaders, and he is very influential. You've seen how all the other political leaders have venye wanaongea. You can see some sort of similarity in how politicians speak nowadays, because it worked. It worked for him. From, the sob story that he sells about the chicken seller all the way to becoming president. And you know how many other politicians have used that euphemism, when they're talking about, we're speaking for the hustlers, it's for ground. And then now I've got those positions, and when you try and audit what they said versus what we are getting from them, is the reason why this historic thing is happening at the moment. It won't be happening kama these people would have lived half of the promises they were making. And it needs to be a starting point now that if we've gotten this opportunity, we are very close to passing this message completely. And I'm very proud of the Kenyans who have come out very, very strongly. Hata wale wako diaspora, people online, it's so inspiring to see how people are coming out to speak facts into what we have as a country. Many people have mentioned a lot of things I would mention, but it means that the understanding is there now. These people forget that they are dealing with a generation which has access to a lot of information. Nowadays, we don't need to look for a politician so that he can tell you what he has done here in parliament. You can just look up and see what contributions are they doing as parliamentarians in terms of making laws or discussing legislative agendas, or even in terms of what they're doing back at home, which, with the amount of knowledge we have now, there's a radical change that needs to be done to our systems, to our way of politicking, and basically to how our politicians should speak to us. Because imagine after all this has happened, we've lost all those lives that we have lost the other day, and the president comes and gives a speech which is devoid of an apology. Even at the very least, that's what I think should have started off, Even as the head of state, you take responsibility for what the forces of the country have done. Because hadi watu wadogo are getting killed and some of them maimed, it's really unfortunate. The least they could have done is apologize. But I'm happy the momentum that's picking up. Najua saa hizi they're trying, they are politicians, and they're trying every means kujaribu infiltrate the movement. You're seeing people coming up wanajaribu kusema they're leaders, people who I actually even know. That some of them I've known from our days in campus politics, and they are brokers, they are dealers. Because if there's, I don't want to go mentioning names, but eventually we will do that. But I'm glad Kenyans are calling them out, and eventually we need to make sure that we remain unpredictable. We don't have a leader. We don't want to have one person, like somebody say, who is going to be targeted, because otherwise that's how they infiltrate this whole movement and we'll lose the plot. Anyway, I'm still playing catch up to the conversation, so I'd let the next speaker go first, as I still catch up on that. So I think Jerry was next, yeah?
Yeah, thank you for this space. It is an amazing space to hear everyone speaking. It's very refreshing to hear about Gen Zs and the kind of movement that has been created and the conversations that are going on for days. It's very, very refreshing and very encouraging. There has been an attempt and a form of infiltration into the spaces and into this movement. Na hata kama tutaki ku-admit, I'm going to mention a few, whether it's Cairo or Hanifa or Shansky or a few people. I don't know if it's intimidation or I do not know if it's threatening, but they changed their tunes sometime this week. And because they have a lot of followers, it was like, hey, this is my own thoughts, but I recommend that you do not do this, blah, blah, blah. So the government or NIS or DCI or whatever you're going to call it, they noted that the people who are influencing this movement and who are also in Kenya are able or are easy to intimidate. I will suggest we only have this influencers who, like Kimuzi or anyone outside the country, who can drive up that momentum into any other occupation next week, because tumeshaona timetable na already tunajua what's happening next week. But hawa walinyamazishwa kwa sababu whether wataambiwa watafinywa, wanajua kule wanakaa, or whatever the situation, whatever, or maybe they were paid, I don't know, because somebody even shared a screenshot or Kipchumba Murkomen akipeana 500,000. It was like, that's the price, the starting price for being bribed. But we need to move from listening of those influencers, because obviously they're easy to target. We need to have a conversation of allowing the people in the diaspora, because they do have that safety and they cannot be easily intimidated by Kenyan government, and they do have the protection of those other foreign governments where they live. Then that definitely can help one situation. The other situation of this occupation, it's very sad. Tunajua baby boomers na Gen X au kazi yao imeenda, because the fact that they are still in this idea that you can believe this liar, I call him a mad king, because I do think he's actually gone mad. And the kind of orders that are being ordered to kill children, Moshiri just posted a few hours ago, there are kids in class 3 who have been jailed in Naivasha because of a protest there. And he's asking Faith and ajaribu kuwa bailout in jail. Class 3. The youngest children that I've seen died from this protest is a 9-month-old. And you just think in your head, like, who gives an order for police to shoot a child? Who in their right mind, Kindiki, Ruto, Farouk, or whoever is making these calls? You do have your own kids. You do have your own children who go to school. You do have your own parents who gave birth to you. In your right mind, given an order for police who is 95% traumatized by PTSD, and they are like a walking shell, to kill another human being for 35,000 shillings. It's just beyond me. And the fact that you kneel down in churches, na ndio tunasema occupation ya kanisa, because ni kama makanisa, they think it's like a joke. They think it's like, oh, these kids are just playing. But now they can see that God is actually doing his work of cleansing the church through a generation that does not care about religion. When you ask for a fundraiser that never ends, tunajenga shule, tunajenga a hotel, or whatever else that you're building, and this politician comes in and goes in the front and talk shit and start talking about their opponent, and you're just there laughing. As a preacher, as a pastor, you're there going to State House to meet a mad king who is going to give orders to kill people in the night in their homes. He's going to even tell news media not to report on the killings that happened in Githurai, in Rongata. The deaths that are being reported are not the actual number of people who died. People were being put in pickups and God knows transferred to what? Shakahola, Wakabariwa, so that nobody knows even where their bodies are. It is so sad to even have audience with the devil on the same table. And then you're there laughing and saying that we're trying to delegate and we're trying to have a conversation with Gen Z. This person has lost his mind, and this person is using the power that he has to massacre people, his own citizen, because he does not want to accept the fact that he is not accepted. People have rejected his leadership. And there was an MP today that even confessed that he sent a message to someone in confidence and said that tunatumia Farouk akuje atuthreaten na maisha yetu. And he could not bear the guilt of all those people that were killed in Githurai, because I think it's probably his constituency or something like that. He could not bear the guilt and the fact that he voted yes, knowing the kind of pressure they are under. Their lives are also being threatened. Wakitumio Farouk, because he's like what, the angel of death or something, because it's like he'll never die. That is the state of this nation. These MPs, they're under duress. These leaders cannot be able to even think for themselves, because they're thinking, if I'm going to do something that this mad king has said that I have to do, my family is in danger. My life is in danger. Ukitumiwa Farouk, everybody knows his history. Boniface Mwangi did a very big expose when Jacob Juma was murdered. One of those hitmen was able to escape to another country, and he said Farouk was the handler. So it is very comical for Jacob Juma's tweets to be used in this day and age. Kila mtu anasema ni Jacob Juma ndio sponsor wa hizi mambo, because it's like his spirit is coming back to haunt the people who murdered him. The people who are elected members of parliament, it's like we have a lot of hatred for them. But there are also people who are, there are some of them who are confessing they're also under duress. Their own lives are being threatened. Their own families are being threatened. I know from the grapevine, Jogona, the CS, has tried to resign twice, 2 times, and has been rejected. Insider information. So you tell me how we are being governed by a mad king, and we think that we have a nation. I'm talking to any member of parliament who is in this space. You need to have like an underground tunnel kind of situation. William Litoroka kutoka parliament. You have an underground discussion of how to impeach this president, because we do not want bloodshed on the street, unaccountable deaths. These are people's kids. These are people's mothers and children and fathers and brothers and uncles. You need to have a discussion of how to do a Trojan horse and be able to remove this person from office. Kama mtafanya chini ya maji, ama mtafanya na code, ama mtenda an app, muongee. Anyone who feels that they don't have a voice because they feel threatened, have a discussion to save this country, because it's very sad that we are going into another week and probably there are more deaths that are coming because this person is not going to stop. And he's going to use every kind of agency around him to ensure he stays in power, including the army that were just deployed on the street. All 47 counties, courtesy of Duale. Those people have planes, they have helicopters, they have tickets, they have diplomatic passports. They can run away anytime if shit hits the roof. But we are the ones that are going to stay in that country, and we are the ones that are trying to build. You as a member of parliament, you need to do the right thing and stand in the right path of history to save this country from bloodshed. Because with the army, it can be even more bloodbath, because apparently they don't even negotiate with anyone. They just kill. Kwa sababu wamezoea kwa nini? In wars, you know, they just kill. Their training is just to kill, you know? So it's probably going to get worse. But we are trying to save our country. People dying with the flag on their back means a lot. It means you're bleeding for your country and someone is opening fire on you. It's like that person is the enemy and you are bleeding for your country. A speaker of Wetangula, unatuma sniper to blow up someone's head because of what? Whatever, but you have the audacity to spend money on a sniper to come and kill kids. How embarrassing is it if you are under duress for your own life because una threaten your maisha? Even us, think about other children and other people's families, because even yours can be in the same situation. You need to do the right thing and impeach this president. Kome also is not doing her job. Faith called her out today. There are cases, I know there is a case that was taken. IEBC is not doing its job to elect officials, and it's also in the court. That has not been even spoken about. Tunaongea mambo ya IEBC, sasa tumeamka. We've been talking about it, but now people are awake. They can see even these officials are not even in, because he is not planning to leave office. He's planning to stay in office. That's why those officials have never been elected. That's why those boundaries have never been done. That's why you're having all these issues, because this person is planning to stay in power. But we're saying we have to push forward. We have to also be tactical with the war that we started already. I feel this is a second liberation of our country. And the first was the Mau Mau. And this is literally the spirit of the Mau Mau. We are trying to liberate our country a second time. And I really hope in God's name that we can be able to do this. Because I do not understand why we're still negotiating with a mad king. He needs to be out. My last point is, there is a lot of people, a lot of very, very talented youth who are in health, wali graduate, hajaikuwa na kazi, and we definitely need to create a space for us to be able to work together. I'm in clinical research. There are no vaccines in Kenya. How can we formulate drugs? How can we formulate vaccines? That's us working together. That's 1 or 2 or 3 people talking about it, talking about the formulations, talking about how to create an IP. Kuna so many people in IT. so many talented youth with masters and PhDs and bachelors. They can be able to do so much. Why are we not making systems, building systems, and be able to market them outside? I know people who can do that. I know people who can market products or technologies that can cater to certain people, whether it's Kenyan or we can sell it somewhere else. So we also need to work together of how can we empower each other. Vile tuna empower each other, ati Hanifa anaweza lipa bills za 14 million plus for people in hospitals, na Pasaris tu kazi yake tu sijui ni kusema yeye anapenda Ruto. Like, that's the beauty of unity. And if it got to us being pushed this far so that we can work together, then we also need to start empowering one another. We have graduates who are very, very high skilled, whether it's science, whether it's math, whether it's engineering. How can we work together to support each other as a unit? The way ants work, we build on one another. Si lazima tugonje nini president and his fake jobs, whatever they're exporting people outside like slavery, as one of our speakers said. It is a form of slavery. You cannot build a country when you're deporting people out of your country. You build a country with creating jobs within. So let's find a space and create a way that we can all say, this is where I'm talented at, this is where I can contribute, we need to formulate this. There are so many problems in our country, and we are basically the solutions. Tumesomeshwa na wazazi wetu na shida nyingi sana. A lot of problems. And so let's not lose hope and work together and create a space where we can be able to support one another with those ideas and implement them into actionable items. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Jerry. You've touched on so much that I'm really proud when somebody talks passionately at things that is really affecting us as Kenyans. Thank you so much. Maybe next Otieno can talk. Then, yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, Nduta. You can talk, Nduta.
Thank you so much. I've been on my toes because I first have to give a statement of commending everybody that has been here. This shows the zeal and commitment that we have. It's an unwavering commitment towards this. I was here from 3 a.m. my time, Australian time, and you guys were there from 9 a.m. Kimuzi, I'm sure you've not left because you're the host. And I'm sure this is a true commitment to what we want to get to. All of us are so passionate about this, The young ones are passionate, and I want to just echo what everybody has been saying, maybe say it in a different way, but it's just echoing what everybody has been saying. There are a few people that have spoken, and I will tap on first on the first guy that was here hours back. I think he was Egg Inca, that was his name. And he said he's scared, he cannot even move out of where he is, he cannot move around, because he's been put in a mental state of fear. And that's not the country we want. That's not where we want to be. As a country, that's not where we want to be. Somebody should have their right to walk freely as they want to, not being, being captured and being tormented and intimidated is a way of instilling fear. We need to be fearless, and that way it can't just come directly. We need to make sure that they understand we are not fearful, and they are not going to intimidate others for the sake of it. And Mercy and Lee have spoken about all the atrocities. I am deepened, I am sunken about the atrocities that have happened to people. From somebody was speaking about, I think it was Mercy, from 1992. Why are we not being taught this history in our classrooms? Why are we not being given the proper history? I was listening to Mercy talk, and I am a mother. When you get to a point where you can dress your male child to a dress, you put them on a dress to cover them, to shield them. That is the love of a mother. I felt so deep. That statement is deep. I'm going to tweet it. I will tweet it as much as I can, because I am a mom and I understand. And mothers hold the world. We are empirical. We are empirical. We hold the universe. And any mother would feel the depth of that statement. That is not where we are going back to. She talked about 1992. We cannot revert back to history. We cannot revert back there. You know, about 1992, that was more in ruin. And in 1997, the same thing almost happened because that was the government of Moi. And it was Musalia Mudavadi who is still in power to date. Why do we even have someone who was that underage in that government? Why do we have him? And as somebody said, we cannot have these older people carry our vision. In which future are they talking about? It is the future of the young people. Which future are they talking about? They are promising us a future. I love that statement. What future is that? What future do they carry? The future is in there. As I said before, if you want to finish a nation, start with the young people. And it's the same thing they are doing. They promise a future, but they finish it because they don't have it. That's the statement. They don't have it. You know, we talked about our empirical points, our bullet points on the dialogue they're asking for. And the first point is accountability. That has been reiterated here in so many ways, and I love the way people are bringing out accountability. And it shows you that we are all cognizant. We are all aware. We are all informed of the same line of thought. Nobody is moving off the line of thought. We are all tired. We are all infuriated with whatever is happening, and we are all for pushing for change. There is no one here who is talking about, you know, the uninterest of our country. We are all for the interest of our country. And how can this accountability be held? You know, somebody was talking about the bigger problem being poverty. I don't think poverty should come before corruption, because why did we end up poor? It is corruption, starting from 1984, when that white man landed in Kenya and started mapping us. You know, how did we end up here? It was somebody they were paid, they were sellouts. By the time Kenyatta was coming in, they were sellouts. And the reason he cheated on people is because he was educated, he was informed. He could manipulate those who were not informed, they were illiterate. And that has been recycled like a circus to date, 2024. Years, 100 years from then, it's more than 100 years, and we are recycling the same song. It's a shame. Where we are, we hold the shame, we carry the shame. You know, somebody tells you, oh, your country is so poor. 2 days ago, a lawyer was telling me, you know, your country is so poor. I want to get ladies from Kenya. And I said, what kind of ladies are you getting from Kenya? And he tells me, oh, he thinks that ladies from Kenya can come here and be inflated. You know, I'm asking him, what are you talking about? That our country is so poor that his mind tells him he can get ladies from there and come and trade them here. In 2024, in a deep thought, I cannot blame him. But it is what he sees. And we cannot continue to sell ourselves of such a country, corrupt. Before I said that another white man here said that the country is so corrupt, he is not even scared. This government can scare him, but the Kenyan government cannot scare him. Why? The government is so corrupt. Somebody can make such a statement, to be held accountable of such a word, that the Kenyan government is so corrupt. We cannot keep selling ourselves like that. And that's why the young people are out here. That's why people are sleepless. People are here in a podium to make sure that we are pushing for what we want. Somebody was asking about the myth. And it's interesting that the same Mudavadi, the same old man who is still in power in 1997, he was presenting a budget. I think he was the Minister of Finance. I could be wrong. He must have been the Minister of Finance. He was presenting a budget. And the opposition leaders then tried to grab that thing, the myth, to disrupt the status quo of then, so that finance bill could not pass. That is 1997. The same man has made statements that, you know what, if this finance bill is defeated or is failed, it is equal to a vote of no confidence. So I believe in what he is. You know, they are also telling us information. They are giving us information themselves. I want to believe that statement holds water, that the failing of that finance bill is equal to a vote of no confidence. Can any lawyers in the House just tell us about the myth and about the vote of no confidence? If it's a vote of no confidence, can they impeach him? Let him go home. We want him home, and we are bold enough to say that we want Ruto home, and we are not intimidated. Nobody is going to intimidate anybody. And that's why he said we are organic. We cannot just sit here and say, we have leaders. They are going to target those people. But because we are a reform, we are a revolution, with so many of us, our hearts are bleeding And we cannot continue to bleed. As a country, we cannot continue to bleed like this. We cannot continue to bleed. Why are these old people not seeing? Why can they listen actively to how our hearts feel indebted? We feel heavy. Our hearts are heavy. We don't know where to preempt this. Some lady was talking, I think it was Lee, she was talking about our parents have trauma and they don't even have a space to come and air that. They don't have spaces to talk about what they've been done or the atrocities that they have faced. And that's why they see these young people doing this. They will tell you quickly, please go back to the house. Do not even dare. Why? Because they were shown atrocities of the highest standard. That is why, when you have a trauma, you cannot move from that. It is hard to move from that trauma. But they are also shocked that we have done it. We have taken the mess of parliament. They cannot believe it. My uncle told me, he called me and told me, I've never seen such a thing. Somebody carrying a mess, yeye mwenyewe hajiogopei. Nikamwambia sasa sisi ndio tuko. I gave the statement, sisi ndio tuko. Because let them understand, we are informed, we know our rights. We are not a bunch of generation that is illiterate or uninformed. Information is power, and that is our armor. That is what we carry. Somebody taking the mess out of parliament, I think that person we should not be condemning such a person. He should hold, the armor of the young people, because that was so intentional. He knew he would disrupt the continuation of any business in parliament. He knew that. And when that thing is not returned there, it cannot be business as usual. It cannot be any business as usual. And that's why I think this thing is about, the way I'm analyzing it, for them to go to Kidurai Strand, they are coming with the narrative that they were trying to find the mess. And that the next day, they deployed the KDF. For them to deploy KDF, the National Assembly had to assent to a motion. So that means, how did even that National Assembly carry place when the mess was not there? That is number one. I could be wrong. There are lawyers here. That is not my area of expertise. I'm just a good reader. I could be wrong. But if they deployed the KDF, was that constitutionally right when the mess was not even in that house? How did the speaker become, being able to carry the motion of deploying the KDF? How did they manage? And I think they were going to try and get that mess, maybe from sources of information. Maybe when alibeba mess alikuwa ameenda Githurai, maybe they were trying to get the mess so that they could push a motion and it could be constitutionally right to pass that motion. That mess carries so much. It signifies the legislative power, and that power is derived from directly the people. It is not from them. It is from the people. So somebody who carried it, they carried our power. And the power is the people's power. The person who took that mess took the people's power, because the people in that parliament are dysfunctional and they needed to be reverted. Somebody was resetting them back to default. And that mess, I don't think it needs to be returned. If you're holding accountable, it needs to say where it is. The Australian mess, long time ago, 1891, it's not 1891. They have a history too. Somebody took the mess and ran into a tram. It has never been found to date. They have never found the mess. But it doesn't mean that the parliament that were following were dysfunctional. It just means that that same parliament that was there then did not function. So they took out the functionality of the parliament that was in place then. So it's not the first place that we're seeing a mess being carried. Even Nigeria, Lesotho, the mess has been taken away. Let the lawyers tell us what is our step next to the mess outside parliament. What is that signifying? Yes, it signifies that people have taken the power out. But without the mess, what is the steps without the mess in that parliament? If they carry any business without that mess and it's unconstitutionally right, we will uphold them to duty. We will put them right to their positions. We will put them to their toes if they dare carry out functions of the parliament without the mess. We need to also look at collective consciousness. The reason we are also talking about the old parents, having undergone trauma, and they have that on the back of their subconscious. They have that. It is so fresh in their minds. You could hear that, the voice of Maxi explaining to us about the mother. It is so sad. It is sad. I think deep that in 2024 we are reviving 1992. How the hell are we even here? How did we get here? It is conscious collective consciousness, for people to remember very, very well. It needs not to be forgotten. Let that right history be taught in our classrooms. They should implement on teaching our children the correct history. Before we forget. The movie Sarafina. We have watched that movie. I know people have watched it so many times, but people don't watch that movie with intent. The teacher was anti-government. And the reason she was shot before people in that movie is because she was teaching the right history to those students. And what did they end up doing? We should teach the right history to our children. Myself, I'm a culprit. I have not been taught the right history. I've taken it upon myself to go and dig deep. What is this history that we're not being told? But how many people are like me? How many people like the reading? How many people like reading? Yes, we have to encourage the culture of reading, but we have to go further than that. We have to encourage people. We have to find a way of giving that history to people. It doesn't have to be in books, even in movies. Why are we not having a movie about 1992? Why don't we have a movie about Jacob Juma? The way we have raised up those tweets, the Jacob Juma. There should be people making a movie about Jacob Juma. It should not be forgotten what somebody has done, so that by the time we get to another election or we are choosing another leader, people should have their collective consciousness. They should not have forgotten what had happened before we put somebody into power. In terms of corruption, I think we will tackle this giant slowly, step by step. In terms of the steps to come, yes, corruption is our problem, but we will have to tackle that pole. We can't let the bus go. The bus is already on. We have already boarded the bus, and nobody is going to alight. We are on. Ruto must go home. He must be home. In terms of civic education, who does civic education in Kenya? I don't even have the answer to that. As I sit here, I do not know. And if there is somebody, I have not seen anything. I have not, it's not empirical to have seen anything that somebody is doing. In my stand, as I stand now, however old I am, that is not disseminating properly. Somebody is not doing their job. I must ask the youth. We will take that mantle up here, informing people, because information is power. Kibaki did one thing. We can calculate all the bad things that he's done, but he's done good thing, education. The reason these Gen Zs are here activists is because of the education that we got. I was in the University of Nairobi, and I didn't even know that the protests that we were holding, let me call them riots, I will call them riots, tulichapwa na rungu, yeah? Because I think we were being trained, and I think the professor that was in there, he knew. But Makoha came and disrupted everything. And he stopped the riots. There was no more riots after Makoha came in, I think after a few years. I was in the times where Babu was the chairman of SONU. Na sisi tulikuwa tunatandikwa rungu vibaya. Unajipata tu hata hujafanya chochote, unatembea tule kwa box kule. Unatandikwa na hiyo rungu vizuri. But you know what? We were standing up for the truth. We could not even joy around it. Anything that could go wrong like this, we would make Nairobi have a standstill. But we were being trained along the wrong line. If they were teaching people to protest in the right, proper manner, protest, but do not be violent, do not end up in riots. That is the correct thing, because people do a wrong thing. Let us protest. It is a right, it's a constitutional right. And I think the university was right to even let that carry on. I think somebody who was encouraging it knew that he was teaching people to be activists, because look at it. Look at the products. Yeah? If you look at Babu, the people that we schooled with, they are all activists, even Boniface. People are activists. I have not seen all those activists. Go and check. Most of them in UON, because they have the spirit in them. It runs deep down, because we have been told to uphold whatever is right. And if it's not right, pull it down. Put people on their toes. It's only the difference is that there's a difference between protests and riots. When people become violent, then you trigger people to respond to you as of what you're giving to them. But I don't think these protests were riots. It was somebody coming in to push the narrative that it is not a protest, it is a riot. We are so informed people. You have seen what people are doing, paying people to come into the protest. That was wrong. Somebody in 2024, in their consciousness, in their cognizity, they should be ashamed of themselves, pulling people to come and push the narrative of people are not peaceful Protestants. They are rioting. It is wrong. What do we want for the country? And that's why somebody said, these old people do not have the vision of the young people. They should be home. We should be sending them packing. You know, they have wronged us, they have failed us, they cannot render what they promised us. We have so much hopes of the young people. Where is our country headed? And that direction, the mantle is with the young people. The mantle is here. The mantle is not with them. And we cannot pass back the mantle. They have shown us that they cannot carry it. We are not giving them back the mantle. The mantle is here. The mantle is in our voices. The mantle is where we are. The mantle is our zeal to stick here for hours to discuss what is the way forward. That is where the mantle is. That is where the mess is. The physical mess is somebody, but we have pulled down the power because we gave them that capacity to be there to represent us. But because they are not representing the people well, that is why somebody took it upon himself to pull that man. And I am so, I'm so muzzled because people are so informed. Me, I didn't know about the mess before somebody pulled it out. I went to check it out after. I saw somebody carrying it and I went quickly to check. Mtu ametoa hiyo kitu. Inakuanga hata ya nini? I didn't know. But information is power. If we do the same civic education to our people, we are towards the right direction. In terms of elections, the same civic education, we have been talking about elections, and somebody was saying here that, we elect the wrong people, and that's why they are a reflection of us. If we elect the right people, then we are in the right direction. We should start with talking about the voter, educating that person. For the longest time, our parents have voted in a very silly way. Watu wanaenda kuvote hapo nje, watu wanaambiana kaka mkunji ati ni nani mzuri. Wewe unaweza kumeshikilia vote yako, ukifika pale kwa voting center mtu anakuambia tu sio anakuambia usiodoka mondure, do not elect that one because aligonga sijui babu ya nani na mayai imeoza, and that turns your vote to cast the vote to somebody else. That should not be the way we vote. We should be rational. And because this generation, these young people, they are invented, they are crafty, they are informed. I should not expect us, the young people, to vote like they have been voting. And in terms of pulling the right people, it's a vote that will push the country to the right direction. As much as we are pushing change now, yes, this is short term, and that's why we said we need goals, short term, long term. Our long term goal should be educating people towards voting properly. We should have that civic education. It should be narrowed down like we have done. The finance bill has made even people that don't like reading go into reading. What peruse? People are saying here that they went perusing. They are not interested. They have never been interested, but they were interested. Why? Because we made it a collective conscience. There were TikTok videos, there were tiny memes, making people become interested. Same way should we educate the voter. We should tell the voter, you know what? You are rational enough. You should choose somebody rationally. Not because my grandmother told me not to vote for somebody because they hit somebody with rotten eggs. It should not be that. It should not be it. For all the votes that I have cast in, it has been my mother telling me, sorry, I'm speaking Kikuyu, but I'm just simply saying, my mother tell me, just on the line, on the queue. My mind is my mind is decisive, but she tells me, no, that one will do this and this and this. But why is she telling me that? Because she has traumas, like somebody is saying here. They are destined by trauma. And I want to say this. There was a very good gentleman that came here a while back, and he was talking about decentralizing the government. We need to decentralize the government. We don't need to be so much represented that we cannot even afford to pay them. We need to decentralize the whole government. We need to make them efficient. And the only way to make them efficient is to have those local places where we can even have committees for the most people that can be. Everybody will have a voice. Everybody can be heard by the government. Public participation will become the new norm. We need to look at how do we reinvent to decentralizing. Australia is decentralized. They're not centralized as like our country. And I can tell you, I've been in a committee where people are talking about change, and you won't imagine a simple committee. People, and it doesn't matter who you are, as long as you have presented in that committee, your voice matters. We need to make the voice of everybody matter, because we've been electing people and letting them sit in those parliamentary seats, and then when they go there, they do not represent our voices. How do we hold them accountable? We don't come and reflect. We don't retrospect. We don't have a way where we come back and ask them, what did you really represent? We don't have that. That's why I was talking about a committee, and we need to have a decentralized place where people can air their voices. We can amplify what is going on, and that's how we can hold them accountable. This thing of somebody comes in and they start talking about a new project. while somebody had started an older project. Why can't you just finish that and don't come up, prove to us that you can do this by starting a new one? Just finish the older one. There needs to be stability and structure in terms of finishing projects. That's why some projects are left unfinished. The only way to make sure that they are efficient and they can be held accountable is making sure that we have decentralized and the voice of people is taken back to them. They can hear, they can be measured. How do we measure their performance? How, for them, they don't have people that look into it. It is now that we are tunawatimua mpaka kwa nyumba zao. But before that, what were we doing? We were just sitting comfortably. If somebody is representing, yes, they're good. But that needs to stop also. In terms of history, there's so much history. In him sending soldiers to Haiti, I think he needs to recall it. Why are we being taken to 1884? The history of 1884. I've read diaries from a secret agent that was there in the times of Mau Mau. Richard, he later became very, and he became preferred by Winston Churchill. And Winston Churchill was the prime minister. That tells you something. This guy came to Kenya for a purpose. Why is somebody so blindfolded not to look into that? By the time you're sending Haiti soldiers, why can't you go and look at what is the history? What is somebody coming for? And that guy that was here, I can't remember his name. He told us clearly why. I've been asking myself so many questions, but that was a big eye opener. I've been researching. What is this that they're after? What is this that is so big? Why Kenya? Why Vasco da Gama? Why are they looking back into this small nation? And that answered so many questions. That guy that was here before, he told us, he clearly put it down. And somebody needs to ask themselves, is that what is the best interest of the country? To just show up here that we can fight those because we have those. Why? Why is he taking back to history? And as I finish, I will finish on accountability. I think accountability needs to also be held with technology. The way we are here, and because of technology, we have such a platform. I think it is the same way that we need. Our first bullet was accountability in terms of the dialogue that they're asking for. We need to hold that dialogue in terms of technology. How can we hold that accountability? How can we revert that via technology? We are young people who have skills. We are not shortage of skills. Somebody was saying here, there's so many young people that are out here with so much skills. They can do so much. If people can get people's numbers, can go digging so much information, why can't we do the same? Reinvert that skill to what it can do for the country. That whoever, they know who the people that were doing that. Yes. And we also know that the people that were doing that, we should pull the skills together. Like somebody is saying here, we have a place where people with skills can have discussions. Those people should also be found, they should be in that committee where they are giving skills on how we can reinvent, on holding accountability in terms of technology. How do we move forward? We cannot just be stand still as a country and carry the shame for the rest of our lives. Out here, somebody else say, oh yeah, corruption, poverty. That should not be the song. We need to be bold enough. We need to be bold and beautiful, fearless, partyless, tribeless, and move forward. I will close there. I will close my submission. Thank you so much, Kimuzi, for holding this. It is just an impeccable place. I thank you so much. Thank you for being here so many hours. It is your zeal, unwavering support, and unwavering commitment. Thank you so much, and thank you everybody that has
Thank you. One thing before, thank you for that, and maybe we can have a gentleman speak. Maybe Bio, then Otieno. Bio.
Mute. Thank you so much, Kibuzi. I think a lot has been said. People have been talking, and there's a lot of repetition, and that's going to help maintain this momentum. I think Nduta, thank you for you're very passionate. Thank you. Just about Haiti, we know what's going on there. We know we know who's behind all their troubles. We know some of those things we just know. The people behind their troubles are the same people behind our finance bill. They're the same people doing the same thing, same script, everything, just the same. Otieno Kajwang, could you mute your mic? Thank you. So we've seen a lot of things have been happening, the killings, and yeah, some of them, like I saw, like I think one of the fallen patriots was being buried today. It was so painful and emotional watching. It's a funeral, and it's so painful, and just knowing moving forward and knowing that whoever killed your child is still in power, enjoying all the trappings of power. I just want to know, like, do we people really know how important a single life is? I remember, I think maybe Kimuzi can correct me. I think it was in June 2006. There was that Israeli soldier who got abducted by the Palestinian authorities. I think he was called Gilad Shalit or somebody. It led to a war. A single soldier led to a war. What are we doing with our lives? Like, we're killing our children and without any consequences. I think what the Gen Z started and what everybody, like everybody's jumping onto this bandwagon, like we've been sweeping everything under the rug. And I think we have to come out now. We have to come out and start demanding for accountability. Everybody has been mentioning accountability. So how do we go about maybe coming up with how do we become more accountable? First of all, I think that we have to push for like we have to demand accountability from our politicians, because you see, like just during elections, I think maybe you might have heard, was it Rigiji, the deputy president? He was talking about the government being like a company, you buy shares. So buying shares, that was it's just in quotes, buying shares. Who finances all these people? Who finances them? Because I know, like maybe in the West, they usually financed by these big farmers and all. But in Kenya, who finances them? You can see all the financials. You can always see them. You can see the likes of Murkomen. You can see the likes of Sudi, the flaunting everything, because they know they have shares somewhere and they're untouchable. That's why you might maybe somebody's looking for a job. I have like a family friend who was looking for a job. He's a doctor looking for a job. A doctor looking for a job for almost like 2 years. So he just decided to go. He started going for locums, and I think eventually got a job. But all these counties, like they're demanding for bribes. They wanted, I think, to a tune of 400K. So like you're paying 400K, then what's going to be your salary after paying that 400K? You're buying jobs. So all those, and you find that all those proceeds, they go back all the way back, just like we've seen our policemen, like that 50 shillings. They're usually given like a target, and that money goes up all the way up. I think probably inafika even the president, if I'm not wrong. Just going by what there was, I think, there was an interview that Mike Sonko was being interviewed. He was talking about revenue collection during his tenure as the governor of Nairobi, and it was like per day they used to collect. I think, was it 500 million or 300 million, and they used to carry the cash. Kila mtu anapewa yake, including the White House. I mean, not the White House, but the State House. Kila mtu anapewa pesa zake. So just going for that, by that, we have to, like, that's the root cause of all this, like corruption. Whoever is financing you controls you. They have you on a leash. You can't do anything because they financed you. So had we not advanced maybe technologically like this, I think Kimuzi and everybody who's been vocal on these streets. Like they could have been killed a long time ago. For example, I think I spoke in one of the spaces the other time. I got a threat from somebody, and you can check like the number of followers. I think I got about 200, almost 250 followers after that, and almost all those accounts, they were like formed just like I think on the same day. So all those guys, I think somebody mentioned about somebody's safety for the likes of Kina Kimuzi who are in the diaspora and all. So can you imagine what's going to happen? I think I've seen Kimuzi. He's been posting about this. He's been like, we can't relent, guys. We have to keep fighting because we know Ruto. Ruto is coming for all of you. If possible, he can kill all of you. But we're not relenting because we're demanding for accountability. We want accountability. We want good governance. But Ruto has to go. So you've seen like most of us, we have to demand for the best, still on accountability. You've seen rogue contractors without, they do stuff without, because they know they're protected by whoever, maybe the president, maybe whoever. They have big boys somewhere who are protecting them. So they'll do shoddy work, but they get paid. So all those companies, there's a lot of conflict of interest because somebody like I have a company and I need maybe a tender to construct a road. I'll go back to maybe Murkomen or whoever who has the capital to do that work. So it's just briefcase. I'm doing the work, but I also have to get my cut. That means we compromise on everything. That's why we have very many accidents because of poor road designs. That's why we have our hospitals don't have enough medicine. We are the hospitals are understaffed. And the examples I can give very many examples. And also on accountability, I'm still going on. We have somebody like Atwoli who's been in that office for so long. I think after Ruto, I think is just like he's like the symbol of that bad governance. The era is over. His time is up. So somebody like Atwoli has to leave that office because Atwoli has been there, and I think there was a clip. Was he talking about wearing like expensive shoes? Like I think his shoes are I don't know, they were to a tune of 1 million, or is it 2 million shillings? Yeah, so he was talking about 2 million shillings like shoes. So we have to really push for this, and it's so unfortunate or fortunate that most people like that have been despised, like for example Pastor Nganga, who's been despised all through and through. I'm not saying like he's mweupe kama pamba. He has his flaws, but look at him. He's stood for the right cause. He's the first pastor who who started calling out this government. He's one of the first pastors who started calling out politicians. So we've seen like even some few pastors, I think Pastor Nick Korir, Pastor Gowi, all those that they're on the right side of history and they're supporting Gen Zs. They've been doing that. I don't know why they're doing it, but they've been doing that. So I think I think everything has been said, but I'm not so sure about is it the SHIF? I think SHIF, the new insurance fund that they're currently pushing. Do you know there's a lot of conflict of interest in that because they're replacing NHIF, and guess who's going to get all that contract? The contract is going to a company that is affiliated to Ruto. So we all know that there's a lot of dirt that we have to clean our houses. I'm really encouraging you. You have your spheres of influence. Start by influencing. Look at what Kimuzi has done. Kimuzi has done something. I think there was one of the speakers who stated that we've not our voices have not been heard because we didn't have the platform. Look at Gabriel Oguda. He's used this platform to express himself, calling out bad governance. So I believe it's not about getting the right platform. Keep working. Look at I think there's this musician. It started with the likes of Eric Wainaina and the likes. You can use whatever you have to demand for accountability and good governance. Least but not lastly, I think what needs to be done, like we have to stand with the families of the patriots who are killed by Ruto and his government, and also we have to recall all those MPs that voted yes, because I believe there's a way in which we can do it. Recall them, and we have to stage sittings. I've seen Magodi is doing a very good job, because that's what the church is supposed to do. The church is not supposed to be partisan. The church should be neutral. I think yeah, that's my submission. Thank you so much. Keep up the good job.
Thank you. I have a few other speakers. I don't know. It is Big Baba. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. You have 4 to 5
Hi.
minutes.
Sure. Thank you very much. Yes, I am a foreigner. I am Zimbabwean. I live in diaspora. I'm in Canada. And I've been following your movement online and your online presence. Do you hear me?
Atusikie bwana. Sim Kenya.
Do you hear me?
Big Baba, sorry. I have to give the opportunity to Kenyans first. We appreciate your sentiments. Like any for now, we want to just first of all speak as in-house. We appreciate your support.
Okay, can I pass my words? Can I just say my words? I want to salute you as Kenyans. Yeah, I want to salute you as Kenyans. You have done a thing that makes me wish, if I wish to be a Kenyan. I am very proud about the work that you are doing. One question that I have for you, I like the momentum that you have with your movement. I hear that you have spaced to say you do Tuesday and Wednesday. Are you not giving the enemy time to mobilize against you? Because the moment you give them that space, they will set up their things and they'll make your fight very difficult.
Okay. Thank you.
I wish you could keep the momentum every day, keep putting pressure. I won't say much. Time for the Kenyans. I really appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your support. All right. Who else do we have here? The intentional mom.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I've been waiting since last night, so I don't want to repeat what everyone has said. Kila mtu amekuwa na very valid comments, very, yani everyone, a lot has been said, so sitaki kurudia. I only had I think 2 things zenye nilikuwa nataka kumention. I've been hearing a lot of people wakisema about watu wenye wanakuwa abducted wanarudi and they've changed. They've been insinuating that wanafaa kuwa wakiambia watu what happened and all that, na nilikuwa tu nataka ask that tuwape grace. It's okay if they don't speak up because tunaona brutality yenye polisi wako nayo in public. You have no idea chenye wanaweza fanyia mtu in private, especially if wanatafuta mtu anafund what is going on right now. So sahi tu mi nilikuwa na ask, let us not push them. They are our fellow Kenyans. Tusiwaulize if they are not comfortable to speak up. And then our watu wenye they've lost their loved ones, we should not reduce them to numbers. We keep speaking their names, hata tukue tukicirculate picha zao, because their families, life yao will never be the same again. Even sisi tukisha move on as a country, tukiwa tumeachieve goal yetu, those people and even the mothers who lost their children, mtu alipoteza mtoto wa, I don't want to say kama sio ule mtoto alikuwa short wa 5 years old, people, they will not move on from that hivyo tu. So saizi when we are saying chenye tunasema, let us remember how wazazi and siblings when you lose their loved ones, let us say their names. Nimeona BNN wamekuwa wakipost picha and age, and I think that is very good. Tusiseme tu watu wali lose their lives ni 300 let us not say numbers, tuseme majina yao, they matter, they were people. And again, relent, because the blood that has been spilled, the lives that have been lost, it has to mean something. So to keep the fire burning, let us not relent. And someone mentioned something jana jioni, I'm sorry, someone mentioned something, sijui kama mtoto kulia ni kelele, nitawacha kuongea. Do I need to stop talking?
Just wrap up kwa sababu ina interfere, we can't hear you clearly.
Okay, sorry. I was saying, I was saying we need to keep saying their names, and sahi the lives that have been lost need to mean something, na tusikufe moyo. Even hii journey haitakuwa rahisi. We knew it from the beginning. We know what kind of person we are dealing with. And yesterday there is a lady, I think anaitwa Jeanette, and a guy also, walikuwa anasema venye wako afraid, and the guy alikuwa anasema venye hata hajatoka kwa nyumba ever since. So let us be kind. Saa zile hata tunaandika vitu kwa timeline, because sometimes unasema vitu yenye you think it's a joke na ina trigger mtu, and others are still afraid that wanaweza kuwa abducted, that people are saying hata wakiona gari ikislow down wanaanza kuogopa. That's why I was saying tuache kupusha watu wenye actually walikuwa abducted and they came back. Let us be kind to them. They will say their story when they are comfortable. If they never say what went on, pia ni sawa. They don't owe us that. And then ukiona mtu online ameanza kuongea against, ama ni kama anakufa moyo about hii journey ya country yetu kukua, sisi wa Kenya kukua liberated from e-government, it's okay. Wewe usikufe moyo. I heard someone saying when ukipanda mat, msee akifika destination yake ashuke, ausemangi ni sawa, siwezi bebwa kwa mat peke yangu, unashukia hapo. No, some people feel like wamefika mahali walikuwa wanataka. It's okay if they leave. Tuendelee kusoldier on juu sisi tunajua what we are fighting for. So I didn't want to say much. Most importantly, kitu tu nilikuwa nataka kuhighlight ni that mental health ya hao watu walichukuliwa ina matter. Wacha tukue patient with them. Asanteni, mkuwe na siku njema.
Thank you. I think we've got D as well. Are you there, D?
Hello, hi guys, good morning. So I just wanted to highlight some things like that has been happening. Tuseme, for example, number one, we thought that there were some 400 KDF that were deployed to Haiti. Like, why would the government deploy the KDF men to Haiti while we have a major problem here at home? We have some, let's say for an instance, we have security issues here at home. So like, ESOC issues are like, they are not important. I'm like, what's happening? Then another one that I wanted to highlight is health. For example, let's say if there's a person who have cancer or any health issues concerning kidney and anything, you'll see they are going to India for medicine, to seek higher medicine, I don't know what. So like, I don't know what the Indians over there have, that the machines that they are using over there, that here in Kenya, the government can't bring and educate the doctors and the nurses.
D, I think we've lost you. Are you still there? All right, it's like D's gone.
I was talking about India. I was talking about India, like, why are people going to India for treatment? Or like, what machines are they using there in India to treat people? While the government is saying, like, let's say 20 or 30% of Kenyans are going to India for treatment of cancer, kidney problems. There are so many for surgeries. Why can't they bring those machines here at home so that they can teach our nurses and doctors on how to use it? We are very innovative, and everyone here in Kenya is very eagerly to learn. Another one is unemployment. Earlier on, I don't know, it was yesterday or I don't remember the exact date, but the president talked about providing labor to, let's say, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Dubai. Is taking girls there, like is providing labor there. Like mbona si atuprovidie jobs huku. We have more people who have degrees, diploma, but they are unemployed. There's a man here who has talked like, he has a friend who is a doctor and has been looking for a job for 2 years. Like, why is that?
D, I think I might have to cut you short. Your speaker we keep losing you. Anyway, I want to echo what D amesema. I just want to echo what she said, because it's very absurd for the president of a country to make it his agenda to send people outside the country in the name of
trying to increase the number of people who are out there working so that they could remit, do the remittances, and he wants to build a government from that. You're exporting your skilled labor, and wale watu ambao tuko huku diaspora, you know that most of the jobs that people end up doing here are not the highly skilled jobs. You end up doing menial jobs, most of the people who are here. Not that they're not good jobs, but the fact that they get good money from it. But in terms of the skill, we're wasting a lot of skill. We're only doing these out of necessity. We're only doing, going to diaspora out of necessity. But what the agenda for the president of a progressive nation should be is how to keep the labor force, the skilled labor, in Kenya. And it's very unfortunate. Ruto behaves like he didn't think through the running of a government, even though he was deputy president for whooping 10 years. And even as a matter of principle, a deputy president who disagreed with how the government worked and did not, as a matter of principle, resign from being paid by Kenyan taxes. So it's unfortunate. As we speak, can we just still go back to the theme that the theme here is Ruto must go, and we're being symbolical that it's not just Ruto as the person, but all the ills, which I think it's very good everybody's pointing out this. Another speaker, we can have
Kenya. Just a little bit, just to echo what you have said.
Yes,
there was something about Occupy State House, which we talked about last week. And many people thought we were like breaching the State House. No, we can move around State House. We can go. People in White House, people protest outside White House, right? People protest outside the Buckingham Place. Like people protest out of these thousands of heads of state. So it's not a problem if you just protest. It's a problem if you breach. People should have information. People should be taught. People should have this civic education about where to enter and where not to enter. So it's not illegal or it's not wrong to protest outside State House. That's something I wanted to clarify. When you say the Ruto must go is symbolic, many people doesn't see that symbolism. People just see it as it is. It's literal for them.
Exactly. Not all Kenyans cannot have personal vendetta against the president, because we can't all be the president. We can't all be desiring to be the president. No, we just want our country to be better. We know we deserve better. And unajua from the benefit of having experienced two governments doing service delivery, we know that Kenyans are not receiving the bare minimum they deserve. And it's not a mistake. We should not feel sorry for us pushing this agenda. It's not us, just Kenyans pushing this agenda actually, and they have come out very strongly to do it. So we should not be apologetic about it. Na venye tu umesema Kimuzi, this expression of our voices, as long as we're doing it legally and peaceful, you need to remember that when this began, it was a very peaceful process. And the police came in, and that's when it turned violent as it is. We have lost lives, we've lost property. Lakini we have several achievements to go with this. At the moment, politicians, when you vote yes, they can barely appear in a public forum to say anything. Politicians who go to churches, unajua venye Kumuzu nasemanga kuna siku tutaanza story ya Sudi, and the much brainwashing people have been done in Rift Valley, in Eldoret to be particular. It's a whole story, and it's a whole scenario that needs revolution. Because we can't be having people of his scenario, of his clique, including Farouk, running the show. Yet we can see blatantly kwamba they're just wielding power. There's nothing progressive out of it. And these are the people who bankroll our churches in inapatiwanga service when they go for these functions. The part that's given to service is less than what's given to the politicians to fight each other. We need to stop that. That shenanigans needs to stop, because the moment we can't stop that, we're just being the same as them. 10 years, 20 years from now, we'll still be having the same country we're having, where we're just complaining and complaining. But if we do something, which we're already doing something, and we need to keep the tempo at an all-time high to make keep, we need, this is where, wanasemanga, it's darkest before dawn. We sometimes we feel like ni kama wametushikilia sana, lakini this is the time to strike. If we let this opportunity go, I don't know if we're ever going to find another time where as close as this, sending a good and very particular message. Anyway,
let's have somebody else speak. Nilikuwa nimeona Mkenya Halisi. I don't know if he's still there.
You can give it to Rosa, and before she speaks, before it to the man, if somebody was injured or has an hospital bill, he or she can DM an IFA or text an IFA and the number of the doctors for easier clarification. Unajua watu wengine wanaweza tuma tu, but unatuma bill na daktari alafu wana confirm, then they pay it for you. That's one clarification I wanted to make.
Okay. There's someone who amesema tumpatie somebody.
Rosa. Then David.
Rosa. Okay. Are you there, David? Or Rosa? Are you there, Rosa?
There is Chef Amo. Maybe we can add more people.
Okay. Chef Amo. Hey, while we're waiting for them, we need to appreciate the soldiers in the struggle too. Nimeona saa zingine people are trying to distract us with a lot of throwing stones at people who have been really, they've done their bit. I mean, they have their weaknesses here and there, but like very true, umesema kama kuna people who are injured, people who have lost their loved ones, and we have someone, I mean, Hanifa Safi in this case, who's sending the money to them. It's good to appreciate that she has done that, because for this to be progressive, we need to give a pat on the back so that mtu asifeel kana kwamba, well, why am I in this? I mean, after all, you guys are targeting me as well, as though I'm the same as the other guys, you know? But anyway, that said and done. Chef Amo, are you still there?
Maybe Bruce can speak?
Yes. Morning. First thing, condolences to our heroes. I think I'll be very, very, very short. One thing, we are not against the government. We are against the church. The church is our big problems here. If we deal with the church, I think we will be very, very safe. I think. Thank you so much.
We lost him ama amemaliza?
I think we lost him, Kimuzi. Can you just give it somebody else?
Bruce, you can take the mic. Clint. Kindly, if you request the mic, you can, when you call, you take the mic, kindly, please, because there are many requests. Dr. Mbugwa. Dr. Mbugwa, you can talk.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Hear you. So I just wanted to say something very simple. I mean, I've been following these spaces and I'm seeing what's happening. But I believe that we need to be accountable to ourselves first before we can hold anyone else accountable. If you look at the political spectrum, we Kenyans are the ones with the problem. We Kenyans keep voting for these politicians that we end up saying, so and so must go, Moi must go, Kibaki must go.
Uhuru must go, Ruto must go. But where is our accountability? Somebody like Ruto, who was in the ICC and all of that, accused of doing whatever, during the last election cycle. We were the ones who were going even against our own brothers on tribal lines and all this nonsense, saying that, oh, because now he's claiming God, because now he's a prayerful man, we must elect him. Kwani ni nini hii yenye amefanya sasa hivi yenye hatukujua atafanya before? And this is the truth. For any revolution or for any change, you have to be introspective first. We sit here na tunazusha, tunasema oh, tunaibiwa. So how can you complain unaibiwa yet you're the one who's electing a mwizi? How can you say unauliwa yet you're the one who's electing a muuaji? Just because they called on God? You know, I was watching something and our first lady said that she prayed and the Kenyan shilling came down against the dollar. Really? Like, how stupid are we? It doesn't matter about the global economy. It doesn't matter about global inflation. But because of prayer, the shilling came down. Our Akinarets, they have died fighting for us. It is time we rekindle the Mamon spirit. I'm not asking you to be violent. I'm asking you to be smart and to think about maisha vile iko. Tuambizane ukweli. Think about it. Everyone who has been in prominent position in government is a product of the political elite post-colonialism. They're either part of Odinga family, Kenyatta family, Moi family. And if you say Ruto is not part of them, Ruto is Moi's political firstborn. So as much as we can sit here and complain about leadership in Metufel, like I was listening to, there's a lady that spoke, and she said about you guys have to go to India to get treatment. The issue is not the people, the issue is not the brain power, the issue is not those machines. The issue is the system. As we are sitting here fighting and saying Ruto must go, who is talking about the issue that they want us to go on a digital ID? Who is talking about the dangers of digital ID? And what the World Economic Forum inatuletea? No one. Tunafungwa macho na vitu kidogo while they are closing big deals that only benefit them and selling us out. But we are so blind. You see, before social media, walikuwa wanatumia ukabila. And what caught them unawares was this whole reject finance. It is tribeless, right? It is no political party affiliation. That is what caught them unawares, because they used to divide and rule. As Kenyans, we need to smarten up. We are one of the most educated people in Africa. We need to smarten up. The problem is not Ruto. The problem is not the MPs. The problem is Sisi. Because Ruto, whether you love him or hate him, the government, whether you love it or hate it, would not be there if it were not for us giving them that mandate, giving that power. You see, it is interesting. In 2012, we had the likes of Akin Abdu Badida, Mwalimu. And yet in 2022, you only had 2 candidates. Because bills were passed, they put in rules and regulations who can buy, who cannot. If you look at the Kenyan constitution, we are the people, the power is vested in the people. The representation. We are idiots, we are fools, and up until we wake up to this thing and say that we shall not be fools anymore, that's the only time we can change anything. Elvis spoke about Ruto exporting, or rather exporting jobs to other countries. Now, I actually disagree with you, Elvis. It's a good thing to do that, because if you look at countries like India, Nanini, they have partnerships, Nanini, with all these outside countries where they send their talent. It is okay. But the problem is tunafungwa macho na vitu vidogo. How can most government contracts go to people within the government? We are here reject finance bill, but yet they're pushing a part of that finance bill, or rather, they're pushing a law that conflict of interest to be removed, so government employees can conduct biashara with the government. Which means, if I'm part of the government, I can give myself a contract for the government. Kenyans, we need to wake up. Waking up is not going to protest on the streets. That is fine. That is okay. That is our duty. But waking up means we need to be smart enough. We need to elect smart people. We need to elect accountable people. We need to challenge rules and laws. We need to stop this whole mheshimiwa and Tuwetu syndrome. Up until we get to that point, we shall never move on. We shall remain colonized. And if you disagree with me about colonization, remember, there is no one in the in the elite political class that is not part of wale wenye zile familia za kupigania uhuru. You want to tell me that since 1963, it has been Kikuyu, Kalenjin, Kikuyu, Kalenjin, and we don't have a problem. Anyways, Kimuzi, thank you for the opportunity, and Viva, let's fight on.
Peter, you can take over.
Hello guys, I hope mnanipata vizuri.
Yes, tunakupata.
Okay. Nilikuwa tu na point. I love the way hii revolution imeanza na hii movement ya youths na vile tunaendelea hivyo na vile tumemake our voice heard by the government. So point yangu ilikuwa ni moja. Vile tumeanza hii movement, wacha tusi waste hii chance. Hii chance ni kubwa sana na sasa gava iko ready kutusikiza. Wacha tukue na wale watu watarepresent kwa gava. Yani tuselect, tujue ni nani wataturepresent kwa gava, waende watuongelele. Tuseme tunataka hii na hii na hii. Tutaendelea na movement, tutaendelea na kusema Ruto must go, Ruto must go. Hii kitu itaenda tu hivyo, iende ifade away, iishe. So before ifade away, so fanye kitu moja, tukue na representatives, waende watuongelele, tuseme hii ndio agenda yetu kama youth, tunataka mtoe hii wastage, hatutaki hizi viti, hatutaki hii na hii hivyo, tunataka finance bill ikuwe hivi. So that was my point. Alafu then another point, 2027 hii election inakuja, tujitume, tuende tuchaguane. Sisi hatuchaguanangi, tutabaki tu kwa mtandao tunaongea na hakuna kitu inafanyika, tutaendelea tu kufinyiliwa. Juu ukiangalia gava zingine kama France wana demonstrate, wanafanya nini, but hakuna kitu huwa ina happen. So sasa hii juu gava iko ready kusikia na Ruto amesema atatusikia, to take this opportunity tupeleke our agenda. Tumemaliza.
Just to say something, I think I agree with Peter. Eventually, in the long run, we'll have to have some sort of leadership. Because Ababu, hypothetically speaking, so say we have pushed this all the way, Ruto ametoka kwa ofisi. So what do? We could be pushing for, let's dissolve parliament, another election or whatever. But after that, what do? Who do we put up there to address the issues that we are raising? Eventually, we're going to have some structural leadership. Lakini, I think it's important not to lose focus, because the strategy that this government is employing is you put up someone who seems to be the leader of the movement, then they go for that person. Now, the moment that person has been either eliminated or compromised, it will affect the movement. So we need to live in the moment. In the moment, at the moment, Saizi, we're not looking for a leader for this movement. We want to push it to the point now it will be necessary to have a leader. And I promise you what, leaders would come up from there. I'm sure people can pinpoint who's a leader. All right. What other speaker we got here? Kenyan lady.
Yes, thank you. Listen, I think that y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Mnanisikia? Okay. Sasa skizeni, I think that we have been recycling what majority of the conversation, this some bit of it a percentage of it that keeps getting repeated, and it's okay, and it's perfectly fine. Inatuwezesha kurudia, the ideas, and this goes over and over and over. Now, I am one of those people that are completely opposed to having any leadership. Okay, y'all wengi wetu tulienda shule Kenya. Okay, all of us went to school in Kenya. Majority of us, high school, boarding, primary school, whatever. If you led one of those strikes, all right, if you led one of those strikes, tulikuwa wengi. You mobilize the whole entire school. We were so many, right? But then eventually, the teachers were able to know the central node literally in a week or 3 days. And the next thing that happened, you were suspended. And you are wondering, those people who are backing me up, walienda wapi? And there's a way the government is able to really not even approach the people that look that they are leaders. That has already happened. It has already happened to the people that, probably were looking like they are so forefront, and we don't see them anymore. You know what I'm saying? So that idea of having a central person, that idea of having a central node right now, it will kill the movement, because they will come for that. And that's why you're seeing they are insisting on, I think there's a group of youth, we woke up and they were like about 8 people that had been chosen. I don't know, they are ready to provide leadership to the Gen Zs. I'm like, what is this shit? I have never even seen them in the space since I started. And this space has started way before even the maandamano. Hapa ndio maandamano ya linini. This is a place that they planned to have this maandamano, but these spaces have been ongoing for what? The last 1 month. I have been a listener. Today was the first time I spoke. So I'm very, very opposed to having a central node. It doesn't matter what it is, but for right now, let it be what it is. Let the risk be distributed amongst the 1,000, the 20,000 people that are here. The only thing that you guys need to know is that those people who are on here, and you have some form of una uwezo fulani. Unajua, wenye tuko kwa healthcare, tunaweza saidia upande upi? Unajua, wenye wetu, who are good fundraisers, mobilizers, unaweza saidia upande upi? When we are so many of us, all of us are leaders. So find your space, find your niche and mobilize that. Come on the space, panga laini kama watu wengine, and say what you need to do, and say, this is what you're going to be helping people. For now, let's spread the risk, because even when you are attacked as a group, it's going to be very difficult. Turning off the group will be very, very difficult. But the moment you have the central people, the people that are looking, that are repeatedly, they're the ones who are being waited for to provide ideas. They're the ones who are kind of leading, quote unquote, the group. Those are the ones they will go for. And then I spoke on the aspect of exhaustion. You have 10 people. Those 10 people are your leaders. Let me tell you the exhaustion that comes in with leadership. This is a whole lot, plus the trauma they are having to take. Right now, we are distributing all that risk. We are distributing the trauma. We're distributing the risk. We're distributing the resources. Everybody anakuja kusaidia kwa uwezo wake. So for now, no. Let it spread out. Let it be what it is. No central nodes, no leadership, no form of a group, I don't know, doing this and that. And no. Right now, it stays what it is, and it will morph to something when that time comes. Ruto must go. Thank you.
All right. I think we need to give a few more other people na tuweke limit ya time kidogo so that we have a bit of a diverse contribution. So looking at the list, it's Ben Todhuo. I don't know if you're there. Yeah, Obara Duncan. If those ones are not there, Dr. Mbugwa.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Can you hear me? Correct?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now, the previous speaker amesema kitu important kuhusu, tribeless, leaderless and all of that. But in the long run, we have to think far and think smart. In the long run, we'll just be noisemakers kwa darasa. We have to come up with a strategy as to how to be represented within the government. Because we'll make noise, we'll do whatever, we'll protest, but that can only last so long. Let's be realistic. 48 laws of power. That only lasts so long. Now, obviously, there are people who are coming out claiming to be leaders, nanini, and you don't even know if they're sponsored by the same gava. Okay, these are leaders who are youth, illegal to commission. But maybe, just maybe, and this is a thought I'm putting out there. Everybody needs a head. Okay? Maybe, just maybe this is an opportunity for a new political party or something to form, whereby now you can have the processes of electing the proper leadership to represent these voices that are here. Because other than that, and I can tell you, if I was in government, what I would do is get 5-10 Gen Zs and crown them and say these are the voices of Gen Z. Because now that becomes the political diatribe. Politics is a dirty game. You cannot mix a revolution and politics. Unfortunately, a revolution is crowned by blood, but we've already shed enough blood. It is time, yes, we are angry, but we have to take responsibility and accountability for our anger. And obviously, even in these spaces, we know Gava is listening, and they can listen, but we need to be able to find out what the next steps are. I mean, you can only, okay, fine, that was a one-off. For 53 years of, 51 years of fucking independence, that was the first time that the Kenyan parliament has been breached. Do you think it's going to happen again? Definitely not. We need to think strategically as to how, because we're not trying to overthrow our government. That is not the point of this. We are trying to create a better life for ours, for our parents, and for our children, and their children. The only way we do this is when we have sober minds and think beyond whatever anger and pain that we have, and figure out how this Kenya that we are all dreaming that we want to have, how do we get there? But we cannot get there unless we have a unified voice. And we are part of the representative democracy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mbugwa. I want to agree with what you're saying. Like, eventually, for this to make meaningful sense in the long run, is to actually achieve everything that we're talking about in the moment. Like, we're talking about honest leadership, we're talking about accountability. And all that can only be achieved if there's going to be a structured way of governance in the future. So beyond the push that we're having now, the Ruto must go, we have to be prepared for that. Like, there's someone written somewhere about a leader would come up. We should not be worried about that. Eventually, there will be a leader that will come up from this whole noise. What we need to prepare is that even institutions that need to move us forward also need to prepare to come up. Like a political party that is devoid of how the current political parties works. The current political parties are personal outfits. And if you're not listening to Raila, you're not representing the views of ODM. I mean, if you're not speaking the same language as he's speaking. If you're not speaking the same language as Ruto, you're not a member of the UDA party, which we all know that UDA party won't get to 2027. There will be another political vehicle that will be formed just because the group individuals were reset or organized differently, and then another political party is formed. ANC party folded itself the other day to join UDA, not as a matter of principle, but as a matter of convenience, kujaribu kusaidia Ruto in preparation for 2027. You know all that matrix ya kutoa Rigiji from that mix. It's all just play that we are watching. It's like you're watching a movie where none of it has an agenda for us. It's all them and them and them and them. So we. All right.
Corey, can I answer you for a second?
Yeah.
You see, I actually agree with you. Now, as much as we are trying to mimic and emulate the West, so
Yeah.
one of the biggest problems in Economy, please don't mute. I would hope we can have a conversation. So,
Okay.
one of the biggest challenges is that our political framework is based on personalities.
Yeah.
So our politicians rebrand themselves. I mean, you spoke about Raila, so let me just use Raila as an example. I remember when Raila was Sibor, the Simba, right? Then he became Tinga. Then there was, I don't know, Hammer. Okay, and I'm just using Raila as an example. What they do is every election cycle they will have a new political party. They will come up with a new catchphrase and tag. And because we as Kenyans are so fucking gullible, and pardon my French, we are so gullible, we get to follow the personality without actually thinking what they are bringing for us. We get to go on tribal diatribes. For example, right now I see Akorir and Ambogwa speaking, correct? But during election hearing period, if the Kalenjins and the Kikuyus are at war, then we are siding with Mtuwetu syndrome. The thing with this movement right now, what we're calling the Gen Z movement, that is so beautiful, it is because they're saying tribalists, leaders. I saw a post somewhere where they said that the biggest mistake that they made was to educate us. The Kibaki free education thing from 2002 or whatever he put it in, meant that class 8 after that, everybody could speak English. Everybody can understand what is going on. Corey, please don't mute.
I'm just muting when the baby comes close to me.
That's okay. That is our future right there.
Yeah.
So sisi kama Wakenya, Corey, nikuulize, how do we ensure, and umesema kweli, unajua hii personality, if you look at the West, for example, look at Republicans versus Democrats in the US, the political parties are based on ideologies. Our political parties are based on individuals. There is no ideology. You can say NDP, United Democratic, Republican, it means nothing because it is about the person. To be quite honest, I'm not even mad at it. Kwa sababu, and I wrote a post and nikasema, if you elect a thief and then he steals, how can you blame the thief for stealing?
Or how can you be shot?
If you elect a murderer and then they murder, how can you be mad at their murdering? The thing that we Corey to agree with you, Sal. Eventually, yes, we need some form of representation. I'm not talking about leadership, I'm talking about representation. Because the beauty about representation is a representative can always be called back to whoever walimteua aenda kwa representative, right?
Yeah.
We are at a point in our country where the dialogue has shifted from what is mandated by the government to what is in Article 1 of our Constitution.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, it is a great place to be in, but also a very dangerous part to be in. Because now, Gava can use this, for example, they can say, what Gen Z, what are you going to do? Go riot because a Gen Z is representing you? Do you think it is easy to get however million Gen Z to agree to one leader?
No.
When somebody, if right now you get called to State House, Corey, right?
Yeah.
And you are given money that generational wealth, you think you will not change your tune to protect yours and your family? Tuambizaneni ukweli. Anyways, I just wanted to have a conversation. You know, these spaces at times they're very lonely because you're just talking like you're talking to yourself.
Yeah, I understand.
But I think it is important that we start looking at ideological politics as opposed to populist politics.
Yeah, true.
And the anger that we have is the fuel that we need. I saw a post mtu akisema aje ati kama turudisha mbeberu Britain kwani sigoi ni mbali. But the issue is not even Ruto. And I know people here might disagree with me. The issue is not Ruto. I mean, Ruto stood there and he cried tears. So, he cried. And Kenyans were like, oh my God, ananyanyaswa na Uhuru. So, And then he came na mambo ya kanisa. And because of how we are raised and our parents and we believe in church and religion and all this shit, we voted for him.
Yeah.
He told us bottom up.
Yeah.
And I mean, really, it is bottom up because it is a lot of people who are suffering. Eh? The guys up and enjoy maisha. Eh?
The guys, I'm telling you, the guys sat down somewhere and did a research country and the demographic characteristics. Now, akajua the rallying call bottom up would inspire the people at the bottom, even though he will be promising things which very clearly are very unreasonable. They will still have clinging hope on that. Now, his intention was to win election. He was not to lead Kenya. And he actually did a very good strategy to do that. But there was no plan for after that. The plan was ending with winning the elections. That's why, Mona, the amount of confusion is there in this government. How do you take
the plan?
Decision-making body and give it to your loyals?
Bro, there was a plan. Let me tell you what the plan was. And the plan is.
Yeah.
The elites know one thing. And I take you back to I think it was 2012 when Abduba Dida was vying for president.
Yeah.
And also during that 2012, the best run constituency in Kenya, I believe, was Gatanga constituency na Peter Kenneth. So they really utilized the CDF well. And really and truly, if Kenyans were reasonable, they should have elected Dida and Peter Kenneth, or one or the other. Because that was a results-based decision. Okay? But then obviously we have to, as Kikuis, we were told Kurangera of the match, which means protect the kingdom. Now this kingdom, and yet we end up being poor. So, this is the challenge yenye iko hapa, and what most people might not understand, is that the political class has to protect the political class, because if a non-political class comes in, then whatever ill-gotten wealth that they have will be taken away from them.
That's very true.
That is why when Moi left, Moi gave Uhuru Kanu. And if you think that Kibaki was on outsider, in 1985, Kibaki was on the cover of Time magazine as the most prominent African economist. He was part of the government because he divided in 92, divided in 97. So, during 1992, and this is a story that I'm told. Well, I think they called it the Y2K movement.
Yeah.
Ruto was an activist, an agitator. And this is a story from my mom, because they were part of the same group.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can blame them. Now, for example, tomorrow you talk with Ruto, right? His wealth, from a chicken farmer to a multi-billionaire. I mean, he's the only chicken farmer that I know that owns helicopters today. I could be wrong, but that's the only one. He's the only one that I know. All the land issues, all this stuff. We have to. There's a reason why they will never allow an outsider to gain power. Now, there's a very interesting corridor that we are at right now. You know, they're saying that the king is naked.
Yeah.
The king is naked right now. But in that same saying, you remember, when you come after the king, you best kill him then. And the DCI, I'm using that figuratively, and then I sikuja kunitafuta. Any sema kizungu. When you come after the king, you best kill him dead. Not just kill him dead. Because once somebody has taken power, kumtoa kwa hiyo kiti ni shida. Unajua kuna hizi things that after this whole movement dies down, he's going to revenge, right? But it's not him. It is the position that has to revenge. Remember, when you come after the king, you best kill him dead. And then Ronald Reagan said one thing, na hiyo shida yetu wa Kenya kubwa, and I wish we can underline capital ili tangwa Bolt.
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan alituambia, the 9 most dangerous words in the English language are, I am from the government and I'm here to help. Umesikia the 9 most dangerous? Yetu wa Kenya bado tuko serikali isaidie. Nimemalizia hapo, nimeka full stop. Endelea Korir. Thank you.
I think that's the captivity that we think that actually here to help. Anyway, thank you so much for that contribution. I want to have a few other people.
Korir, give me the chance, please.
Yeah, who's that?
Podcast.
Okay, you go.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Abdi Dahir. First of all, I would like to actually send my condolences to the fallen heroes, those who passed away and their families. Um, I will like to contribute on issues of security aspect because I'm a security analyst. On the other hand, I'm also a developer. So I would like to give two perspectives on those areas. First of all, I would like to say kudos to Gen Zs who demonstrated on our streets. Unlike other people who were doing things like arson and so forth, they were very peaceful and they actually we had what they want and we support that. I think I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a millennial, but we are in this together, all of us. Now, I think going forward, we need to have a structured way of getting our demands from government. And as many of you are people who are in this have said, we need to have leaders. Meaning, today we have issues which we are raising, but if we don't structure them, and if we don't have people who will represent us with these issues that we need to have discussion with the government, then what happens? For how long are we going to have this demonstration? For how long are we going to move forward? And what will we get out of that? So, please, I think as I can see, and I've been following this thing from the beginning, you people, I think, already have leaders. People like Kimunzi, I can see, Korir, the People's Watchman, Hanifa, Kanairo. These guys were pushing this thing, and they are not politicians, they are Gen Zs, they are just guys who want to help their people and this country to move forward. And I think if we have such kind of individuals as leaders, we add eminent people like the Honorable Willie Mutunga. Look at that man's life and what he has been doing for this country, how he has been agitating since time immemorial, being arrested, actually running away from the country, and so forth. We need those kind of people to be with these leaders that maybe I am mentioning. And we have a structured way of solving these menace and problem. The second thing, we cannot, all of us, be talking directly to State House or so forth only. This thing is way down all the way to the villages. Na popote Kenya yote, there are some cultures that we need to stop. Number one, when someone dies in this republic today, politicians are invited. People are grieving. Although mostly I'm from Marsabit district, we don't have those kind of behaviors, and mostly in northern Kenya. Like, kama ni matanga, watu wanakuja matanga, wanaombeleza, na watu wanaenda nyumbani. Hatuwezi kubali politician akuje, yani your own father or mother has passed away. You are grieving. You want to bury them. And you have a politician coming, attacking other people or other politician. I don't know, ODM is this and that, UDA is this and that. We need to stop this bullshit. It can't continue like this. Please, kama mtu wako amekufa and a politician comes, let him say what they know about that person, waombeleze na waende nyumbani. Lakini msikubali politician apate hiyo platform ya kutusi politician mwingine ama kuambia uongo tena. We need to stop that. The second thing, I'm a Muslim, yes. You know, there's this mystical aspect of religion that we need to understand as Kenyans. In the early 90s, we had issue in the Islamic religion itself. There were issues of people hawaombi wao wenyewe Mwenyezi Mungu. Wanafanya nini? Walikuwa mtu ni lazima amuendee sheikh ama mtu mwingine aambie amuombee. But when you look at the Christian scripture, whether it's the New or the Old Testament, you look at the Quran, God never said you need to pray to me through a human being or someone else. No. Mungu ni Mungu wako. We piga magoti ndani ya sitting room yako uombe. This shenanigan of people going to churches, giving out money, at times I even feel like crying. You know, a pastor abusing his congregants, they are sitting in front of him and he is telling them, nyinyi wajinga mnaniletea mashilingi shilingi hiyo sitaki, mimi nataka sijui elfu ngapi. I want people who can give me 200,000. I pray for them. Let's not lie to each other. It's 2024. Our main problem emanates from these churches and some of these also mosques. We have a lot of problems. There's corruption everywhere. Even in the mosque, we have corruptions. We have people who are actually calling themselves mosque committee, taking 200, 300,000 a month, while the imam himself is earning less than 30,000 shilling or 20,000 shilling. This fraud is everywhere. The church must come out with a strong voice and they must desist from this, and they should stop inviting politicians to the pulpits. Please, just stop. How on earth, even our Catholic Church, such a very old institution, why do we have a politician coming, abusing other politicians, lying to people, washing their dirty linen up there? Why? Watu walikuja kuomba Mwenyezi Mungu. Wacha watu waombe Mwenyezi Mungu na politician wafanye uchafu yao huko nje. Thirdly, or just on that, I was looking at Kisumu somewhere where actually, what was this lawyer's name, the senator of Kisumu? You know the guy, his mom passed away. Alikuwa anaombeleza. From nowhere, I don't know, they invited Sifuna. And what that guy did there, and the way he talked, mind you, it's mind-boggling. People have to have discipline. When someone is grieving and someone's mother have died, basically the man can see the corpse of his mom in front of him, and you are here castigating him. You know, like kuchochea watu, sujui matusi, manini. What kind of a country are we building here? Let me leave that there. The third aspect now. Wacha niwavalishe lens ya security now. Was it on Tuesday? That demonstration was very, very dangerous. And from where I sit, when I was looking at the events unfolding, and when I wear that aspect of security, which is my specialization, you will find that actually we almost tipped this country. Because I was trying to create a scenario. And please, when I'm talking about this thing, I'm not just saying it for the sake of it. I'm saying this from knowing this thing, having done research, reading a lot of rich literature, having looked at many countries in the world. Kenya is the most beautiful country in the world. Like, this is the most beautiful place in the world, I can tell you this. I travel a lot. This This is the best country in the world. We cannot keep it. What do I mean by that? I don't mean people should stop demonstrating. We have the right to demonstrate. All we are asking is the police to stop the violence. But again, we have to be very, very careful.